Section 49 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Watson. The World Story Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March TAPPAN. Section 49. How King Rorik Regained the Tribute, by Saxo Grammaticus. When Prince Rorik first came to the throne, the subject tribes, Kurlanders, Swedes, and Slavs, thought it a favorable time to refuse to pay their regular tribute. They planned a rebellion, brought together their forces, and made ready to attack the young ruler, the editor. Now among them, the Slavs, there was a man of remarkable stature, a wizard by calling. He, when he beheld the squadrons of the Danes, said, "Suffer a private combat to forestall a public slaughter, so that the danger of many may be bought off at the cost of a few. And if any of you shall take heart to fight it out with me, I will not flinch from these terms of conflict. But first of all I demand that you accept the terms I prescribe, the form whereof I have devised as follows. If I conquer, let freedom be granted us from taxes. If I am conquered, let the tribute be paid you as of old. For today I will either free my country from the yoke of slavery by my victory, or bind her under it by my defeat. Accept me as the surety and pledge for either issue." One of the Danes, whose spirit was stouter than his strength, heard this and proceeded to ask Rorik what would be the reward for the man who met the challenger in combat. Rorik chanced to have 6 bracelets which were so intertwined that they could not be parted from one another, the chain of knots being inextricably laced, and he promised them as a reward for the man who would venture on the combat. But the youth, who doubted his fortune, said, "Rorik, if I prove successful, let thy generosity award the prize of the conqueror, do thou decide and allot the palm. But if my enterprise go little to my liking, what prize canst thou owe to the beaten, who will be wrapped either in cruel death or in bitter shame? These things commonly go with feebleness. These are the wages of the defeated, for whom naught remains but utter infamy. What guerdon must be paid? What thanks offered to him who lacks the prize of courage? Who has ever garlanded with ivy the weakling in war, or decked him with a conqueror's wage? Valor wins the prize, not sloth, and failure lacks renown. For one is followed by triumph and honor, the other by an unsightly life or by a stagnant end. I, who know not which way the issue of this duel inclines, dare not boldly anticipate that as a reward of which I know not whether it is rightly mine. For one whose victory is doubtful may not seize the assured reward of the victor. I forbear, while I am not sure of the date, to claim firmly the title to the wreath. I refuse the gain which may be the wages of my death as much as of my life. It is folly to lay hands on the fruit before it is ripe, and to be fain to pluck that which one is not yet sure is one's due. This hand shall win me the prize, or death." Having thus spoken, he smote the barbarian with his sword. But his fortune was tardier than his spirit, for the other smote him back, and he fell dead under the force of the first blow. Thus he was a sorry sight unto the Danes, but the Slavs granted their triumphant comrade a great procession, and received him with splendid dances. On the morrow, the same man, whether he was elated with the good fortune of his late victory, or was fired with the wish to win another, came close to the enemy, and set to girding at them in the words of his former challenge. For, supposing that he had laid low the bravest of the Danes, he did not think that any of them would have any heart left to fight further with him upon his challenge. Also, trusting that, now one champion had fallen, he had shattered the strength of the whole army, he thought that naught would be hard to achieve upon which his later endeavours were bent. So Rorik was vexed that the general courage should be sapped by the impudence of one man, and that the Danes with their roll of victories should be met presumptuously by those whom they had beaten of old, nay, should be ignominiously spurned further that in all that host not one man should be found so quick of spirit or so vigorous of arm that he longed to sacrifice his life for his country. It was the high-hearted Uffe who first wiped off this infamous reproach upon the hesitating Danes, for he was of great bodily strength and powerful in incantations. He also purposely asked the prize of the combat, and the king promised him the bracelets. Then said he, "How can I trust the promise when thou keepest the pledge in thine own hands, and dost not deposit the gift in the charge of another? Let there be someone to whom thou canst entrust the pledge, that thou mayest not be able to take thy promise back, for the courage of the champion is kindled by the irrevocable certainty of the prize." Of course it was plain that he said this in jest. Sheer courage had armed him to repel the insult to his country. But Rorik thought he was tempted by avarice, and was loath to seem as if, contrary to royal fashion, he meant to take back the gift or revoke his promise. So, being stationed on his vessel, he resolved to shake off the bracelets, and with a mighty swing send them to the asker. But his attempt was balked by the width of the gap between them, for the bracelets fell short of the intended spot, the impulse being too faint and slack, and were reft away by the waters. For this the nickname of Slingebond, swing bracelet, clung to Rorik. But this event testified much to the valor of Uffe, for the loss of his drowned prize never turned his mind from his bold venture. He would not seem to let his courage be tempted by the wages of covetousness, so he eagerly went to fight, showing that he was a seeker of honor and not the slave of lucre, and that he set bravery before lust of pelf, and intent to prove that his confidence was based not on hire, but on his own great soul. Not a moment is lost, a ring is made, the course is thronged with soldiers, the champions engage, a din arises, the crowd of onlookers shout in discord, each backing his own. And so the valor of the champions blazes to white heat. Falling dead under the wounds dwelt by one another, they end together the combat and their lives. I think that it was a provision of fortune that neither of them should reap joy and honor by the other's death. This event won back to Rorik the hearts of the insurgents and regained him the tribute. End of section 49. This recording is in the public domain. Section 50 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Watson. The World Story Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappen. Section 50. The Speaking of Prince Uffe, the Speechless, by Saxo Grammaticus. The long and leisurely tranquillity of a most prosperous and quiet time flowed by, and Wermund, in undisturbed security, maintained a prolonged and steady peace at home. He had no children during the prime of his life, but in his old age, by a belated gift of fortune, he begat a son, Uffe, though all the years which had glided by had raised him up no offspring. This Uffe surpassed all of his age in stature, but in his early youth was supposed to have so dull and foolish a spirit as to be useless for all affairs, public or private. For from his first years he never used to play or make merry, but was so void of all human pleasure that he kept his lips sealed in a perennial silence, and utterly restrained his austere visage from the business of laughter. But though through the years of his youth he was reputed for an utter fool, he afterwards left that despised estate and became famous, turning out as great a pattern of wisdom and hardihood as he had been a picture of stagnation. His father, seeing him such a simpleton, got him for a wife the daughter of Frauen, the governor of the men of Schleswig, thinking that by his alliance with so famous a man Uffe would receive help, which would serve him well in administrating the realm. Frauen had 2 sons, Ket and Wig, who were youths of most brilliant parts, and their excellence, not less than that of Frauen, Wermund designed to be the future advantage of his son. When Wermund was losing his sight by infirmity of age, the king of Saxony, thinking that Denmark lacked a leader, sent envoys ordering him to surrender to his charge the kingdom which he held beyond the due term of life, lest, if he thirsted to hold sway too long, he should strip his country of laws and defence. For how could he be reckoned a king whose spirit was darkened with age, and his eyes with blindness not less black and awful? If he refused, but yet had a son who would dare to accept a challenge and fight with his son, let him agree that the victor should possess the realm. But if he approved neither offer, let him learn that he must be dealt with by weapons, and not by warnings, and in the end he must unwillingly surrender what he was too proud at first to yield uncompelled. Wermund, shaken by deep sighs, answered that it was too insolent to sting him with these taunts upon his years, for he had passed no timorous youth, nor shrunk from battle, that age should bring him to this extreme misery. It was equally unfitting to cast in his teeth the infirmity of his blindness, for it was common for a loss of this kind to accompany such a time of life as his, and it seemed a calamity fitter for sympathy than for taunts. It were juster to fix the blame on the impatience of the king of Saxony, whom it would have beseemed to wait for the old man's death, and not demand his throne. For it was somewhat better to succeed to the dead than to rob the living. Yet, that he might not be thought to make over the honours of his ancient freedom like a madman to the possession of another, he would accept the challenge with his own hand. The envoys answered that they knew that their king would shrink from the mockery of fighting a blind man, for such an absurd mode of combat was thought more shameful than honourable. It would surely be better to settle the affairs by means of their offspring on either side. The Danes were in consternation, and at a sudden loss for a reply, but Uffe, who chanced to be there with the rest, craved his father's leave to answer, and suddenly the dumb, as it were, spake. When Wermund asked who had thus begged leave to speak, and the attendant said that it was Uffe, he declared that it was enough that the insolent foreigner should jeer at the pangs of his misery, without those of his own household vexing him with the same wanton effrontery. But the courtiers persistently averred that this man was Uffe, and the king said, "He is free, whoever he be, to say out what he thinks." Then said Uffe, that it was idle for their king to covet a realm which could rely not only on the service of its own ruler, but also on the arms and wisdom of most valiant nobles. Moreover, the king did not lack a son, nor the kingdom an heir, and they were to know that he had made up his mind to fight not only the son of their king, but also at the same time whatsoever man the prince should elect as his comrade out of the bravest of their nation. The envoys laughed when they heard this, thinking it idle lip courage. Instantly the ground for the battle was agreed on, and a fixed time appointed. But the bystanders were so amazed by the strangeness of Uffe's speaking and challenging that one can scarce say if they were more astonished at his words or at his assurance. But on the departure of the envoys, Wermund praised him who had made the answer, because he had proved his confidence in his own valour by challenging not one only, but two, and said that he would sooner quit his kingdom for him, whoever he was, than for an insolent foe. But when one and all testified that he who with lofty self-confidence had spurned the arrogance of the envoys was his own son, he bade him come nearer to him, wishing to test with his hands what he could not with his eyes. Then he carefully felt his body, and found by the size of his limbs and by his features that he was his son, and then began to believe their assertions, and to ask him why he had taken pains to hide so sweet an eloquence with such careful dissembling, and had borne to live through so long a span of life without utterance or any intercourse of talk, so as to let men think him utterly incapable of speech, and a born mute. He replied that he had been hitherto satisfied with the protection of his father, that he had not needed the use of his voice until he saw the wisdom of his own land hard pressed by the glibness of a foreigner. The king also asked him why he had chosen to challenge 2 rather than 1. He said that he desired this mode of combat in order that the death of King Athasil, which, having been caused by 2 men, was a standing reproach to the Danes, might be balanced by the exploit of 1, and that a new ensample of valor might erase the ancient record of their disgrace. Fresh honor, he said, would thus obliterate the guilt of their old dishonor. Werman said that his son had judged all things rightly, and bade him first learn the use of arms, since he had been little accustomed to them. When they were offered to Uffe, he split the narrow links of the mail coats by the mighty girth of his chest, nor could any be found large enough to hold him properly, for he was too hugely built to be able to use the arms of any other man. At last, when he was bursting even his father's coat of mail by the violent compression of his body, Wermund ordered it to be cut away on the left side and patched with a buckle, thinking it mattered little if the side guarded by the shield were exposed to the sword. He also told him to be most careful in fixing on a sword which he could use safely. Several were offered him, but Uffe, grasping the hilt, shattered them one after the other into flinders by shaking them, and not a single blade was so hard a temper but, at the first blow, he broke it into many pieces. But the king had a sword of extraordinary sharpness called skrep, which at a single blow of the smiter struck straight through and cleft asunder any obstacle whatsoever, nor would aught be hard enough to check its edge when driven home. The king, loath to leave this for the benefit of posterity, and greatly grudging others the use of it, had buried it deep in the earth, meaning, since he had no hopes of his son's improvement, to debar every one else from using it. But when he was now asked whether he had a sword worthy of the strength of Uffe, he said that he had one which, if he could recognize the lay of the ground and find what he had consigned long ago to earth, he could offer him as worthy of his bodily strength. Then he bade them lead him into a field, and kept questioning his companions over all the ground. At last he recognized the tokens, found the spot where he had buried the sword, drew it out of its hole, and handed it to his son. Uffe saw it was frail with great age and rusted away, and, not daring to strike with it, asked if he might prove this one also like the rest, declaring that he must try its temper before the battle ought to be fought. Werman replied that if this sword were shattered by mere brandishing, there was nothing left which could serve for such strength as his. He must therefore forbear from the act, whose issue remained so doubtful. So they repaired to the field of battle as agreed. It is fast encompassed by the waters of the river Eider, which roll between and forbid any approach save by ship. Hither Uffe went unattended, while the Prince of Saxony was followed by a champion famous for his strength. Dense crowds on either side, eager to see, thronged each winding bank, and all bent their eyes upon this scene. Werman planted himself on the end of the bridge, determined to perish in the waters if defeat were the lot of his son. He would rather share the fall of his own flesh and blood than behold, with heart full of anguish, the destruction of his own country. Both the warriors assaulted Uffe, but, distrusting his sword, he parried the blows of both with his shield, being determined to wait patiently and see which of the two he must beware of most heedfully, so that he might reach that one at all events with a single stroke of his blade. Wermund, thinking that his feebleness was at fault, that he took the blows so patiently, dragged himself little by little, in his longing for death, forward to the western edge of the bridge, meaning to fling himself down and perish, should all be over with his son. Fortune shielded the old father who loved so passionately, for Uffe told the prince to engage with him more briskly, and to do some deed of prowess worthy of his famous race, lest the low-born squire should seem braver than the prince. Then, in order to try the bravery of the champion, he bade him not skulk timorously at his master's heels, but requite by noble deeds of combat the trust placed in him by his prince, who had chosen him to be his single partner in the battle. The other complied, and when shame drove him to fight at close quarters, Uffe clove him through with the first stroke of his blade. The sound revived Wermund, who said that he heard the sword of his son, and asked on what particular part he had dealt the blow. Then the retainers answered that he had gone through no one limb, but the man's whole frame, whereat he drew back from the precipice, and came again on the bridge, longing now as passionately to live as he had just wished to die. Then Uffe, wishing to destroy his remaining foe after the fashion of the first, incited the prince with vehement words to offer some sacrifice by way of requital to the shade of the servants slain in his cause. Drawing him by these appeals and warily noting the right spot to plant his blow, he turned the other edge of his sword to the front, fearing that the thin side of his blade was too frail for his strength, and smote with a piercing stroke through the prince's body. When Wermund heard it, he said that the sound of his sword's scrap had reached his ear for the second time. Then, when the judges announced that his son had killed both enemies, he burst into tears from excess of joy. Thus gladness bedewed the cheeks which sorrow could not moisten. So while the Saxons, sad and shamefaced, bore their champions to burial with bitter shame, the Danes welcomed Uffe and bounded for joy. Then no more was heard the disgrace of the murder of Athasil, and there was an end of the taunts of the Saxons. Thus the realm of Saxony was transferred to the Danes, and Uffe, after his father, undertook its government, and he who had not been thought equal to administering a single kingdom properly was now appointed to manage both. Most men have called him Olaf, and he has won the name of the Gentle for his forbearing spirit. His later deeds, lost in antiquity, have lacked formal record, but it may well be supposed that when their beginnings were so notable, their sequel was glorious. End of section 50. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 51 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonja. The World Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 51. The Letter of King Canute, 1027. In the early part of the 11th century, Canute, King of Denmark, made himself also ruler of England and of Norway. He fought his way to the throne most unscrupulously, but once well established, he showed himself genuinely eager to rule justly and kindly. As the years passed, he began to be troubled, lest his crimes should forbid him entrance to heaven, and in penance he undertook a pilgrimage to Rome. The following extract is part of a letter which he sent home to the people of England. The Editor. Canute, King of all Denmark, England and Norway, and part of Sweden, to Egelnoth the Metropolitan, to Archbishop Ælfric, to all the bishops and chiefs, and to all the nation of the English, both nobles and commoners, greeting. I write to inform you that I have lately been at Rome to pray for the remission of my sins, and for the safety of my kingdoms, and for the nations that are subject to my sceptre. It is long since I bound myself by vow to make this pilgrimage, but I had been hitherto prevented by affairs of state, and other impediments. Now, however, I return humble thanks to the Almighty God, that he has allowed me to visit the tombs of the blessed apostles Peter and Paul, and every holy place within and without the city of Rome, and to honor and venerate them in person. And this I have done, because I had learned from my teachers that the Apostle St. Peter received from the Lord the great power of binding and loosing, with the keys of the kingdom of heaven. On this account I thought it highly useful to solicit his patronage with God. Be it moreover known to you that there was, at the festival of Easter, a great assemblage of noble personages, with the Lord, the Pope John, and the Emperor Conrad, namely, all the chiefs of the nations from Mount Gargano to the nearest sea, who all received me honorably, and made me valuable presents, but particularly the emperor, who gave me many gold and silver vases, with rich mantles and garments. I therefore took the opportunity to treat with the Pope, the Emperor, and the princes on the grievances of my people, both English and Danes, that they might enjoy more equal law and more secure safeguard in their way to Rome, nor be detained at so many barriers, nor harassed by unjust exactions. My demands were granted both by the Emperor and by King Rudolph, who rules most of the passages. And it was enacted by all the princes that my men, whether pilgrims or merchants, should, for the future, go to Rome and return in full security, without detention at the barriers, or the payment of unlawful tolls. I next complained to the Pope and expressed my displeasure that such enormous sums should be extorted from my archbishops, when according to custom they visited the apostolic see to obtain the pallium. A decree was made that this grievance should cease. Whatever I demanded, for the benefit of my people, either of the Pope or the Emperor or the princes, through whose dominions lies the road to Rome, was granted willingly, and confirmed by their oaths in the presence of 4 archbishops, 20 bishops, and a multitude of dukes and nobles. Wherefore I return sincere thanks to God that I have successfully performed whatever I had intended, and have fully satisfied all my wishes. I am now on my road to Denmark, for the purpose of concluding peace with those nations who, had it been in their power, would have deprived us both of our crown and our life. But God has destroyed their means, and will, I trust, of his goodness preserve us and humble all our enemies. When I shall have concluded peace with the neighbouring nations, and settled the concerns of my eastern dominions, it is my intention to return to England as soon as the fine weather will permit me to sail. But I have sent you this letter beforehand, that all the people of my kingdom may rejoice at my prosperity. For you all know that I never spared, nor will spare myself, or my labours, when my object is the welfare of my subjects. End of section 51. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 52 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 52. Waldemar Atterdag and the Hansa, 1361, by Helen Zimmerman. The Hansa, or Hanseatic League, was a great trading company formed by a union of 70 or 80 cities in northern Germany. It became so powerful that it monopolized the trade of the greater part of Europe. Kings were often obliged to bow to its authority and recognize whatever laws it chose to make. It was especially strong in the lands around the Baltic, and at Visby on the Swedish island of Gotland, it had a great store of wealth. Waldemar was determined to drive away the foreigners and break down their power. The Editor. In the year of Christ, 1361, King Waldemar of Denmark collected a great army, and said to them that he would lead them whither there was gold and silver enough, and where the pigs eat out of silver troughs. And he led them to Gotland, and made many knights in that land, and struck down many people, because the peasants were unarmed and unused to warfare. He set his face at once toward Visby. They came out of the town towards him, and gave themselves up to the mercy of the king, since they well saw that resistance was impossible. In this manner he obtained the land, and took from the burghers of the town great treasures in gold and silver, after which he went his ways. Thus the contemporary chronicler of the Franciscans of St. Catherine at Lübeck. By a skilful coup de main, Waldemar had indeed made himself master of Gotland, then under Swedish suzerainty, and of the wealthy city of Visby. His aim had been booty, and he had it in rich measure in the shape of gold, of fur, and silver vessels. Legend tells that the year previous to the attack, Waldemar had visited Gotland disguised as a merchant, securing the love of a goldsmith's daughter, whose father held an influential position in Visby, and who, in her loving trustfulness, revealed to him the strength and weakness of the island and town. thus helping him to secure the spot that was rightly regarded as the key to the 3 northern realms. The inhabitants, unprepared, unarmed, had been unable to offer much resistance. It was a terribly bloody fight, this that raged outside the walls of Visby. The site of it is marked to this day by a cross erected on the spot where 1,800 Gotlanders fell. Before the gates of Visby, the Goths fell under the hands of the Danes, runs the inscription. As was the custom among the conquerors of olden days, Waldemar, it is related, entered the city, not by means of the gates that had been forcibly surrendered to him, but by a breach he specially had made for this purpose in the town walls. The gap, too, is shown to this hour. When he had plundered to his heart's content, aided in his finding of the treasure by his lady love, after he had added to his titles of King of the Danes and Slavs that of King of Gothland, Waldemar proceeded to return home in his richly laden ships. But it was decreed that he should not bring his booty to port. A great storm arose in mid-ocean. It was with difficulty that the king escaped with his life. His ships were sunk, his coveted hoards buried in the waves. There are still shown at Visby the 2 fine 12-sectioned rose windows of St. Nicholas's Church, in which, according to tradition, there once burned 2 mighty carbuncles that served as beacons to light the seamen safely into harbor in the days of the town's prosperity. These stones, it is said, were torn from their place and carried off by Waldemar. The Gotland mariner still avers that on certain clear nights he can see the great carbuncles of St. Nicholas's Church gleaming from out the deep. As for Waldemar's lady-love, whom it is said he abandoned as soon as his purpose was attained, she was seized on by the infuriated townspeople and buried alive in one of the turrets of the city walls, known to this day as the Virgin Tower. It is difficult to decide whether Waldemar foresaw the full danger and bearing of his high-handed step, whether he knew what it meant to plunder a city like Visby, one of the strongest arms of the Hansa. He had certainly thrown the gauntlet down to the towns. He was quickly to learn that the power which some years ago had successfully beaten his predecessors had but grown in strength since that date. On the first news of Waldemar's treachery, the Baltic cities laid an embargo on all Danish goods, and then called together a hasty council, in which it was decreed that until further notice all intercourse with Denmark should be forbidden, on pain of death and loss of property. Then they put themselves into communication with Norway and Sweden, in order in the event of a war to secure the alliance of these countries, an assistance that was the more readily promised because their sovereigns were at feud with Waldemar. To defray the war costs, it was determined to levy a poundage tax on all Hanseatic exported goods. A fleet was got ready with all possible speed, and when everything was in order, the towns sent a herald to Waldemar with a formal declaration of war. In May 1362, their ships appeared in the Sound, and brilliant success at first attended their arms. Copenhagen was plundered, and its church bells carried to Lubeck as the victor's booty. At Scania, the cities looked to meet their northern allies in order in conjunction with them to take possession of the Danish strongholds on the mainland. Here, however, disappointment awaited them. Whether lack of money or fear had deterred the northern kings from keeping their word is unknown. At any rate, they did not put in an appearance with their armies. The burgomaster of Lubeck, Johann Wittenborg, who commanded the Hanseatic fleet, saw himself forced to use the men he had on board for the land attack. He held himself the more justified in doing this, since he deemed he had so thoroughly routed the Danes that from the side of the sea there was nothing to be feared. This decision was rash, and Wittenborg was to atone for it with his life. Already it seemed as if the stronghold Helsingborgs was in his hand. He had been besieging it 16 days with great catapults, when Waldemar suddenly appeared with his fleet upon the Scanian coast, surprised the Hansa vessels that had been left with but a feeble crew, and carried off 12 of the best ships, and most of their provisions and weapons. The consequence was that Wittenborg saw himself obliged to return with the remnant of his army to Lubeck. He found the city embittered against him in the highest degree for his defeat, though it saw that the main guilt of the disastrous end of the war lay with the faithless northern kings. The stern, free city deemed it right, not only towards itself, but also to its sister towns, to punish heavily the unsuccessful leader. Wittenborg had hardly landed ere he was arrested, chained, and thrown into a dungeon. Here he dragged out a weary year of imprisonment. Lubeck was a stern mistress who knew no mercy and could brook no ill success. In her dictionary, as in that of youth, according to Richelieu in Bulwer's play, there might be no such word as fail. Wittenborg had, of course, been at once deprived of his burgomagisterial honours. A year after his defeat, his head publicly fell under the executioner's axe in the market-place of Lubeck. Burial in the councillor's church was denied him. He was laid to rest in the cloisters of the Dominicans, the spot where all criminals were interred in Lubeck during the Middle Ages, the spot where, down to our own era, all criminals passing that way to execution received from the pious monks a soothing drink as last farewell to life. Further, Wittenborg's name is absent from the record of the burgomasters, an omission in this place which doubtless has the same meaning as the absence of Marino Falieri's portrait among the long row of doges in the Venetian palace. The election of a burgomaster as leader of the troops is quite in character with the spirit of those times. Such trade warriors are not uncommon in the history of the Hansa. Within the roomy stone hall that served as entry and storeroom to those ancient dwelling houses, it was usual to see helmet, armor, and sword hanging up above stores of codfish, barrels of herrings, casks of beer, bales of cloth, or what not besides. To this day the stranger is shown in the market-place at Lubeck the stone on which Wittenborg sat before his execution, and in the collection of antiquities is the chair of torture in which he was borne thither. So sternly did the Hansa punish. Waldemar compared the Hansa to a flock of cackling geese, and continued his attacks, but before long the geese could dictate their own terms, and Waldemar was obliged to agree to whatever terms they chose to name. End of section 52. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 53 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org. Denmark, Part II. Folk Stories and Legends. Historical Note. The Scandinavian countries are rich in folk stories and legends. These range all the way from the primitive tales of the Mulboers, of a wit which is absurd and impossible, but exceedingly amusing, to the semi-historical legends circling about the exploits of their sovereigns. The rulers of the Northland have never kept themselves far removed from their people, and these legends manifest a charming simplicity on the part of the rulers, together with an equally charming respect and devotion on the part of the subjects. End of section 53. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 54 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappen. Section 54, King Volmer and Elsie, by John G. Whittier, after the Danish of Christian Winter. Atterdag, or Atterdag, another day, was the favourite saying of Waldemar III, Volmer or Waldemar, King of Denmark from 1340 to 1375. The Editor. Where over heathen doom rings and grey stones of the Horg, in its little Christian city stands the church of Vordingborg. In merry mood King Volmer sat, forgetful of his power, as idle as the goose of gold that brooded on his tower. Out spake the king to Henrik, his young and faithful squire, Darest trust thy little Elsie, the maid of thy desire? Of all the men in Denmark she loveth only me, as true to me is Elsie as thy lily is to thee. Loud laughed the king, To-morrow shall bring another day, when I myself will test her, she will not say me nay. Thereat the lords and gallants that round about him stood, wagged all their heads in concert, and smiled as courtiers should.
The grey lark sings o'er Vordingborg, and on the ancient town, from the tall tower of Waldemar, the golden goose looks down. The yellow grain is waving in the pleasant wind of morn. The wood resounds with cry of hounds and blare of hunter's horn. In the garden of her father little Elsie sits and spins, and singing with the early birds, her daily task begins. Gay tulips bloom, and sweet mint curls around her garden bower, but she is sweeter than the mint and fairer than the flower. About her form her kirtle blue clings lovingly, and white as snow her loose sleeves only leave her small round wrists in sight. Below, the modest petticoat can only half conceal the motion of the lightest foot that ever turned a wheel. The cat sits purring at her side, bees hum in sunshine warm, but look, she starts, she lifts her face, she shades it with her arm, and hark! A train of horsemen, with sound of dog and horn, come leaping o'er the ditches, come trampling down the corn. Merrily rang the bridle reins, and scarf and plume streamed gay, as fast beside her father's gate the riders held their way. And one was brave in scarlet cloak, with golden spur on heel, and as he checked his foaming steed, the maiden checked her wheel. All hail among thy roses, the fairest rose to me, for weary months in secret my heart has longed for thee. What noble knight was this? What words from modest maiden's ear? She dropped a lowly courtesy of bashfulness and fear. She lifted up her spinning wheel, she fain would seek the door, trembling in every limb, her cheek with blushes crimsoned o'er. Nay, fear me not, the rider said, I offer heart and hand. Bear witness these good Danish knights who round about me stand. I grant you time to think of this, to answer as you may, for tomorrow, little Elsie, shall bring another day. He spake the old phrase slyly, as glancing round his train, he saw his merry followers seek to hide their smiles in vain. The snow of pearls I'll scatter in your curls of golden hair, I'll line with furs the velvet of the kirtle that you wear. All precious gems shall twine your neck, and in a chariot gay you shall ride, my little Elsie, behind 4 steeds of grey. And harps shall sound, and flutes shall play, and brazen lamps shall glow. On marble floors your feet shall weave the dances to and fro. At frosty eventide for us the blazing hearth shall shine, while at our ease we play at draughts, and drink the blood-red wine. Then Elsie raised her head, and met her wooer face to face. A roguish smile shone in her eye, and on her lip found place. Back from her low white forehead the curls of gold she threw, and lifted up her eyes to his, steady and clear and blue. I am a lowly peasant, and you a gallant knight. I will not trust a love that soon may cool and turn to slight. If you would wed me, henceforth be a peasant, not a lord. I bid you hang upon the wall your tried and trusty sword. To please you, Elsie, I will lay keen Dinadel away, and in its place will swing the scythe, and mow your father's hay. Nay, but your gallant scarlet cloak my eyes can never bear. A Wadmal cloak, so plain and grey, is all that you must wear. Well, Wadmal will I wear for you, the rider gaily spoke, and on the Lord's high altar I'll lay my scarlet cloak. But mark, she said, no stately horse my peasant love must ride. A yoke of steers before the plough is all that he must guide. The knight looked down upon his steed. Well, let him wander free. No other man must ride the horse that has been backed by me. Henceforth I'll tread the furrow, and to my oxen talk, if only little Elsie beside my plough will walk. You must take from out your cellar cask of wine and flask and can. The homely mead I brew you may serve a peasant man. Most willingly, fair Elsie, I'll drink that mead of thine, and leave my minstrel's thirsty throat to drain my generous wine. Now break your shield asunder, and shatter sign and boss. I'll meet for peasant wedded arms your knightly knee across. And pull me down your castle from top to basement wall, and let your plough trace furrows in the ruins of your hall. Then smiled he with a lofty pride, right well at last he knew the maiden of the spinning wheel was to her troth plight true. Ah, roguish little Elsie, you act your part full well. You know that I must bear my shield and in my castle dwell. The lions ramping on that shield between the hearts of flame keep watch o'er Denmark's honour and guard her ancient name. For know that I am Volmer, I dwell in yonder towers, who ploughs up Denmark, this goodly home of ours. I tempt no more, fair Elsie, your heart I know is true. Would God that all our maidens were good and pure as you. Well have you pleased your monarch, and he shall well repay. God's peace, farewell, tomorrow will bring another day. He lifted up his bridle hand, he spurred his good steed then, and like a whirl-blast swept away with all his gallant men. The steel hoofs beat the rocky path, again on winds of morn, the wood resounds with cry of hounds and blare of hunter's horn. Thou true and ever faithful, the listening Henrik cried, and leaping o'er the green hedge she stood by Elsie's side. None saw the font embracing, save, shining from afar, the golden goose that watched them from the tower of Waldemar. O darling girls of Denmark, of all the flowers that throng her vales of spring the fairest, I sing for you my song. No praise as yours so bravely rewards the singer's skill. Thank God, of maids like Elsie, the land has plenty still. End of section 54. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 55 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. The King of Denmark's Ride by Caroline Norton. Word was brought to the Danish king, hurry, that the love of his heart lay suffering, and pined for the comfort his voice would bring. Oh, ride as though you were flying. Better he loves each golden curl on the brow of that Scandinavian girl than his rich crown jewels of ruby and pearl, and his rose of the isles is dying. 30 nobles saddled with speed, each one mounting a gallant steed, which he kept for battle in days of need. Oh, ride as though you were flying. Spurs were struck in the foaming flank, worn-out chargers staggered and sank, bridles were slackened and girths were burst, but ride as they would, the king rode first, for his rose of the isles lay dying. His nobles are beaten one by one, hurry. They have fainted and faltered and homeward gone. His little fair page now follows alone, for strength and for courage trying. The king looked back at that faithful child. Wan was the face that answering smiled. They passed the drawbridge with clattering din. Then he dropped, and only the king rode in, where his rose of the isles lay dying. The king blew a blast on his bugle horn. Silence. No answer came, but faint and forlorn. An echo returned on the cold, grey morn, like the breath of a spirit sighing. The castle portal stood grimly wide. None welcomed the king from that weary ride, for dead, in the light of the dawning day, the pale sweet face of the welcomer lay, who had yearned for his voice while dying. The panting steed with drooping crest stood weary. The king returned from her chamber of rest, the thick sobs choking in his breast, and, that dumb companion eyeing, the tears gushed forth which he strove to check. He bowed his head on his charger's neck. O steed, that every nerve didst strain! Dear steed, our ride hath been in vain to the halls where my love lay dying. End of section 55. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 56 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappen. Section 56. Molboer Stories. The Molboers are a quaint and primitive people who live in a remote corner of Jutland. Among the odd stories that are told of them are the following. The Editor. The legs. Once some Molboers were in a great dilemma. Certain of them sat down in a circle on the ground, but when they wanted to get up again, could not make out which pair of legs belonged to each of them. So thinking they could never rise, they remained calmly sitting. At last they called a passer-by, and asked how each of them should find his own legs. He first pointed out his legs to each, and told them to draw them up and rise. But as this did not avail, he formed another expedient, and took his stick and beat first one, then another, then the third, and then the fourth over the legs. That succeeded, for as soon as they felt the blows on their legs, they quickly recognized which belonged to each, and drew them up. The Headless Man. One day some Molboers went into the wood to cut down some trees. When they had cut into a tree so far that they thought it could be pulled to the ground, they discovered that they had forgotten to bring a rope with them. The wisest of them then proposed that one of them should be lifted up in the tree, and put his neck in a cleft in such a manner that the others, by pulling him by the legs, should cause the tree to fall. This advice was followed. One of them courageously put his neck in the cleft, and the remainder pulled him by the legs with all their strength. But the enterprise completely failed. At the first pull the body fell to the ground, while the head remained lying in the cleft, where no one could see it. They were greatly astonished at seeing the Headless Man, and could not imagine how he had got into the wood and up the tree without a head on his body. However, there was now nothing to be done. They drove the body home to the wife, and asked if he, like the others, had had his head on him when he went out. Yes, by my soul, he had his head on him, said the wife, for certainly he ate his cabbage soup with it this morning before he went out. The Salt Herrings. One year, when herrings were rather dear, it was difficult for the Molboers to procure this food which they liked so much to eat. They consulted together how to arrange in such a manner that in future they should not be obliged to buy them at so high a rate every year. One of them, who wished to be thought the most witty, wisely resolved that as fresh herrings could breed in water, salt herrings must also be able to do so. He therefore advised them that once for all they should buy a barrel of salted herrings in Aarhus, and throw them in the village pond, that later on, when these had bred, they might every year be able to catch in their nets as many as they needed. This advice pleased them all so well, that some of them directly set out, bought the herrings, and threw them into the pond, that they might breed there for years to come. When the following year they came with their nets to fish for salted herrings, they could not, for all their pains, get hold of a single one. After a long time they caught a large fat eel in their net. As soon as they saw it, they immediately concluded that this was the thief who had eaten their salted herrings, and so they agreed that it should suffer the hardest and most painful death, but they could not resolve on what sort of punishment to give it. Some of them would have it burnt, others hanged, some would flog it to death, others cut it to pieces. Finally an old Molboer came forth, who himself had once been about to be drowned, and as he had not found it to his taste to stay so long a time in salt water, he thought it must be the same with the eel. He therefore advised his countrymen to put out on the wild sea, with it and drown it there. This advice they held to be good. Therefore they took the eel, got into a boat, and rowed far out on the sea with it, that it might not be able again to swim to shore. When they had got as far out as seemed right to them, they put the eel into the water. The eel, which had so long been on dry land against its will, rejoiced at coming to its native home, and wriggled its tail as soon as it reached the water. When the old mole boar saw this, he said to the others, "Do you see how pitifully he writhes? Yes, death is hard to put up with." The bell. Once a wag made the mole boars believe that enemies were in the kingdom, and that they would soon come to conquer their country. They therefore resolved to save what they could from their hands. That which they were proudest of, and wanted to save first, was the church bell. They then worked so long at it, that they got it down from the tower. But they took counsel for a long time as to how they should hide it, so that the enemy could not find it. At last they dragged it with all their force to a large boat, rowed far away to sea with it, and threw it into the water. When it was thrown down, they began to consider, and said to one another, "Now it is certainly hidden from the enemy, but how are we to find it again when he is gone?" One of them, who thought himself wiser than the others, sprang up and said, "That is no matter, we can put a mark near it." He immediately took a knife out of his pocket, cut a large nick in the side of the boat from which they had thrown the bell, and said, "Here it was that we threw it out." When this was done, they rowed to shore quite calm and glad, persuaded that they would be able to seek their bell again, according to this mark, when the enemy had gone. End of Section 56. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 57 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org. Denmark, Part III. Scenes from Danish History. Historical Note. The Union of Kalmar in 1397 made Margaret, daughter of Waldemar Atterdag, ruler of Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. In 1523, Sweden, under Gustavus Vasa, won her independence, but before many years had passed, Sweden and Denmark were again at war. Njal and Tordenskjold gained famous victories for Denmark, but when Charles XII of Sweden besieged Copenhagen, the Danes were ready to make a treaty. In 1660, the Danish people were devoted to their king, and felt that the nobles were gaining entirely too much power. The result was that Denmark suddenly became an absolute monarchy. In the early part of the 19th century, there was trouble with England because of her determination to exercise the right of search, and again a few years later because of the complications brought about by the Napoleonic Wars. During this second struggle, Copenhagen was bombarded by the English. In 1848, the provinces of Schleswig-Holstein in the south of Denmark rebelled, and were aided by the King of Prussia. In 1864, a second rebellion took place, and the Germans overran the country. The result was that Schleswig-Holstein fell into the hands of Prussia. In 1906, the aged King Christian died. A few months before this event, a separation took place between Norway and Sweden, and Christian's second son, Charles, ascended the Norwegian throne as Håkon VII. The record of the alliances and positions of the children of Christian IX is a remarkable one. His son Frederick became King of Denmark. His daughter Alexandra became Queen of England. A second daughter, Dagmar, became Tsarina of Russia, and his son George became King of Greece. End of Section 57. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 58 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappen. Section 58. The Madman of the North Overcomes Copenhagen, 1700, by François-Marie Arouet Voltaire. Peter the Great was determined to have a seaport on the east side of the Baltic. The territory belonged to Sweden, but the ruler of the Swedes was a youth of 18, and Peter thought that there would be no great difficulty in overpowering him. The Elector of Saxony and the King of Denmark became Peter's allies. Much to the surprise of everyone, Charles XII, the young King of Sweden, suddenly showed himself to be a commander of rare abilities. His first campaign was aimed at Copenhagen. The Editor. He, Charles XII, started for his first campaign on the 8th of May, New Style, in the year 1700. He left Stockholm, never to return. An immense crowd of people went with him as far as Karlskrona, praying for him and weeping and praising him. Before he left Stockholm, he established a council of defense composed of senators. This commission was to have charge of all that concerned the fleet, the troops, and fortifications. The Senate was to provisionally regulate all other internal affairs. Having thus arranged all securely within his dominions, he concentrated entirely on the war. His fleet consisted of 43 vessels. That in which he embarked, called the King Charles, was the largest they had ever seen, and carried 120 guns. Count Piper, his prime minister, and General Renshield embarked with him. He joined the squadron of the Allies. The Danish fleet refused an engagement, and gave the united fleets the opportunity of coming so near Copenhagen that they could throw some bombs into the town. There is no doubt that it was the king himself who then proposed to General Renshield that they should disembark and besiege Copenhagen by land while it was invested by sea. Renshield was astonished at a proposal which displayed in a young and inexperienced prince as much skill as courage. Soon all was ready for the disembarkment. Orders were given for the embarkation of 3,000 men who were stationed on the coast of Sweden, and who were added to the men they had on board. The king left his large ship and embarked on a lighter frigate. Then they sent 300 grenadiers in small vessels along the coast. Among these vessels were small flat-bottomed boats, which carried the faggots, chevaux de frise, and the weapons of the pioneers. 500 picked men followed in other shallops. Then came the king's men of war with 2 English and 2 Dutch frigates, whose cannon were to cover the landing of the troops. Copenhagen, the capital of Denmark, is situated in the island of Zealand, in the midst of a beautiful plain, which has the Sound on the northwest and the Baltic on the east, where the King of Sweden then had his position. At the unexpected movement of the vessels which threatened invasion, the inhabitants, dismayed by the inactivity of their own fleet, and by the motion of the Swedish ships, looked round in terror to see on what point the storm would burst. Charles's fleet stopped before Humblebæk, 7 miles from Copenhagen. The Danes immediately drew up their cavalry on this spot. The infantry were placed behind deep entrenchments, and all the artillery forthcoming was directed against the Swedes. The king then left his frigate to embark on the first boat at the head of his guards. The ambassador of France was constantly at his elbow. "Sir," said the king to him in Latin, for he never would speak French, "you have no quarrel with the Danes, and must now oblige me by retiring." "Sir," answered the Count de Guiscard in French, "the king my master has commanded me to attend your majesty, and I flatter myself that you will not banish me from your court, which has never been so brilliant as today." With these words he gave his hand to the king, who leapt into the boat, followed by Count Piper and the ambassador. They advanced, supported by the broadsides of the vessels which were covering the descent. The small boats were within 100 yards of the shore, when Charles, impatient of the delay in landing, threw himself from the boat into the sea, sword in hand, and with the water up to his waist, and in spite of a shower of musket shot, discharged by the Danes, his ministers, the ambassador of France, and officers and soldiers followed his example. The king, who had never before heard a discharge of loaded muskets, asked Major Stewart, who stood next to him, what that whistling was in his ears. "It is the sound of the muskets they are firing at you," said the major. "Ah," remarked the king, "that shall henceforth be my band." At that very moment the major who had explained the noise to him was shot in the shoulder, and a lieutenant fell dead at the other side of the king. Troops attacked in entrenchments are generally beaten because the attacking party has an impetus which defenders cannot have. Besides, waiting for the enemy in one's lines is often a confession of inferiority. After a faint resistance, the Danish horse and foot fled. As soon as the king had seized their entrenchments, he fell on his knees to thank God for the first success of his arms. He immediately had redoubts formed in the direction of the town, and himself marked out the line of the encampment. At the same time, he sent his fleet back to Scania, a part of Sweden not far from Copenhagen, to get reinforcements of 9,000 men. Everything conspired to second Charles's energetic efforts. The 9,000 men were on the shore ready to embark, and the very next day a favorable wind brought them to him. All this happened within sight of the Danish fleet, which had not dared to advance. Copenhagen, in consternation, sent deputies to the king to ask him not to bombard the town. He received them on horseback at the head of his regiment of guards, and the deputies fell on their knees before him. He demanded of the town $400,000, with all sorts of provisions for the camp, for which he gave his word of honor to pay. They brought him the provisions because they dared not refuse, but did not expect that the conquerors would condescend to pay for them, and those who brought them were astonished to find that they were paid generously by the humblest soldier in the army. The Swedish troops had long been accustomed to the strict discipline which contributed not a little to their victories, but the young king increased its severity. A soldier would not have dared to refuse payment for what he bought, much less maraud or even go out of the camp. He even easily brought his troops to keep his rule that after a victory the dead should not be stripped without his permission. Prayers were said in camp twice a day, at 7 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon, and he never failed to be present at them himself and give his soldiers an example of piety as well as of valor. His camp, which was far better governed than Copenhagen, had everything in abundance, and the country folk preferred to sell their goods to their enemies, the Swedes, than to their own countrymen, who did not pay so good a price for them. So it happened that the townsmen were often obliged to fetch goods, which were unattainable in their own markets, from the King of Sweden's camp. The King of Denmark was then in Holstein, whither he seems to have marched only to raise the siege of Tønning. He saw the Baltic covered with his enemy's ships, and a young conqueror already master of Zealand, and ready to take possession of the capital. He published a declaration that whoever took up arms against the Swedes should gain his liberty. This declaration had great influence in a country which had once enjoyed freedom, but where all the peasants and many even of the townsmen were then serfs. Charles sent word to the King of Denmark that he must make up his mind either to do justice to the Duke of Holstein or have his kingdom laid waste with fire and sword. The Danes were indeed fortunate in dealing with a conqueror who prided himself on his justice. A congress was summoned to meet in the town of Tevendal on the frontiers of Holstein. The Swedish king would not allow diplomacy on the part of the ministers to lengthen the proceedings. He wanted the treaty settled with the same rapidity with which he had invaded Zealand. As a matter of fact, it was concluded on the 5th of August, to the advantage of the Duke of Holstein, who was indemnified for all the expenses of the war and freed from oppression. The King of Sweden would make no claims on his own behalf, being satisfied with having helped his ally and humbled his enemy. Thus Charles XII, at 18 years old, began and ended this war in less than 6 weeks. End of section 58. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 59 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. King Christian, 1677 to 1730, by Johannes Ewald. During the latter part of the 17th century and the early part of the 18th, Denmark struggled with Sweden over the ownership of the Scanian provinces. One famous admiral in this contest was Niels Juel. An even more famous vice-admiral was Wessel, to whom the name Tordenskjold, or the Thunder Shield, was given by the king. The editor. King Christian stood by the lofty mast, in mist and smoke. His sword was hammering so fast, through Gothic helm and brain it passed, then sank each hostile hulk and mast, in mist and smoke. Fly, shouted they, fly he who can, who braves of Denmark's Christian, the stroke. Niels Juel gave heed to tempest's roar, now is the hour. He hoisted his blood-red flag once more, and smote upon the foe full sore, and shouted loud through the tempest's roar, "Now is the hour." "Fly," shouted they, "for shelter fly, of Denmark's Yule who can defy the power?" North Sea, a glimpse of vessel rent thy murky sky. Then champions to thine arms were sent, terror and death glared where he went. From the waves was heard a wail that rent thy murky sky. From Denmark thunders Tordenskjold, let each to heaven commend his soul, and fly. Path of the Dane to fame and might, dark rolling wave, receive thy friend who, scorning flight, goes to meet danger with despite, proudly as thou the tempest's might, dark rolling wave. And amid pleasures and alarms, and war and victory, be thine arms, my grave. End of section 59. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 60 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick Seaman. The World's Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March TAPPAN. Section 60. Stories of Tordenskjold, the great Danish admiral. Early 18th century. Tordenskjold as a Fisherman by M. Pearson Thompson. Peter Vessel Tordenskjold is the Nelson of Denmark. This man, besides being a great admiral, was a most genial character, and had a striking and original personality. Many true tales are told about this hero which the young Danish lads never tire of hearing. There is a favourite one which tells of the ingenious way by which he discovered the weak points in his enemy's stronghold. Dressing himself as a fisherman, he accompanied 2 other fishers in a little rowing boat laden with fish to the enemy's shores. Taking a basket of fish, he mounted the hill to the fort. Saying he had just brought the fish for the commandant, he is allowed to pass into the fort with his fish, and pretending, stupidly, kept losing his way, gaining knowledge thereby till he reached the commandant's residence. Gaining permission from the latter to supply the garrison with fish, he inquired for how many men he should provide. "Let me see," said the commandant, half to himself, 100 guns, 200 men. You may bring fish for 100 men. Tordenskjold then left the fort, having obtained all the information he required, and returned to his boat. At this moment, the captain of one of the ships lying in the bay arrived on shore, and the pretended fisherman at once accosted him, asking permission to serve his men with fish. This being granted, he at once rowed to the ship, where he soon disposed of his fish. In conversing with the sailors, he gained information that in 2 days' time there would be a great festivity held on shore, at which most of them would be present. With his valuable knowledge, he returned to his own shore from the Swedish coast, and laid plans which gave Denmark a victory and proved fatal to the Swedes. The Fight with the Swedish Frigate by R. A. Davenport. While he was cruising in 1714 under Dutch colours, an incident occurred which manifested at once his intrepidity and his chivalric disposition. He fell in with a Swedish frigate of greatly superior force, which had hoisted the English flag. The Swedish commander hailed and ordered him to bring to, but instead of obeying, Wessel answered with a broadside. A furious contest took place, which was suspended by the night, and renewed on the return of day. At length he was informed that there was only powder enough left for 4 broadsides. He immediately sent off a boat under a flag of truce, with the following message to his opponent. "I was ready to board you, and I might come to close quarters with such a gallant fellow as you are. But the sea is so rough that I cannot effect my purpose. I can fire but 4 broadsides. Let me some powder, and we will begin again. If you will not grant my request, give me your word that you will continue about here, and I will go to procure ammunition. To this the Swede replied, "I have not more powder than I want for my own use, but I invite the gallant vessel to come on board, for I wish to drink his health." The invitation was accepted, and the two captains pledged each other in a bumper. On taking leave, Wessel exclaimed, "Salute your bonny lasses at Gothenburg for me," to which the antagonist responded, "Yes, and do you do the same on my part to yours at Copenhagen." The vessels then parted. These circumstances becoming known, Wessel was ordered to the Danish capital. His conduct was there investigated by a court of inquiry, and a favorable verdict was the result. The King's Snuff-Box by R.A. Davenport. On the surrender of Stralsund, the Danish sovereign made his entry into the place. Wessel was honored with an audience by his royal master, who presented to him a snuff-box set with diamonds. While he was offering the contents of the box to some officers of rank when he had taken on board, the vessel gave a sudden lurch, and the box slipped from his hand and fell into the sea. It was mid-December, and the fields of ice were floating around the ship, but he unhesitatingly jumped into the water, and dived after the valued gift. The lookers-on were astounded by his disappearance, and no one expected to behold him again. He, however, speedily rose, unhurt, but the royal present for which he had rashly risked his life was irrecoverable. For this loss, Wessel was soon and amply indemnified, mad, as under such circumstances with the diving to recover the box, the king could not be but gratified that his present was held in such high estimation. In a second interview with Wessel, he said to him, "I ennoble you, confer on you the name of Tordenskjold, Thundershield, and grant you a coat of arms suitable to the honorable name which you have so well earned. You are the thunder which crushes the Swedes, and the shield which covers the navy of my kingdom." Tordenskjold returned to Copenhagen with the monarch, who also appointed him as adjutant-general and inspector of the Danish fleets. The Capture of Marstrand by R.A. Davenport. Orders were now sent to him by the Danish monarch to attack the fortress of Marstrand, which is situated a few miles north of the Gjørta, on a small island of the entrance of the Hakefjord. Adjoining the town and commanding it is the citadel of Karlston. He appeared before the town with his fleet on the 24th of July, and began by landing 600 men on the island of Ku, which lies opposite to Marstrand. By this step he precluded the garrison from receiving succor or retreating. A Swedish flotilla, consisting of 17 sail, was then in the harbour. On the day after his arrival, Tordenskjold bombarded and cannonaded the flotilla with such vigour that he forced his way into the port. The enemy then abandoned their vessels, having first burnt or sunk some of them. Their retreat was, however, so precipitate that they could not destroy the whole. Several fell into the power of the victors, among which were a 44-gun frigate, 2 16-gun sloops, and a pram. The panic of the Swedes was so great that they abandoned the town of Marstrand, and retired into the citadel of Karlston. Here they might have defended themselves for some time could their governor, Colonel Dankvart, have mustered up sufficient courage, but he soon found a reason or a pretext for capitulating. On the second day of the siege, a bomb having fallen into and blown up a powder magazine, he entered into a parley, which ended in his consenting to surrender. 5 hours were allowed him for evacuating the fort, either from carelessness or some lingering idea that he ought not readily to succumb. He allowed for the stipulated time to go by without performing his agreement. Tordenskjold was not to be trifled with, and he took a step which undoubtedly bordered upon rashness. By a narrow postern gate he contrived to make his way into the fortress, accompanied only by a handful of men, proceeded to the house of Dankvart, and demanded in a menacing voice why the Swede had not kept his word. Overawed by his resolute opponent, the governor submitted, and delivered up the citadel. The dastardly conduct naturally excited a suspicion in the Swedish government that he had been guilty of treachery, and accordingly, on his arrival in Sweden, he was loaded with irons, and committed to jail to be tried for his life. Such was the rage of the populace against him, that as he passed through the streets, on his way to the prison, the crowd, and even the women, pelted him with stones, in such a manner that the guards could scarcely succeed in saving his life. The result of his trial I have not been able to discover. While the vanquished governor was thus exposed to the violence of popular odium, and the danger of having his existence ignominiously terminated, the victor was being loaded with honors by the gratitude of his sovereign. Tordenskjold was raised to the rank of vice-admiral, appointed chamberlain to the king, endowed with a large estate, and presented by the king himself with a massy gold medal, struck to commemorate the conquest, and the portrait of the monarch, set in diamonds. And there are only 3 other superior officers who are allowed to wear a similar portrait, as a memorial of their services. Nor was this all. He was soon after nominated a member of the Board of Mayoralty, and in his presence the name of the Marstrand was given by the Danish monarch to a ship of the line at the moment it was launched. End of section 60. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 61 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 61. The Fall of Queen Caroline Mathilda, 1772, by G. Hesekiel, from the Memoirs of Baron Simolin. Christian VII was so feeble in mind that it was an easy matter for his wife, Queen Caroline Mathilda, daughter of George II of England, and his Minister of State, Count Struensee, to get full control into their own hands. Struensee brought about many needful reforms, but more rapidly than they were acceptable to the country. Moreover, his skeptical opinions aroused the clergy against him. With the aid of the Queen Dowager, Juliana Maria, he was arrested, accused of conspiracy against the king and other crimes, and executed. A few days later, Queen Caroline Mathilda left Denmark forever. The Editor. It was almost midnight when the English minister left the palace with his ladies, furious at knowing that the Christiansborg was entirely in the hands of the Queen's declared enemies. He was more than ever certain that a plot existed, and that the denouement was close at hand, and he told Rhaenyra that he would see Count Falkenshold about it the next day. She entered fully into his feelings of uneasiness, but neither of them had the least idea that that very night the threatening clouds would burst into an overwhelming storm. By 2 o'clock in the morning the ball was at an end, and by 3 all was silent in the fine state apartments of the Christiansborg. For about an hour an intense stillness reigned over the cold winter night, and then a sharp ear would have perceived the measured sound of horse hoofs and a slight clinking of weapons. It was a squadron of the Zealand Dragoons, Colonel von Eichstedt's regiment, under command of Lieutenant Schloman, which silently and quietly took possession of every entrance to the palace, having received the strictest orders to let no one in or out. At the same time, by the light of a single candle, the leaders of the conspiracy assembled on the upper story of the Christiansborg in the bedroom of the widowed queen Juliana Maria. The royal stepmother, wrapped in a fur mantle, with a mocking smile on her lips, was watching Count van Ratzow, who was in full uniform, and though wrapped in his military cloak, shivered, not from cold alone. His conscience spoke more loudly than ever, but it was too late to draw back. Prince Frederick, who looked both shy and stupid, sat staring straight before him. Colonel Kohler, his athletic form drawn up to his full height, tried to utter a few blustering words, but they stuck in his throat. Colonel von Eichstädt played the part of the dispassionate, businesslike soldier. He had, indeed, no personal feeling against either the Queen or Struensee, and there is reason to believe that he was fully persuaded he was only doing his duty. It was curious to watch Goldberg, who was the soul of the conspiracy. Both before and afterwards he appeared a man of little influence. But at this moment he had thrown off his hypocritical garb, and took the place of leader, giving his commands with energy, triumph already sparkling in his eyes. There was something of the Puritan about the man. No one ever found out with him where hypocrisy ended and conviction began. He threw out some words about God's victory over Belial, and it was said that he murmured a prayer before they separated. And now the conspirators are descending the stairs, lighted by a former valet, Jessen, who carried a lamp, stepping carefully and avoiding the least sound, slipping one behind the other through the broad passages and dark corridors to the apartments of the king. They first entered the bedroom belonging to the king's body servant, Brigel, and waking him, ordered him to lead them to the king. The man tremblingly obeyed, but they found the antechamber, contrary to the usual custom, locked. The conspirators hesitated, but Goldberg ordered Brigel to lead them round to the small door, and the ghostly procession put itself again in motion. Brigel went in front, then came Goldberg, carrying a candle in each hand, followed by the Queen Mother, Prince Frederick, Count Rantzau, Eichstädt, and Kohler. Jessen, either from fear or prudence, had left them. "What do you want? Who are you?" screamed the king, waking suddenly as the conspirators entered his room. Count Rantzau had undertaken to speak to the king, who always looked on him as his best friend, but he stood unable to utter a word. Kohler seized him by the shoulders and pushed him violently forward, and at length he stammered out in a hoarse voice, "Sire, your majesty's mother and brother are here, in presence of Eichstädt, Kohler, Goldberg, and myself, to save you and the country." The widowed queen repeated Rantzau's words, and so did Prince Frederick, while the king, almost fainting, looked around him with a wild, terrified expression. "Give me some water," he gasped at length, and when he had drunk some, he added, "Rantzau said that Eichstädt is here. Let him speak." Eichstädt then came forward and repeated Rantzau's words, but added, "The people are in insurrection, for the queen and Struensee have conspired against your majesty." As soon as Christian VII heard the name of his beloved queen, he declared Eichstädt was a liar, and that he did not believe him. But the Queen Mother and Goldberg talked to him till they had entirely confused his weak brain, and at length he was persuaded to put his signature to 2 orders, which they had already prepared. The first appointed Eichstädt to the post of General Commandant of Copenhagen, and the second empowered Eichstädt and Kohler to take any measures they thought needful to save the king and the country. Prince Frederick witnessed the king's signature, and Eichstädt and Kohler then left. The king was made to get up and was dressed by Brigel, and accompanied by the Queen Mother, the prince, Rantzau, and Goldberg, was taken to Prince Frederick's apartment. Here he was forced to write the following letter to his wife, Queen Caroline Mathilda. "As you have not been willing to follow good advice, it is not my fault if I am obliged to have you escorted to Kronborg." Armed with this ill-written missive, the Grand Chamberlain, Count Rantzau, hurried to the queen's apartment to carry out his jailer's office. The unfortunate king then signed mechanically and listlessly a number of warrants laid before him by Goldberg, and containing the names of Count Struensee, Count Brandt, Councillor Struensee, Lieutenant Struensee, Colonel von Falkenschold, Commandant of Copenhagen, Major General Good, General von Galler and his wife, Lieutenant Colonel von Hasselberg, Baron von Bülow, one of the equerries, Rear Admiral Hansen, Councillor Villehand, and other less distinguished people. Meantime, Eichstädt, at the head of a squadron of dragoons, had visited all the guardhouses, and showing the king's signature, had announced his own appointment as Commandant of Copenhagen. He strengthened the guard of the palace and closed all the gates. Whilst this was going on, Colonel von Kohler, followed by Captain von Milleville and Lieutenants von Iben and Frank, and accompanied by 12 soldiers, went to the rooms occupied by Struensee in the entresol of the palace. Before entering, Kohler said to the officers, "Give me your word of honor, gentlemen, that you will shoot the scoundrel on the spot if he resists and tries to escape." The officers promised on their word of honor, but they had no need to use their weapons against Struensee, for the ruined minister made no attempt to defend himself. After a few confused words, he obeyed Kohler's order to get up and threw on a few clothes and a fur mantle. He tried to hide a small case in his pocket, but Kohler tore it from him. It was found, on examination, to contain poisoned pills. After his imperfect toilet, Struensee seemed to recover a little courage and presence of mind. He drew himself up, appealed to his position as minister, and protested against this act of violence. But Kohler, placing the point of his sword against his breast, threatened to run him through at once if he opposed the king's warrant. Struensee attempted no further resistance. He tried in vain to recover his composure, but terror overmastered him. Unconsciously, he allowed them to bind his hands and feet, and in this condition, the man who but yesterday was the all-powerful minister was conveyed to a closed carriage, escorted by a strong guard of cavalry, and taken to the citadel. "My God, what is my offense?" were the only words he uttered. At the same time the other arrests were carried out without exciting any attention. Only Count Enevold Brant opposed his captors with all the energy of despair, and continuing to do so after he was disarmed, they secured him with cords. Almost at that very moment that the unhappy Struensee, tied hand and foot, was carried down the grand staircase of the palace, Count Rantzau, followed by the 3 lieutenants, Beek, Oldenburg, and Bugg, entered the antechamber of Queen Caroline Mathilda. Great beads of perspiration stood on his forehead from anguish, and the 3 young officers chosen by Collar to attend him watched him contemptuously as he knocked at the locked door of the Queen's bedroom. Queen Mathilda awoke and could be heard calling her attendants. Rantzau trembled as he heard her voice, and his fear was more creditable than the courage shown by the 3 lieutenants. "What is the matter?" they heard the Queen exclaim, and the same question was repeated in a tone of anger. At last the attendants told her that Count Rantzau and 3 officers were in the antechamber and demanded entrance in the king's name. Caroline Mathilda sprang up and threw a dressing-gown round her. "Run and fetch Count Struensee," she said to her women. "They have just carried him out of the palace with his hands and feet bound," answered one of them. "Betrayed! Lost!" shrieked the Queen aloud. Rantzau knocked again. "Let the traitors in," commanded Queen Caroline Mathilda, regaining her self-possession. The folding doors were thrown open, and Count Rantzau stood in the presence of his queen. She advanced towards him. "What is your desire?" Rantzau made a deep bow and asked pardon for the intrusion, but he came by His Majesty's command. He then read aloud the note, which we have already seen, and handed it to the Queen. She glanced over it and threw it contemptuously on the ground, setting her foot upon it. "This only shows your treachery and the king's weakness," she exclaimed with flashing eyes. Rantzau, angry at the contemptuous way in which the Queen treated him, said menacingly that she had to submit to the king's commands. "The king," answered Caroline Mathilda proudly, "knows nothing of this command, which has been extorted from his weak mind by the most shameless treachery. I demand obedience, I, the Queen." "My orders permit no delay," thundered Count Rantzau, giving free vent to his anger to conceal his uneasiness. "Till I have seen the king, I will obey no orders. Let me speak to the king. I insist on it," said the Queen with determination. At the same time she made a step towards the door, Rantzau threw himself in her way. "I will use force," he said threateningly, laying his hand on his sword. "Wretch!" screamed the Queen angrily. "Is that the language of a servant to his sovereign? Go! You are the most despicable of men. May shame and scorn rest on you forever. Stand aside. I am not afraid of you." Trembling with rage, the incensed nobleman stepped back and gave the officers a sign. Lieutenant Oldenburg laid hands on the Queen, but she thrust him aside and rushed through a side door onto the corridor, screaming aloud for help. No one heard her. Her women shrieked. The unhappy Queen sprang onto a balustrade and tried to throw herself through the window. Lieutenant Beek caught her round the waist and drew her back. She struggled with him, and with all the strength of despair she dragged him by the hair to the ground. Oldenburg came to the help of his comrade, but she defended herself from him. And thus this poor young creature, this unhappy Queen, struggled half naked with these ruffians, until she sank at length senseless to the ground. Whilst her women lifted the miserable princess onto her bed, and used means to restore her to consciousness, Minister Count von der Osten entered the room. This wily diplomatist had not joined the conspiracy, though he was well aware of its existence, and now that it was successful, he hastened to obey Rantzau's summons, who had in despair sent for him. The quiet and graceful remonstrances of Count von der Osten soothed and subdued the Queen, and she agreed to obey and start at once for Kronborg. She begged to take her children with her, but it was easy for the cunning diplomatist to prove to the Queen that she might endanger her son's right of succession if she took him with her, and thus give her enemies a great advantage. The poor mother yielded with a sigh, and consented to start with the baby princess only, whom she was still nursing. Count von der Osten was perfectly aware that he was doing the conspirators the greatest service by persuading the Queen to leave for Kronborg, for as long as Caroline Mathilda remained at Copenhagen their success must be doubtful, and he took care later to demand his reward from the new powers for coming to their aid at this critical moment. The Queen was dressed, a lady-in-waiting, Mademoiselle von Mosting, was summoned, and 2 coaches were brought round to the inner courtyard of the palace. As she descended the staircase, Count Rantzau offered her his arm. "Away with you, traitor! I loathe you!" exclaimed the Queen. Turning deadly pale, he stepped back, and is said never to have known a peaceful moment from that hour till his death. Everywhere he saw the flaming eyes of the sovereign whom he had betrayed. In the first coach, Major von Castenschold of the Zealand Dragoons took the place opposite the Queen, with his sword drawn, showing her by this manner the most marked respect. In the second coach was little Princess Louisa Augusta with her nurse, and thus, guarded by a strong squadron of dragoons, Caroline Mathilda was hurried away from her capital to the gloomy fortress of Kronborg. It was about 8 o'clock in the morning when they started. As yet no one in Copenhagen knew what had happened but the rolling of carriages through the streets at that early hour. The prisoners were each taken to the citadel on a separate carriage, and the passing to and fro of the cavalry escorts had attracted attention, the more so as the conspirators for some little time had thrown out dark hints of a plot against the life of the king. It was 9 o'clock before Sir Robert learned the events of the previous night through a faithful servant of the Queen's household who had managed to escape, when all the rest of her servants, as well as those of Baron Struensee, had been arrested. He sought refuge with the English minister. Sir Robert, who knew nothing of the Queen's departure, hurried off at once with his secretary and a servant to the palace. He found the streets full of anxious groups, discussing with the greatest excitement the events of the night, the full details of which were gradually becoming known, and loudly cheering for Christian VII. Some few voices were raised for the widowed Queen and Prince Frederick, and everywhere the hatred of Struensee and the foreigners was most apparent. The English minister could not gain admittance to the palace, but he learned there the departure of the Queen. He hurried to Rantzau, to Ostend. Everywhere he was refused admission. No one cared to face the representative of the English court. In constantly increasing crowds, the people of Copenhagen streamed towards the Christiansborg. About 10 o'clock, the king, led by his brother, appeared on a balcony. He waved his handkerchief to the people, which was the signal for a mighty shout. At this, the poor silly king was so delighted that he joined in, and at the top of his voice shouted hurrah for Christian VII. Her motherly feelings deeply touched, the terrible Princess of Wolfenbüttel, in morning dress, stood at a window, looking out on the crowds and rejoicing at the success of her wicked schemes. End of section 61. This recording is in public domain.
Section 62 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The World Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March TAPPAN. Section 62. Hans Christian Andersen as a boy, by himself. In the year 1805, there lived at Odense, in a small mean room, a young married couple who were extremely attached to each other. He was a shoemaker, scarcely 22 years old, a man of a richly gifted and truly poetical mind. His wife, a few years older than himself, was ignorant of life and of the world, but possessed a heart full of love. The young man had himself made his shoemaking bench, and the bedstead with which he began housekeeping. This bedstead he had made out of the wooden frame which had borne only a short time before the coffin of the deceased Count Trompe, as he lay in state, and the remnants of the black cloth on the woodwork kept the fact still in remembrance. Instead of a noble corpse surrounded by crape and wax lights, here lay, on the 2nd of April, 1805, a living and weeping child. That was myself, Hans Christian Andersen. During the first day of my existence, my father is said to have sat by the bed and read aloud in Holberg, but I cried all the time. "Wilt thou go to sleep or listen quietly?" it is reported that my father asked in joke. But I still cried on, and even in the church, when I was taken to be baptized, I cried so loudly that the preacher, who was a passionate man, said, "The young one screams like a cat," which words my mother never forgot. A poor immigrant, Gomar, who stood as godfather, consoled her in the meantime by saying that the louder I cried as a child, all the more beautifully should I sing when I grew older. Our little room, which was almost filled with the shoemaker's bench, the bed, and my crib, was the abode of my childhood. The walls, however, were covered with pictures. and over the workbench was a cupboard containing books and songs. The little kitchen was full of shining plates and metal pans, and by means of a ladder it was possible to go out on the roof, where, in the gutters between it and the neighbour's house, there stood a great chest filled with soil, my mother's sole garden, and where she grew her vegetables. In my story of the Snow Queen, that garden still blooms. I was the only child, and was extremely spoiled, but I continually heard from my mother how very much happier I was than she had been, and that I was brought up like a nobleman's child. She, as a child, had been driven out by her parents to beg, and once, when she was not able to do it, she had sat for a whole day under a bridge and wept. I have drawn her character in 2 different aspects, in Old Dominica, in the Improvisatori, and in the Mother of Christian, in Only a Fiddler. My father gratified me in all my wishes. I possessed his whole heart. He lived for me. On Sundays he made me perspective glasses, theatres, and pictures which could be changed. He read to me from Holberg's plays and the Arabian Tales. It was only in such moments as these that I can remember to have seen him really cheerful, for he never felt himself happy in his life and as a handicraftsman. His parents had been country people in good circumstances, but upon whom misfortunes had fallen. The cattle had died, the farmhouse had been burned down, and lastly, the husband had lost his reason. On this the wife had removed with him to Odense, and there put her son, whose mind was full of intelligence, apprentice to a shoemaker. It could not be otherwise, although it was his ardent wish to attend the grammar school, where he might learn Latin. A few well-to-do citizens had at one time spoken of this, of clubbing together to raise a sufficient sum to pay for his board and education, and thus give him a start in life, but it never went beyond words. My poor father saw his dearest wish unfulfilled, and he never lost the remembrance of it. I recollect that once, as a child, I saw tears in his eyes, and it was when a youth from the grammar school came to our house to be measured for a new pair of boots, and showed us his books, and told us what he learned. "That was the path upon which I ought to have gone," said my father, kissed me passionately, and was silent the whole evening. He very seldom associated with his equals. He went out into the woods on Sundays, when he took me with him. He did not talk much when he was out, but would sit silently, sunk in deep thought, whilst I ran about and strung strawberries on a bent, or bound garlands. Only twice in the year, and that in the month of May, when the woods were arrayed in their earliest green, did my mother go with us, and then she wore a cotton gown, which she put on only on those occasions, and when she partook of the Lord's Supper, and which, as long as I can remember, was her holiday gown. She always took home with her from the wood a great many fresh beech boughs, which were then planted behind the polished stone. Later in the year, sprigs of St. John's wort were stuck into the chinks of the beams, and we considered their growth as omens whether our lives would be long or short. Green branches and pictures ornamented our little room, which my mother always kept neat and clean. She took great pride in always having the bed linen and the curtains very white. Odense was in my childhood quite another town from what it is now, when it has shot ahead of Copenhagen, with its water carried through the town and I know not what else. Then it was 100 years behind the times. Many customs and manners prevailed which long since disappeared from the capital. When the guilds removed their signs, they went in procession with flying banners and with lemons dressed in ribbons on their swords. A harlequin with bells and a wooden sword ran at the head. One of them, an old fellow, Hans Strew, made a great hit by his merry chatter in his face, which was painted black, except the nose that kept its genuine red color. My mother was so pleased with him that she tried to find out if he was in any way related to us, but I remember very well that I, with all the pride of an aristocrat, protested against any relationship with the fool. The first Monday in Lent, the butchers used to lead through the streets a fat ox, adorned with wreaths of flowers, and ridden by a boy in a white shirt and wearing wings. The sailors also passed through the streets with music and flags and streamers flying. Two of the boldest ended by wrestling on a plank placed between two boats, and the one that did not tumble into the water was the hero. But what especially was fixed in my memory, and is very often revived by being spoken about, was the stay of the Spaniards in Funen in 1808. Denmark was in alliance with Napoleon, who had declared war against Sweden, and before anybody was aware of it, a French army and Spanish auxiliary troops under command of Marshal Bernadotte, Prince of Pontecorvo, entered Funen in order to pass over into Sweden. I was at that time not more than 3 years old, but I remember very well those dark brown men bustling in the streets, and the cannon that were fired in the market-place and before the bishop's residence. I saw the foreign soldiers stretching themselves on the sidewalks and on bundles of straw in the half-burned St. John's Church. The castle of Kolding was burnt, and Pontecorvo came to Odense, where his wife and son Oscar were staying. The schoolhouses all about were changed into guard-rooms, and the Mass was celebrated under the large trees in the fields and on the road. The French soldiers were said to be haughty and arrogant, the Spanish good-natured and friendly. A fierce hatred existed between them. The poor Spaniards excited most interest. My father had not many friends. In his leisure hours he used to take me with him out into the woods. He had a great desire for country life, and it happened just at this time that a shoemaker was required at a manor house who would set up his bench in the neighbouring village, and there have a house free of rent, a little garden, and pasture for a cow. By permanent work from the manor and these additional helps, one could manage nicely. My mother and father were very eager to have the place, and my father got a trial job to sew a pair of dancing shoes. A piece of silk was sent him, the leather he was to furnish himself. All our talk for a couple of days turned upon those shoes. I longed so much for the little garden where we could have flowers and shrubs, and I would sit in the sunshine and listen to the cuckoo. I prayed very fervently to God that he would grant us our wishes, and I thought that no greater happiness could be bestowed upon us. The shoes were at last finished. We looked on them with a solemn feeling, for they were to decide our future. My father wrapped them in his handkerchief and went off, and we waited for him with faces beaming with joy. He came home pale and angry. The gracious lady, he said, had not even tried the shoes on, only looked at them sourly, and said that the silk was spoiled, and that he could not get the place. "If you have spoiled your silk," said my father, "I can be reconciled to spoiling my leather too." So he took a knife and cut off the soles. There was no more hope of our getting into the country. We mingled our tears together, and I thought that God could easily have granted our wish. If he had done so, I had no doubt been a peasant all my life. My whole future would have been different from what it has been. I have often since thought and said to myself, "Do you think that our Lord for your sake and for your future has let your parents lose their days of happiness?" My father's rambles in the wood became more frequent. He had no rest. The events of the war in Germany, which he read with eager curiosity, occupied him completely. Napoleon was his hero. His rise from obscurity was the most beautiful example to him. At that time Denmark was in league with France. Nothing was talked of but war. My father entered the service as a soldier, in hope of returning home a lieutenant. My mother wept, the neighbours shrugged their shoulders, and said that it was folly to go out to be shot when there was no occasion for it. The morning on which the corps were to march, I heard my father singing and talking merrily, but his heart was deeply agitated. I observed that by the passionate manner in which he kissed me when he took his leave. I lay sick of the measles and alone in the room when the drums beat, and my mother accompanied my father weeping to the city gate. As soon as they were gone, my old grandmother came in. She looked at me with her mild eyes, and said it would be a good thing if I died, but that God's will was always the best. That was the first day of real sorrow that I remember. The regiment advanced no farther than Holstein. Peace was concluded, and the voluntary soldier returned to his work-stool. Everything fell into its old course. I played again with my dolls, acted comedies, always in German, because I had only seen them in this language, but my German was a sort of gibberish which I made up, and in which there occurred only one real German word, and that was Besen, a word which I had picked up out of the various dialects which my father brought home from Holstein. "Thou hast indeed some benefit from my travels," said he in joke. "God knows whether thou wilt get as far, but that must be thy care. Think about it, Hans Christian." End of section 62.
Section 63 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Iceland Part I, in Saga Times. Historical note. Iceland has been called the Island of Fire, and the name is most appropriate, for not only was the country formed by the action of fire, but it is today the home of volcanoes, geysers, hot springs, lava, ashes, scoriae and earthquakes, intermingled with glaciers, fields of snow and ice-covered mountains. Iceland was visited by the Celts in the 8th century, but the first permanent settlement was made in 874 by a Norwegian chief named Ingolf. Harald Fairhair was then on the throne of Norway, and his subjects were so indignant at his severity that colony after colony left the country and made homes for themselves on the Icelandic shores. After about half a century, a sort of union was formed by the various settlements, and until 1261 the island was a republic. This was the golden age of Iceland, and the little country flourished commercially and intellectually. During this period, Greenland was discovered and settled, and the continent of America was visited. See Volume 12, The Great Voyage of Leif Erikson. How much knowledge Columbus may have gained from the Icelandic records is still a question. About the year 1000, Christianity was introduced, chiefly at the point of the sword, by the energetic sovereign King Olaf of Norway. The National Assembly, the Althing, met in the open air at Thingvalla, and here it continued to meet up to the year 1800, when it removed to Reykjavik. End of section 63. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 64 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva Mach TAPPAN. Section 64, How the Sagas Came to be Written, by Sabine Baring-Gould. Iceland never was, and it is not now, a much-peopled island. The farmhouses are for the most part far apart, and the farms are of very considerable extent, because, owing to the severity of the climate, very little pasturage is obtained over a wide extent of a country for the sheep and cattle. The population lives round the coast, on the fjords or creeks of the sea, or on the rivers that flow into these fjords. The centre of the island is occupied by a vast waste of ice-covered mountain, and desert black as ink strewn with volcanic ash and sand, or else with a region of erupted lava that is impassable, because in cooling it has exploded, and forms a country of bristling spikes and gulfs and sharp edges, very much like the wreck of a huge ginger-beer bottle factory. What are now farmhouses were the halls and mansions of families of noble descent. Indeed, the original settlers in Iceland were the nobles of Norway, who left their native land to avoid the tyranny of Harald Fairhair, who tried to crush their power so as to make himself a despotic king in the land. These Norse nobles came in their boats to Iceland, bringing with them their wives, children, their thralls or slaves, and their cattle, and they settled all round the coast. The present Icelanders are descended from these first colonists. Now, the history of Iceland for a few hundred years consists of nothing but the history of the quarrels of these great families. Iceland was without any political organization, but it had an elected lawman or judge, and every year the heads of the families rode to Thingvalla, a plain in the southwest, where they brought their complaints, carried on their lawsuits, and had them settled by the judge. There was no army, no navy, no government in Iceland for a long time, also no foreign wars, and no internal revolutions. These noble families settled in the valleys and upon the fjords thought a good deal of themselves, and they carefully preserved, at first orally, then in writing, the record of their pedigrees, and also the tradition of the famous deeds of their great men. In summer there is no night, in winter no day. In winter there is little or nothing to be done but sit over the fire, sing songs, and tell yarns. Now in winter the Icelanders told the tales of the brave men of old and their families, and so the tradition was handed on from father to son, the same stories told every winter, till all the particulars became well known. At the same time there can be no doubt that little embellishments were added, some exaggerations were indulged in, and here and there the grand deed of some other man was grafted into the story of the family hero. About 200 or 250 years after the death of Whittier, his history was committed to writing, and then it became fixed. Nothing further was added to it, and we have his story after having travelled down over 200 years as a tradition. That was plenty of time for additions and emendations, and the hobgoblin and ghost stories that came into his life are some of these embellishments. But the main facts of his life are true history. We are able to decide this by comparing his story with those of other families in the same part of the island, and to see whether they agree as to dates, and as to the circumstances narrated in them. End of section 64. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 65 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 65, How the Early Icelanders Dressed, by J. Fulford Vicary. The dress of the Northmen, from the paucity of material, was restricted within certain limits, but beyond this it varied as much as taste in dress does in the present day. The source from which information can be obtained is the sagas themselves, and as the reference to dress therein is necessarily of a casual character, only a patchwork description can be afforded, but like patches it can be joined into a whole to form a picture, although of a varied character. Next to the skin, a skirta or surker, that is, a shirt, was worn, and this was made of linen for the richer people and coarse woolen for the poorer class. It was drawn on over the head, and the opening at the neck must not be too large, otherwise it might be the cause of divorce. It was fastened at the neck with a clasp or stud. The shirt tails should not be seen, says the Rongaspiel, or the Saga on manners, and gives an injunction: cut your shirt by a good bit shorter than your kirtle, as no respectable man wears flax or hemp. Inside drawers or breeches of linen were used, and were generally slept in. When these were dispensed with, and only one pair of leg coverings used, they were tied over the foot, and Gothic prisoners of war are so depicted in the Colonna Traiana in Rome. The cut of trousers varied. They were often wide in the leg, but it was considered that, when narrow, they afforded a smarter appearance. Hose were thought a more stately dress. They were long stockings over which short breeches were drawn. The hose were sometimes of cloth, skins, or leather, and as they covered the foot, were like a long boot reaching to the thighs, and spurs were attached to the heels. Shoes were generally worn, and were made high up the ankle or low on the foot, according to the wearer's pleasure. They were sometimes ornamented with fringe or tassels. In King Olaf's time it is mentioned in Bjorn Hit de Kempe's saga that it was the custom to wear straps, which were drawn from the shoe about the leg up to the knee, and that only men of the more distinguished class wore them. The outer dress was a kirtle or frock, made like a shirt. It was drawn in at the waist with a gjord or belt, which was often of a costly character, embroidered with gold and precious stones. From it hung a knife and a purse. The frock was fastened with a clasp at the neck. Gloves were used, chiefly of deerskin, often embroidered with gold. Mittens were much worn. They were of woolen cloth lined with down. Over the kirtle a cape or short cloak was worn, and this article of dress varied greatly in cut and color. The cape most in vogue was called skikja, and appears to have been without sleeves or armholes. It was fastened across the breast with clasps or buckles, or was tied. This article of dress is frequently mentioned in the sagas as being selected for a present, and was then usually of scarlet cloth with gold fringe or costly fur. Hats were made of felt, and so wide in the brim that they covered the face, and these were white or gray. Hats, however, were in use called Russian or Danish hats, but it is not clear what peculiar shape they possessed. Worsted or silk caps of the nightcap cut were common. They were also made of bear or sheepskin. The treya or jacket was introduced later, and this fashion came first from Germany and found its way to the north. Kuffel was a sort of overcoat furnished with a hood and sleeves, and was worn by both men and women. Hekla resembled the kuffel and was often of costly stuff. It is not clear that it differed in cut from the cowl of the monks. The felder was an overcloak much in use. It was made very large and lined for warmth, often both sides with sheepskins. Sometimes it was lined with cloth of different colors. Its value was according to its size. Its usual length was 6 feet and 3 feet broad. It was large enough to be drawn over the head when sitting, and to cover the body when lying down. The breadth is given as quoted, but as in the Gragas, it is stated that it should be capable of being folded 13 times across. The price varied with the number of folds. There is a contradiction. The felder was a garment for severe weather. The color of clothes was the natural color of the wool, or dyed blue or scarlet. The women of saga time were adepts as dyers. White woolen cloth was generally worn by the thralls. The dress of the Vikings is described in the sagas of as bright colors as a salmon fly for Norwegian rivers. Egil Skallagrimsson is described as riding to the Thing with a flock of men with bright shields. He wore a blue cloak, had a golden helmet, a shield inlaid with gold, and a spear, the shaft of which was ornamented with gold beaten into it. He was girded with a costly sword. In the Saga of Njal and his sons, Kara Solmundsson is described as standing by the mast of his ship with a helmet of gold and a gold inlaid spear. He wore a kirtle of silk, and his hair was full and fair. Also in the same saga, when Njal's sons set out to slay Thrain for a blood feud, Skarpfedin and his brothers are mentioned as well as Kara Solmundsson. Skarpfedin went first wearing a blue kirtle, bearing a shield, and with his axe on his shoulder. Then came Helga in a red kirtle, with a helmet on his head and a red shield on which a stag was painted. Kara Solmundsson wore a silk jacket. His helmet and shield were gilt, and upon the latter was depicted a lion. Thrain was killed by a blow from Skarpfedin's axe, which cut down his skull to the teeth. Another picture of Skarpfedin is when he attended the Althing. He wore a blue kirtle, striped breeches, high-heeled black shoes, and a silver belt round his waist. He had the battle axe in his hand with which he had slain Thrain, and a light shield. He wore a silk cap, and his hair hung down behind his ears. Another bright coloring is that of Olaf Pa, or the Peacock, when he visited his grandfather Kjartan, King of Ireland. Olaf was forward in his ship, and was thus clad. He had breast armor, a gold inlaid helmet on his head. He was girt with a sword, the hilt of which was ornamented with gold nails. In his hand he had a long spear, the shaft of which was carved. He carried a red shield, on which was a gilded lion. When the Irish saw this armor, they fled to a village. Another sketch from the sagas is that of Bola Bolason on his return from Miklagard, or Constantinople, as related in the Laxdealer's Saga. Bola was such a dandy that he would not use any other clothes except scarlet and fur. His arms were inlaid with gold. He rode with 12 men dressed in scarlet, on gilded saddles. He was himself clothed in the dress of costly furs, given him by the king of Miklagard. His sword, Fodbiter or Footbiter, was by his side. Its scabbard and hilt were decorated with gold. His helmet was of the same metal. He bore a red shield, on which was a knightly device, and in his hand he carried a dagger, as was the fashion in foreign lands. Ornaments to fasten the dress were used by men as clasps, studs, and buckles of silver, gold, or a mixture of both metals. Rings of silver or gold were in common use. There were finger rings, neck rings, and armlets. The patterns were rough, but never in bad taste, and those of Byzantine model were ingenious in pattern, and at the present day there is nothing better in gold ornaments, either in taste or design. A gold armlet was the usual reward for a skald when he had sung a song in honor of a king or chief. Amulets were worn, and much faith in their virtues was entertained. A change of fashion came with the 12th century. Snorri Sturluson records that foreign customs and fashions were then introduced. Breeches with tucks in them were worn, and gold rings on the leg. Kirtles were used with clasps at the sides, and sleeves 10 feet long, and so tight that they had to be drawn up to the shoulder and fastened. Shoes were used so high that they had to be tied to the leg. They were embroidered with silk and gold. It is not improbable that preposterous fashions were then in vogue. There is less evidence of the dress of women in the sagas than of men. The innermost garment was of linen or silk, and was called surker. It was very little different from that of the men's surker, except that it was wider at the breast. Women wore socks and shoes. Their kirtles were long and wide, and were furnished with long sleeves, although unmarried women often had no sleeves to their dresses. Belts were worn round the waist, often of gold or silver, and to them were attached a purse to hold rings and other small matters of value. The house mother's bunch of keys hung from her belt. The kirtle was sometimes called nam kirtle, from nam, a sort of stuff which was laced or bound by the belt tight to the waist. An overdress was used, called blia, a sort of apron which was used as such as well as on state occasions. It was dyed or of a colored pattern, and decorated with fringe or edging. The kirtle was not so high as to hide the neck and breast, but for this another garment was used, called smocker, a kind of neckerchief or cravat. It was often the case that the neck was uncovered and ornamented with necklaces or chains. A sort of loose dress was used, called sloter, with a long skirt or train. The word is from sloth, or the mark made by dragging an article over snow or sand. Although used by women, it was also used by kings when they gave audience. From the sagas it is clear that a bodice was worn above the kirtle. In the Laxdealer's Saga, when Gudrun's third husband, Bola, was killed in a blood feud at a satyr hut, the pursuers met Gudrun after the deed outside the hut. She is described as dressed in a narrow kirtle, with a tight-fitting bodice of figured stuff. She wore a large ornament on her head, and had about her a white cloth with blue stripes and fringe at the ends. Helga Hard Benson went to her, and taking the cloth, wiped her husband's blood off his spear with it. This cloth appears to have been worn like a plaid. Halder told Helga Hard Benson that such conduct was bad and cruel, but Gudrun only smiled. She had already determined on Helga Hardbenson's death, and he knew it. Under the 4 corners of that cloak is my fate, said Helga. He was killed with the sword Fodbiter by Bola, Gudrun's son, in the continuance of the blood feud. In Njal's saga, Halgerda, the Jezebel of this traditionary history, is often mentioned with regard to her dress. She was very tall and handsome, and like other people, a nickname was given her according to the fashion of the saga time. She was called Halgerda Langbrock, long breeches. Her hair was abundant and fair, and so long that it covered her. She was fostered by a man called Thiostolf from the Hebrides. The evidence is conflicting whether he was a thrall or not. He had killed many men, and led to Halgerda's mind being merciless, as we shall see by her conduct. She was married by her father to her first husband against her will, her objection being solely that the match was a bad one. She consulted her foster father, Thiostolf. When the wedding was over and the guests were riding home, one of them asked his son what he thought of the wedding. She, Halgerda, laughed at everything, was the answer. "I do not like such laughter," said the father. The first quarrel that took place between the newly married pair precipitated what had already been determined on. Thorvald, her husband, was murdered with an axe by Thjostolf. When Gloom, her second husband, came to court her, she was dressed in a costly woven cape, underneath which she had a scarlet kirtle. She wore a silver belt, and her hair fell on each side of her head down her breast, and was fastened to the silver belt. Gloom's fate was similar to Thorvald's, with the consequence that Thjostolf was slain by Hrut, Halgerda's uncle. When Gunnar, her third husband, paid his court to her, she was dressed in a red kirtle with a rich border. Her hair was abundant and fair, and fell to her lap. After her marriage she was the cause of the death of many men, and involved Gunnar, the gentleman of the saga, in a feud that led to his death solely because she had quarreled with Njal's wife, Bergthora, at a feast on a small question of precedence. She refused to give place to any one, and said she would not be shoved into a corner. To revenge this slight she sent a thrall to steal food, so as to put her husband in a difficulty. Theft was impossible to so noble and true a man. When Gunnar was attacked in his house, and his bowstring was cut by a spear, Halgerda refused to give him a lock of her hair to mend it, because he had once smacked her face. She told him it was indifferent to her how soon he was killed. After this deed of blood, Ragnveig, Gunnar's mother, drove Halgerda away. "You have caused my son's death," she said, "and shall not remain here." Of ornaments for women many specimens exist in museums: finger rings, armlets, neck rings, diadems, clasps, buckles, brooches, bracelets, and ornaments that hung from the head or breast. There were also beads of amber or metal. It is clear from the foregoing that both men and women of saga time were fond of dress and show. A learned professor states that the Norman love of splendor was an inheritance from the old saga time. End of section 65. This recording is in the public domain. Section 66 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 66. Paying Visits in Saga Time by J. Fulford Vicary. The houses of the Northmen in saga time were of one type. They were built of wood where it could be obtained. Logs of wood were roughly hewn and placed one over the other, and the interstices filled with moss. Outside, wood tar was used, inside hangings of skin or coarse cloth. Occasionally the inside of the house was lined with rough boards. The roof consisted of boards covered with birch bark, on which turf was placed. The same description of buildings existed in Sweden and in Kurland, as it is so stated in Egil Skallagrimsson's saga. There were no chimneys, and an upper room or loft was comparatively unusual. The interior of the house consisted of one room, open to the roof, and the smoke of the fire found its way through a hole, which could be shut with a framework on which the caul of a calf was stretched. In the upper part of the walls of the houses holes were made, called glugger. Sometimes these were in the lower part of the roof, and were called wind eyes, vindoi, hence the word window. These windows were closed with shutters or trap doors. Under the ljoren, or opening where the smoke left the house, was the fire, which was lit on the floor or on a few stones placed for the purpose. In larger houses the fire was nearly as long as the hall. Trunks of trees were lit in such a manner that they burnt through their whole length. On the floor was the tub that held the mjord, or mead, and from which that liquid was served in horns to the guests. On formal occasions the floor was strewn with straw or rushes. The hangings in large houses were often of costly material, embroidered or bordered with colored cloth. The shape of the house was rectangular, the longer sides facing north and south, the ends east and west. At the ends were the doors, one for the men and the other for the women. When such a house was entered, the first things seen were the mead tub and the long fire. On each side were benches the whole length of the hall. The bench facing the south was the chief seat. On each of the two benches was a high seat, which was an armchair with a high back and pillars at the sides. These pillars were held in much reverence and were generally carved with the image of a god, as of Thor. They were regarded as penates, and when the Northmen fled from Norway after the battle of Hafrsfjord, they took the pillars of their high seats with them and cast them into the sea, and colonized Iceland near the places where they drove ashore. The benches were furnished with cushions or pillows, and when necessary, a lower row of benches was placed in front of the chief benches. They could be taken away when not required. The chief man, whether he was a farmer, carle, or king, sat in the high seat facing the south, and opposite to him sat his principal guest with his friends or servants. The host could thus speak to his guest across the long fire, or what appeared of more frequent occurrence, drink his health. Each man's weapons were hung behind his back, except his sword, which was rarely out of his hand in saga time. At meal times, tables were placed the length of the hall. These consisted of boards placed on trestles. They were so placed that the people who served could pass between them and the benches. In old times such a hall was not only a dining hall, but a sleeping place. Each man slept on the bench on which he sat, or if he, as more than occasionally happened, got tipsy, he slept in the straw on the floor. The above description applies to the more simple class of dwellings in saga time. The larger houses consisted of a hall, skalli, which was often of considerable size. One is described in the appendix, or rather addition to the Landnambak of Iceland, as 210 feet in length and 28 feet broad. At the entrance was a forehall called forskalli, and was so wide that several persons could walk abreast in it. The entrance to the hall was supplied with a door, which was fastened by an iron bar or a strong piece of wood. Besides the benches running the length of the hall, there was a cross bench on which the women sat, and outside the hall was a covered way or passage that was connected with doors to the hall. If the hall was designed for use both summer and winter for all classes of the household, it was called an eldskalli, that is, a hall with a long fire, and in this case it was furnished with sleeping places situated immediately behind the seats occupied during the day. Behind the cross benches, paneled rooms were made for the women, who were separated also by a cloth hanging called tvurpalla. The bedding consisted of coverlids of down, bolsters, linen sheets, and occasionally a sleeping place was hung round with skins to keep out draughts. The skins used for this purpose were chiefly fox skins. If the hall was not supplemented with other buildings, cupboards, or the like, were contrived for keeping provisions. They were often constructed at the end of the two forehalls, at the entrances on each side of the hall. Houses in saga time varied, as houses do now, after individual builders' tastes, and 3 instances are given in the Icelandic Landnambak, where houses were built over roads, so that every one who passed must go through the halls and partake of their owner's hospitality. Tables were placed, loaded with food, so that the travelers should not be kept waiting. This is a good example of old-fashioned Icelandic kindliness. The hall, or skalli, was prepared to receive guests by being hung with hangings of skins or cloth. The benches were covered with cushions and pillows. The articles in use for the tables were cleaned and polished. The table linen was in order, the floors strewn with rushes or straw, the fires lighted, and tubs full of mead and all placed at the ends of the tables. The guests usually arranged their journey so as to arrive in the afternoon of the day the visit began. Men and women of the household were appointed to go out and meet the guests and attend to a certain number of them subsequently. Some of the men took charge of the guests' horses and arms, as in saga time it was necessary to be well armed on a journey. The women were met in the hall by the women of their host's family, and their finery taken charge of and placed in a convenient place for use. This does not appear to be so very distant a custom. The reception of the guests and the boiling of meat and other good things on the long fire in the hall made the scene animated. This, however, calmed down as guest after guest arrived, and each was shown his or her appointed place, the men on the long benches, the women on the cross bench. This was a difficult matter, as there was a strong feeling as to precedence, and an injudicious arrangement was highly resented. The house father sat in the high seat in the middle of the long benches on the side facing the south. If king or jarl were present, he gave up his high seat to him. The house mother, if not engaged in serving her guests, occupied the seat in the middle of the cross bench. If more guests were present than the long benches could accommodate, a row of seats was placed in front of them. These were called forseti, and appear to have been boards on trestles or forms. Chairs were also used. When all were seated, the house father gave his blessing for peace. Water was carried round to the guests to wash their hands, and this duty was generally performed by the house mother herself, as complimentary to her guests. The tables were placed, and the cooked meats put on them, and after eating had progressed, the women of the household and men who could be trusted with that important duty filled the horns and beakers of the guests. They were called skendjarar, and had an overlooker or chief who directed this heavy labor. Drinking, however, did not begin in serious earnest until the tables were removed. Then the solemnity of the occasion asserted itself. 3 healths were drunk to the gods, to Odin, Thor, and Bragi, and other healths followed until the guests settled down to drink with a steady determination befitting people with the hardest heads in Europe. A beaker or horn was half emptied by a man who, as a compliment, sent it to a friend who was honorably bound to empty it, and never failed in the duty. The repetition of this produced results. A pair of old friends sat near each other and engaged in a friendly contest. They drank their beakers out at a pull, and exhibited the empty horns as an evidence of their prowess until one of the pair could drink no more. This was a pleasant test of capacity. Men and women also drank in this way, and it is recorded that the latter were not always the weaker vessels. The women of the household were specially instructed to induce the men to get drunk, as otherwise the evening would be dull. A man who did not get tipsy was tried and sentenced to drink a horn of ale specially adapted for the execution of the sentence. This horn was called Vitishorn, or the horn to be drunk out as a penalty. As the evening passed, better ale and mead were introduced, and occasionally wine, and if this was done at the right moment, it was a theme for praise. The conduct of the guests, when very drunk, was not always of a refined character. As their arms had been taken from them, they were unable to use them, and were reduced to drunken fights with their fists and drinking horns, which, when bound with silver or other metal, were no despicable weapons. The bones of the animals that had furnished the feast were also used. The men who were sober endeavored to still the tumult, but the women were more useful. They threw clothes over the contending drunkards, and gave them more to drink, which, if it had not a sobering effect, had a quieting one. It was a matter of honor for the house father to see that his chief guests were put to bed in the quarters set apart for them, and that the others were comfortable on the rushes of the hall. The next day, when the guests were assembled in the hall, The first duty of the house father was to smooth over the squabbles that had occurred the night before. This was easy, as quarrels always happened at such gatherings, and experienced guests took it as a matter of course. Drinking then began again, on the excellent principle of taking a hair of the dog that bit you. But it was only towards night that the same scene was renewed, which was the case as long as the visit lasted. End of Section 66. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 67 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonja. How the laws were made in saga time. For the 2 weeks over which the Althing extended, Thingvalla presented a brilliant and varied scene. From all quarters ride the chiefs with their followers to the assembly, their bright weapons glancing in the sunshine. By the side of many a chief ride gaily dressed ladies, his wife and daughter, or kinswomen. In an instant the whole plain is alive with men and horses. Friends who have not met for years greet each other. Some unharness their horses and lead them away to graze. Some arrange and store their baggage. Some are building new booths, and some repairing old ones, or spreading the awnings over them. At once there rises a whole village of booths, with green turf walls covered by white awnings. Thursday is occupied in getting the booth into order and settling down generally. On Friday and Saturday the multitude crowds around the Lögberg, Hill of Laws, to hear the speaker recite the laws of the land, and on those days also the judges are appointed and the courts constituted. On Sunday the real work of the assembly begins, when the Legislative Council holds its first meeting. On Monday the courts begin to sit, and thenceforward the work goes on vigorously for the rest of the time of assembly, in a constant succession of councils, judgments, proclamations on the Hill of Laws, etc. The intervals of this serious business are filled up with various relaxations. Men visit each other in the booths, woo the fair daughters of the chieftains, wrestle on fangabrekka, or listen to the narratives of some good storyteller. For it was the custom that he who knew most tales and could tell them best recited his narratives aloud, while the people crowded around to listen. End of section 67. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 68 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Iceland Part II. Stories from the Icelandic Sagas. Historical note. This little island in the frozen north is famous for the brilliancy of its classic literature. This is partly due to the severity of the climate, which isolated the Icelanders in their villages for a great part of the year. Storytelling became their great resource during the gloomy, monotonous days of the winter, and in the 12th and 13th centuries there was a grand outburst of literature. Especially valuable among the early books are the Older Edda, the Younger or Prose Edda, and the Heimskringla. Had it not been for the Icelandic writers, little would have been known of the early history of Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. As interesting as these three are, the sagas or hero stories, some mythological or legendary, and others real biography, with perhaps no more exaggeration and glorification of their heroes than may be found in later biographies. Properly speaking, the saga is the prose tale of the life of some hero. It is much like the epic, except that the latter is in verse. The saga must have a simple plot, events must be told in the order of their occurrence, and in the strict saga form, certain conventional phrases must be used in picturing even events that would arouse depth of feeling. These hero stories were at first recited, but they gradually worked their way into a regular and more artistic form and into writing. The best sagas come from the western part of the country. Here they were deeply affected by the influence of the Irish settlers. End of section 68. This recording is in the public domain. Section 69 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The Irish in Thule, 8th century, from the Saga of Olaf Tryggvason. Thus says the holy priest Bede in the chronicles which he wrote concerning the regions of the earth, that the island which is called Thule in the books lies so far in the north part of the world that there comes no day in the winter when the night is longest, and no night in summer when the day is longest. Therefore think learned men that it is Ireland which is called Thule, for there are many places in that land where the sun sets not at night when the day is longest, and in the same manner where the sun cannot be seen by day when the night is longest. But the holy priest Bede died 735 years after the birth of our Lord Jesus Christ, more than 120 years before Ireland was inhabited by the Northmen. But before Iceland was colonized from Norway, men had been there whom the Northmen called Pappas. They were Christians, for after them were found Irish books, bells, and croziers, and many other things, from whence it could be seen that they were Christian men, and had come from the west over the sea. English books also show that, in that time, there was intercourse between the two countries. End of section 69. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 70 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 70. Glum and his man Ingolf, about 950, from Vigeglum's Saga. Glum was a real person who lived in the middle of the 10th century. The story of his exploits is told in the Saga of Vigeglum, one of the earliest of the sagas. The following extract is full of allusions to the customs of early Iceland, the horse fights, the atoning for bloodshed by the payment of a fine, and the trick by which Ingolf gets the daughter of Thorkel for his wife. The Editor. 1. It happened one summer at the Althing that the northern men and those of the west firths met one another on the wrestling ground in a match according to their districts. The northerners had rather the worst of it, and their leader was Mar, the son of Glum. Now a certain man of the name of Ingolf, the son of Thorvald, came up, whose father lived at Rangavelur. Mar addressed him thus: "You are a strong-limbed fellow, and ought to be sturdy. Do me the favor of going into the match and taking hold." His answer was, "I will do so for your sake." And forthwith the man he grappled with went down, and thus it was with the second and the third, so that the northerners were well pleased. Then said Mar, "If you want a good word on my part, I shall be ready to help you. What may be your plans?" "I have no plans," he answered, "but I had an inclination to go southward and get work." "Well," rejoined Mar, "I should like you to go with me. I will get you a place." Ingolf had a good horse of his own, which he called by the name of Sneakall, and he went northward to Thevera after the thing was over, and stayed there some time. Mar asked him one day what he intended to do. "There is an overlooker wanted here, who ought to be somewhat handy. For instance, here is this sledge to be finished, and if you can do that, you can do something worth having." "I should be too glad of such a place," said Ingolf, "but it has sometimes happened that my horses have caused trouble in the pastures of the cattle." "No one will talk about that here," answered Mar. So Ingolf set to work on the sledge. Glum came up and looked at what he was doing. "That is a good piece of work," he observed. "What are your plans?" Ingolf answered, "I have no plans." Glum replied, "I want an overlooker. Are you used to that sort of business?" "Not much in such a place as this, but I should be glad to stay with you." "Why should it not be so?" said Glum, "for I see that you and Mar get on well together." When Mar came home, Ingolf told him what had passed. "I should like it much," he answered, "if it turns out well, and I will take care, if anything displeases my father, to tell you of it 3 times. But if you do not set it right, then I must stop." So Ingolf took to his business, and Glum was pleased with him. One day Glum and Ingolf, his overlooker, went to a horse fight. The latter rode a mare, but the horse ran along by their side. The sport was good. Calf of Stockalad was there, and he had an old working horse who beat all the others. He called out, "Why don't they bring into the ring that fine jawed beast of the Thevera people?" "They are no fair match," said Glum, "your cart horse and that stallion." "Ah!" exclaimed Calf, "the real reason why you will not fight him is because he has no spirit in him." "It may be the old proverb is proved true, 'The cattle are like their master.'" "You know nothing about that," answered Glum, "and I will not refuse on Ingolf's part, but the fight must not go on longer than he chooses." "He will probably know well enough," said Calf, "that little will be done against your wishes." The 2 horses were led out and fought well, and all thought Ingolf's horse had the best of it. Glum then chose to separate them, and they rode home. Ingolf remained that year in his place, and Glum was well satisfied with him. Not long after this there was a meeting in Diupadal, whither Glum and Ingolf with his horse came. Calf also was there. This last man was a friend of the people of Espihola, and he demanded that they should now let the horses fight it out. Glum said it depended on Ingolf, but that he himself was against it. However, he did not like to back out of it, and the horses were led out accordingly. Calf spurred his horse on, but Ingolf's horse had the best of it in every contest. Then Calf struck Ingolf's horse over the ears with his staff in such a way as to make him giddy, but immediately afterwards he went at his adversary again. Glum came up, and fair fighting was restored, till in the end Calf's horse bolted from the ring. Then there was a great shout, and at last Calf smote Ingolf with his stick. People interfered, and Glum said, "Let us take no note of such a matter as this. This is the end of every horse fight." Mar, on the other hand, said to Ingolf, "Depend upon it, my father does not intend that any disgrace shall attach to you for this blow." 2. There was a man named Thorkel who lived at Hamar. Ingolf went thither and met this man's daughter, who was a handsome woman. Her father was well enough off, but he was not a person of much consideration in the country. Ingolf, however, attended properly to his duties as overlooker, but he did not work as a craftsman so much as he had done, and Mar spoke to him once about it, saying, "I see that my father is not pleased at your being often away from home." Ingolf gave a fair answer, but it came to the same thing again, and Mar warned him again a second and third time, but it was no use. One evening it happened that he came home late, and when the men had had their supper, Glum said, Now let us amuse ourselves, and let each of us say what or whom he most relies on, and I will have first choice. Well, I choose 3 things on which I most rely. The first is my purse, the second is my axe, and the third is my larder." Then one man after another made his choice, and Glum called out, "Whom do you choose, Ingolf?" His answer was Thorkel of Hamar. Glum jumped up, held up the hilt of his sword, and going up to him said, "A pretty sort of patron you have chosen." All men saw that Glum was wroth. He went out, and Ingolf went with him, and then Glum said to him, "Go now to your patron, and tell him you have killed Calf." "Why," replied he, "how can I tell him this lie?" "You shall do as I please," answered Glum. So they both went together, and Glum turned into the barn, where he saw a calf before him. "Cut its head off," he cried, "and then go southward across the river, and tell Thorkel that you look to him alone for protection, and show him your bloody sword as the token of the deed you have done." Ingolf did this, went to Thorkel, and told him as news how he had not forgotten the blow Calf had given him, and how he had killed him. The answer was, "You are a fool, and you have killed a good man. Get you gone as quick as you can. I do not choose that you should be slain on my premises." Then Ingolf came back again to meet Glum, who asked him, "Well, how did your patron turn out?" "Not over well," said he. "You will have trouble on your hands," remarked Glum, "if Calf of Stockalad should really be killed." Now Glum himself had killed Calf at Stockalad whilst Ingolf was away, and had thus taken vengeance for him, and the following day Calf's death was publicly known. Thorkel said at once that a fellow had come thither who had taken the death on himself, so that everybody thought it was really so. The winter passed on, and Glum sent Ingolf northward to the house of Einar, the son of Conall, and gave him 900 ells of cloth. "You have had no wages," he said, "from me, but with your saving habits you may turn this to good account. And as regards this matter which is laid to your charge, I will take care of that. It shall not hurt you. I paid you off for your perverseness in this way, and when you come home you may come and pay me a visit." Ingolf answered, "One thing I beg of you. Do not let the woman be married to any one else." "This I promise you," said Glum. Ingolf's horses were left where they were. Einar, the son of Conall, got Ingolf conveyed abroad, but Thorvald began a suit at the Hegranes thing for the slaughter of Calf, and it looked as if Ingolf would be found guilty. Glum was at the thing, and some of Ingolf's kinsmen came to him and asked him to look after the case, professing their readiness to contribute to pay the fine for him. Glum told them, "I will see to the suit without any fine being paid." When the court went out to sit, and the defendant was called on for his defense, Glum stated that the suit was null and void, "for you have proceeded against the wrong man. I did the deed." Then he named his witnesses, who were to certify that the suit was void, for though Ingolf did kill the calf in the barn, I did not make any charge against him for that. Now I will offer an atonement more according to the worth of the man killed than according to the pride of you men of Espehoe." So he did, and the people left the thing. Ingolf was abroad that winter, and could stand it no longer, but turned his cash into goods, and purchased valuable articles and tapestry hangings of rare quality. Glum had given him a good cloak, and he exchanged that for a scarlet kirtle. The summer that he had sailed there came out to Iceland the man called Theodulf, whose father lived at Asustad. He visited Hamar, and fell in with Helga. One day Glum was riding up to Hole, and as he went down the hill at Sarby, Theodulf met him. Glum said to him, "I do not like your visits to Hamar. I mean myself to provide for Helga's marriage, and if you do not give this up, I shall challenge you to the holmgang." He answered that he was not going to match himself with Glum, and so he left off going thither. 3. Then Ingolf came out to Iceland, and went to the Vera, and asked Glum to take him in, which was granted. One day he said, "Now, Glum, I should like you to look over my merchandise." So he did, and it seemed to him that Ingolf had laid out his money well. Then Ingolf said, "You gave me the capital for this voyage, and I consider all the goods as belonging to you." "No," answered Glum, "what you have got is not enough for me to take anything from you." "Here," answered Ingolf, "are some hangings which I purchased for you. These you shall accept, and here is a kirtle." "I will accept your gifts," replied Glum. Another time Glum asked him if he wished to remain at home with him, and Ingolf answered that his intention was not to part from him if he had the choice of staying. "My stud horses I will give you," he said, and Glum replied, "The horses I will accept. And now today we will go and find Thorkel at Hamar." Thorkel received Glum well, and the latter said, "You have wronged Ingolf, and now you must make it up to him by giving him your daughter in marriage. He is a proper man for this match. I will lay down some money for him, and I have proved him to be a worthy fellow. If you do not act thus, you will see that you have made a bad business of it." So Thorkel consented, and Ingolf got his wife, and settled down as a householder and a good useful man. End of section 70. This recording is in the public domain. Section 71 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 71, How Kjartan of Iceland became a Christian. About 1000 from the Laxdealer's Saga. There were 10 Icelanders together who went with Kjartan on his journey, and none would part with him for the sake of the love they bore him. So with this following, Kjartan went to the ship, and Kalf Asgeirsson greeted them warmly. Kjartan and Boli took a great many goods with them abroad. They now got ready to start, and when the wind blew, they sailed out along Bergfirth with a light and good breeze, and then out to sea. They had a good journey, and got to Norway to the northwards, and fell in with men there, and asked for tidings. They were told that change of lords over the land had befallen, in that Earl Hakon had fallen, and King Olaf Tryggvason had come in, and all Norway had fallen under his power. King Olaf was ordering a change of faith in Norway, and the people took to it most unequally. Kjartan and his companions took their craft up to Nidaros. At that time many Icelanders had come to Norway who were men of high degree. There lay beside the landing stage 3 ships, all owned by Icelanders. One of the ships belonged to Brand the Bounteous, son of Vermund Thorgrimsson, and another ship belonged to Hafred the Trouble Bard. The third ship belonged to 2 brothers, one named Bjarni and the other Thorhall. They were sons of Broad River Skeggi, out of Flea Lythe in the east. All these men had wanted to go west to Iceland that summer, but the king had forbidden all these ships to sail, because the Icelanders would not take the new faith that he was preaching. All the Icelanders greeted Kjartan warmly, but especially Brand, as they had known each other already before. The Icelanders now took counsel together, and came to an agreement among themselves that they would refuse this faith that the king preached, and all the men previously named bound themselves together to do this. Kjartan and his companions brought their ship up to the landing stage, and unloaded it, and disposed of their goods. King Olaf was then in the town. He heard of the coming of the ship, and that men of great account were on board. It happened one fair weather day in the autumn that the men went out of the town to swim in the river Nid. Kjartan and his friends saw this. Then Kjartan said to his companions that they should also go and disport themselves that day. They did so. There was one man who was by much the best at this sport. Kjartan asked Bolli if he felt willing to try swimming against the townsmen. Bolli answered, "I don't think I am a match for him." "I cannot think where your courage can now have got to," said Kjartan, "so I shall go and try." Bolli replied, "That you may do if you like." Kjartan then plunges into the river and up to this man, who is the best swimmer, and drags him forthwith under, and keeps him down for a while, and then lets him go up again. And when they had been up for a long while, this man suddenly clutches Kjartan and drags him under, and they keep down for such a time as Kjartan thought quite enough, when up they come a second time. Not a word had either to say to the other. The third time they went down together, and now they keep under for much the longest time. And Kjartan now misdoubted him how this play would end, and thought he had never before found himself in such a tight place. But at last they come up and strike out for the bank. Then said the townsman, "Who is this man?" Kjartan told him his name. The townsman said, "You are very deft at swimming. Are you as good at other deeds of prowess as at this?" Kjartan answered rather coldly, "It was said when I was in Iceland that the others kept pace with this one. But now this one is not worth much." The townsman replied, "It makes some odds with whom you have had to do. But why do you not ask me anything?" Kjartan replied, "I do not want to know your name." The townsman answered, "You are not only a stalwart man, but you bear yourself very proudly as well. But none the less you shall know my name, and with whom you have been having a swimming match. Here is Olaf the King, the son of Trygve." Kjartan answered nothing, but turned away forthwith without his cloak. He had a kirtle of red scarlet. The king was then well nigh dressed. He called to Kjartan and bade him not go away so soon. Kjartan turned back, but rather slowly. The king then took a very good cloak off his shoulders and gave it to Kjartan, saying he should not go back cloakless to his companions. Kjartan thanked the king for the gift, and went to his own men and showed them the cloak. His men were nowise pleased at this, for they thought Kjartan had got too much into the king's power, but matters went on quietly. The weather set in very hard that autumn, and there was a great deal of frost, the season being cold. The heathen men said it was not to be wondered at that the weather should be so bad. It is all because of the newfangled ways of the king, and this new faith that the gods are angry. The Icelanders kept all together in the town during the winter, and Kjartan took mostly the lead among them. On the weather taking a turn for the better, many people came to the town at the summons of King Olaf. Many people had become Christians in Thrandholm, yet there were a great many more who withstood the king. One day the king had a meeting out at Eirar, and preached the new faith to men, a long harangue and telling. The people of Thrandholm had a whole host of men, and in turn offered battle to the king. The king said they must know that he had greater things to cope with than fighting there with churls out of Thrandholm. Then the good men lost heart, and gave the whole case into the king's power, and many people were baptized then and there. After that the meeting came to an end. That same evening the king sent men to the lodgings of the Icelanders, and bade them get sure knowledge of what they were saying. They did so. They heard much noise within. Then Kjartan began to speak, and said to Bolli, "How far are you willing, kinsman, to take this new faith the king preaches?" "I certainly am not willing thereto," said Bolli, "for their faith seems to me to be most feeble." Kjartan said, "Did ye not think the king was holding out threats against those who should be unwilling to submit to his will?" Bolli answered, "It certainly seemed to me that he spoke out very clearly that they would have to take exceedingly hard treatment at his hands." "I will be forced under no one's thumb," said Kjartan, "while I have power to stand up and wield my weapons. I think it most unmanly, too, to be taken like a lamb in a fold, or a fox in a trap. I think that is a better thing to choose, if a man must die in any case, to do first some such deed as shall be held a law for a long time afterwards." Bolli said, "What will you do?" "I will not hide it from you," Kjartan replied. "I will burn the king in his hall." "There is nothing cowardly in that," said Bowley, "but this is not likely to come to pass, as far as I can see. The king, I take it, is one of great good luck, and his guardian spirit mighty, and besides he has a faithful guard watching both day and night." Kjartan said that what most men failed in was daring, however valiant they might otherwise be. Bowley said it was not so certain who would have to be taunted for want of courage in the end. But here many men joined in, saying that was but an idle talk. Now when the king's spies had overheard this, they went away and told the king all that had been said. The next morning the king wished to hold a meeting, and summoned all the Icelanders to it. And when the meeting was opened, the king stood up and thanked men for coming, all those who were his friends and had taken the new faith. Then he called to him for a parley the Icelanders. The king asked them if they would be baptized, but they gave little reply to that. The king said they were making for themselves the choice that would answer the worst. "But by the way, who of you thought it the best thing to do to burn me in my hall?" Then Kjartan answered, "You no doubt think that he who did say it would not have the pluck to confess it, but here you can see him." "I can indeed see you," said the king, "man of no small counsels, but it is not fated for you to stand over my head, done to death by you, and you have done quite enough that you should be prevented making a vow to burn more kings in their houses, yet for the reason of being taught better things than you know, and because I do not know whether your heart was in your speech, and that you have bravely acknowledged it, I will not take your life. It may also be that you follow the faith the better the more outspoken you are against it. And I can also see this, that on the day you let yourself be baptized of your own free will, several ships' crews will on that day also take the faith. And I think it likely to happen that your relations and friends will give much heed to what you speak to them when you return to Iceland. And it is in my mind that you, Kjartan, will have a better faith when you return from Norway than you had when you came hither. Go now in peace and safety wheresoever you like from the meeting. For the time being you shall not be tormented into Christianity, for God says that he wills that no one shall come to him unwillingly." Good cheer was made at the king's speech, though mostly from the Christian men, but the heathen left it to Kjartan to answer as he liked. Kjartan said, "We thank you, king, that you grant safe peace unto us, and the way whereby you may most surely draw us to take the faith is, on the one hand, to forgive us great offences, and on the other to speak in this kindly manner on all matters, in spite of your this day having us and all our concerns in your power, even as it pleases you. Now as for myself, I shall receive the faith in Norway, on that understanding alone, that I shall give some little worship to Thor the next winter when I get back to Iceland." Then the king said, and smiled, "It may be seen from the mien of Kjartan that he puts more trust in his own weapons and strength than in Thor and Odin." Then the meeting was broken up. After a while many men egged the king on to force Kjartan and his followers to receive the faith, and thought it unwise to have so many heathen men near about him. The king answered wrathfully, and said he thought there were many Christians who were not nearly so well behaved as was Kjartan, or his company either, and for such one would have long to wait. The king caused many profitable things to be done that winter. He had a church built in the market town, greatly enlarged. This church was finished at Christmas. Then Kjartan said they should go so near the church that they might see the ceremonies of this faith the Christians followed. And many fell in, saying that would be right good pastime. Kjartan with his following and Bowley went to the church. In that train was also Halfred and many other Icelanders. The king preached the faith before the people, and spoke both long and tellingly, and the Christians made good cheer at his speech. And when Kjartan and his company went back to their chambers, a great deal of talk arose as to how they had liked the looks of the king at this time, which Christians accounted of as the next greatest festival. For the king said, so that we might hear, that this night was born the Lord, in whom we are now to believe, if we do as the king bids us. Kjartan says, "So greatly was I taken with the looks of the king when I saw him for the first time, that I knew at once that he was a man of the highest excellence, and that feeling has kept steadfast ever since, when I have seen him at folk meetings, and that but by much the best. However, I like the looks of him to day, and I cannot help thinking that the turn of our concerns hangs altogether on our believing him to be the true God, in whom the King bids us to believe, and the King cannot by any means be more eager in wishing that I take this faith than I am to let myself be baptized. The only thing that puts off my going straightway to see the King now is that the day is far spent, and the King, I take it, is now at table. But that day will be delayed, on which we companions will let ourselves be baptized. Bowley took to this kindly, and bade Kjartan alone look to their affairs. The King had heard of this talk between Kjartan and his people before the tables were cleared away, for he had his spies in every chamber of the heathen. The King was very glad at this, and said, "In Kjartan has come true the saw, high tides best for happy signs." And the first thing the next morning early, when the King went to church, Kjartan met him in the street with a great company of men. Kjartan greeted the King with great cheerfulness, and said he had a pressing errand with him. The King took his greeting well, and said he had had a thoroughly clear news as to what his errand must be, and that matter will be easily settled by you. Kjartan begged they should not delay fetching the water, and said that a great deal would be needed. The King answered and smiled. "Yes, Kjartan," said he, "on this matter I do not think your eager-mindedness would part us, not even if you put the price higher still." After that Kjartan and Bowley were baptized, and all their crew, and a multitude of other men as well. This was on the second day of Yule, before Holy Service. After that the King invited Kjartan to his Yule feast with Bowley, his kinsman. It is the tale of most men that Kjartan, on the day he laid aside his white baptismal robes, became a liegeman of the King's, he and Bowley both. Halfred was not baptized that day, for he made it a point that the King himself should be his godfather, so the King put it off till the next day. Kjartan and Bowley stayed with Olaf the King the rest of the winter. The King held Kjartan before all other men, for the sake of his race and manly prowess, and it is by all people said that Kjartan was so winsome that he had not a single enemy within the court. Every one said that there had never before come from Iceland such a man as Kjartan. Bowley was also one of the most stalwart of men, and was held in high esteem by all good men. The winter now passes away, and as spring came on, men got ready for their journeys, each as he had a mind to. End of section 71. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 72 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. The World Story Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 72. Thangbrand the Priest, about 1000, by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. The Heimskringla tells the following story of the attempt of King Olaf to introduce Christianity into Iceland. Now whenas Olaf Tryggvason had been king over Norway 2 winters, there was with him a Saxon priest named Thangbrand. Masterful was he and murderous, but a good clerk and a doughty man. Now whenas he was so headstrong a man, the king would not have him with him, but sent him on this message, to wit, to fare out to Iceland and christen the land there. So a merchant ship was gotten for him, and the tale telleth about his journey that he made the east firths of Iceland, Swanfirth, the southmost to wit, in the winter after abode with Hall of the side. So Thangbrand preached christening in Iceland, and after his words Hall let himself be christened, and all his household, and many other chieftains also, notwithstanding many more there were who gainsaid him. Thorvald the Guyful and Winterlid the Scald made a scurvy rhyme about Thangbrand, but he slew them both. Thangbrand abode 3 winters in Iceland, and was the bane death of 3 men or ever he departed thence. The Editor. Short of stature, large of limb, burly face and russet beard, all the women stirred at him when in Iceland he appeared. "Look," they said, with nodding head, "there goes Thangbrand, Olaf's priest." All the prayers he knew by rote he could preach like Chrysostom. From the Fathers he could quote. He had even been at Rome. A learned clerk, a man of mark, was this Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. He was quarrelsome and loud, and impatient of control, boisterous in the market crowd, boisterous at the wassail bowl, everywhere would drink and swear, swaggering Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. In his house this malcontent could the king no longer bear, so to Iceland he was sent to convert the heathen there. And away one summer day sailed this Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. There in Iceland o'er their books pored the people day and night, but he did not like their looks, nor the songs they used to write. "All this rhyme is waste of time," grumbled Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. To the alehouse where he sat came the skalds and saga men. Is it to be wondered at that they quarrelled now and then, when o'er his beer began to leer drunken Thangbrand, Olaf's priest? All the folk in Alta Fjord boasted of their island grand, saying in a single word, "Iceland is the finest land that the sun doth shine upon." Loud laughed Thangbrand, Olaf's priest, and he answered, "What's the use of this bragging up and down, when 3 women and 1 goose make a market in your town?" Every skald satire scrawled on poor Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. Something worse they did than that, and what vexed him most of all was a figure in shovel hat drawn in charcoal on the wall, with words that go sprawling below, "This is Thangbrand, Olaf's priest." Hardly knowing what he did, then he smote them might and main. Thorvald Vile and Vetterlid lay there in the alehouse slain. "Today we are gold, tomorrow mould," muttered Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. Much in fear of axe and rope, back to Norway sailed he then. O King Olaf, little hope is there of these Iceland men, meekly said, with bending head, pious Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. End of section 72. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 73 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 73 of Grettir the Outlaw Saved the Farmhouse, early 11th century. From the Saga of Grettir the Strong, rewritten by Sabine Baring-Gould. King Olaf had decided that Grettir must leave Norway and return to Iceland. If he was not a guilty man, he was a most unfortunate one. Now, the Norse race, whether in Denmark, Norway, Sweden, or Iceland, believed in luck. They said that certain men were born to ill luck, and such men they avoided, because they feared lest the ill luck that clung to them might attach itself to and involve those who came in contact with them. It was not possible for Grettir to return that year to Iceland, for all the ships bound for his native land had sailed before winter set in. So King Olaf agreed to allow him to remain in the kingdom through the winter, but bound him to depart on the first opportunity next year. Somewhat sad at heart with disappointment, and with the impression that perhaps Olaf the king was right, and that ill luck really did weigh on him, Grettir left the court, and went at Yule to the house of a bonder or yeoman called Einar, and remained with him a while. The farm was in a lonely place, in a ford opening back to the snowy mountains. Einar was a kindly man, but hospitable, and he did his best to make Grettir's stay with him pleasant. He had a daughter, a fair, beautiful girl, with blue eyes and hair like amber silk, and her name was Gyrid. Perhaps the beautiful Gyrid was one attraction to Grettir, but if so, he never spoke what was on his heart, because he knew it would be useless. He was an unlucky man. He had made himself a name, indeed, as one of great daring, but he had won for himself neither home nor riches nor favor. Now it fell out that at this time there were some savage ruffians in the country, who were called Bearsarks. They were outlaws in most cases, and they lived in secret dens in the dense forests, whence they issued and swooped down on the farms, and there challenged the bonders to fight with them, or to give up to them whatever they needed. These ruffians wore bearskins drawn over their bodies, and they thrust their heads through the jaws of the beasts, so that they presented a hideous and frightening appearance. Then they worked themselves into paroxysms of rage. When they were like mad men, they rolled their eyes, they roared and howled like wild beasts, and foam formed on their mouths and dropped on the ground. They were wont also, when these fits came on them, to bite the edges of their shields, and with their fangs they were known to have dinted the metal quite deep. Some folks even said they had bitten pieces out of solid shields. It was usually supposed that these Bearsarks were possessed by evil spirits, and it is probable in many cases they were really mad through having given way to their violent passions, till they knew no law, and thought to carry everything before them by their violence. It was even at one time thought by the superstitious that they could change their shapes, and run about at will in the forms of bears or wolves. But this idea grew out of the fact of their clothing themselves in bear or wolf skins, and drawing the skull of the beast over their heads as a rude helmet, and looking out through the open jaws that thus formed a visor. One day, just after Yule, to the terror and dismay of Einar, one of the most redoubtable of these Bearsarks, a fellow named Snowcole, came thundering up to his door on a huge black horse, followed by 3 or 4 others on foot, all clothed in skins. But Snowcole, instead of wearing the bear's skin over his head, had on a helmet with great tusks of a boar protruding from it, and a boar's head drawn over the metal. It is worth remark that the crests worn later by knights, and which we have still on our plate and on harness, are derived from similar adornments to helmets. Some warriors put wings of eagles on their headpieces, others put the paws of bears or representations of lions. These were badges of their prowess, or marks whereby they might be known. Snowcole struck the door of the farmhouse with his spear, and roared to the owner to come forth. At once Einar and Grettir issued from the hall, and Einar, in great trepidation, asked the Bearsark what he wanted. "What do I want?" shouted Snowcole. "I want one of 2 things. Either that you give me up your beautiful daughter to be my wife, and with her 50 bags of silver, or else that you fight me here. If you kill me, then luck is yours. If I kill you, then I shall carry off your daughter and all that you possess." Einar turned to Grettir and asked him in a whisper what he was to do. He himself was an old man, whose fighting days were over, and he had no chance against this savage. Grettir answered that he had better consult his honor and the happiness of Gyrid, and not give way to a bully. The Bearsark sat on his horse, rolling his eyes from one to the other. He had a great iron-rimmed shield before him. Then he bellowed forth, "Come! I'm not going to wait here whilst you consider matters. Make your selection of the 2 alternatives at once. What is that great lout at your side whispering? Does he want to play a little game of who is master along with me? For my part, said Grettir, the farmer and I are about in equal predicament. He is too old to fight, and I am unskilled in arms. I see, roared Snowcole. You are both trembling in your shoes. Wait till my fit is on me, and then you will shake indeed. Let us see how you look in your bearsark fit, said Grettir. Then Snowcole waxed wroth and worked himself up into one of the fits of madness. There can be no doubt that in some cases this was all bluster and sham, but in many cases these fellows really roused themselves into perfect frenzies of madness in which they did not know what they did. Now Snowcole began to bellow like a bull, and to roll his eyes, and he put the edge of the great shield in his mouth, and bit at it, and blew foam from his lips that rolled down the face of the shield. Grettir fixed his eyes steadily on him, and put his hands in his pockets. Snowcole rocked himself on his horse, and his companions began also to bellow, and stir themselves up into madness. Grettir, with his eye fixed steadily on the ruffian, drew little by little near to him. But as he had no weapon, and held his hands confined, Snowcole, if he did observe him, disregarded him. When Grettir stood close beside him, and looked up at the red glaring eyes, the foaming lips of Snowcole, and heard his howls and the crunching of his great teeth against the strong oak and iron of the shield, he suddenly laughed, lifted his foot, caught the bottom of the shield, a sudden kick upwards, and the shield, with the violence of the upward shock, broke Snowcole's jaw. Instantly the bearsark stopped his bellowing, let fall the shield, and before he could draw his sword, Grettir caught his helmet by the great boar tusks, gave them a twist, and rolled Snowcole down off his horse on the ground, knelt on him, and with the ruffian's own sword dealt him his death blow. When the others saw the fall of their chief, they ceased their antics, turned and ran away to hide in the woods. The bonder Einar thanked Grettir for his assistance, and the lovely Geirrid gave him also her grateful acknowledgments and a sweet smile. But Grettir knew that a portionless, unlucky man like himself could not aspire to her hand, and feeling that he was daily becoming more attached to her, he deemed it right at once to leave, and he went away to a place called Tunsberg. End of section 73. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 74 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine. The World's Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March TAPPAN. Section 74. The Burning of Njal, 1014, from the Saga of Burnt Njal. The great Icelandic Saga of Burnt Njal tells the story of one of those bitter feuds with which the early history of Iceland is filled. Njal, the hero, is an honest lawyer who has incurred the hatred of certain powerful families. How they took vengeance upon him is told in the following extract. The Editor. One day it happened that Rodney, Huskuld's daughter, the mother of Huskuld, Njal's son, came to the springs. Her brother greeted her well, but she would not take his greeting, but yet bade him go out with her. Ingjald did so, and went out with her, and so they walked away from the farmyard both together. Then she clutched hold of him, and they both sat down, and Rodney said, "Is it true that thou hast sworn an oath to fall on Njal and slay him and his sons?" "True it is," said he. "A very great dastard art thou," she said, "thou, whom Njal hath thrice saved from outlawry." "Still it hath come to this," says Ingjald, "that my life lies on it, if I do not this." "Not so," says she, thou shalt live all the same, and be called a better man, if thou betrayest not him to whom thou oughtest to behave best. Then she took a linen hood out of her bag. It was clotted with blood all over, and torn and tattered, and said, This hood Housegold, Njal's son, and thy sister's son, had on his head when they slew him. Methinks, then, it is ill doing to stand by those from whom this mischief sprang. Well, answers Ingjald, so it shall be that I will not be against Njal, whatever follows after, but still I know that they will turn and throw trouble on me. Now mightest thou, said Rodney, yield Njal and his son's great help, if thou tellest him all these plans. That I will not do, says Ingjald, for then I am every man's dastard, if I tell what was trusted to me in good faith. But it is a manly deed to sunder myself from this quarrel, when I know that there is a sure looking for vengeance. But tell Njal and his sons to beware of themselves all summer, for that will be good counsel, and to keep many men about them. Then she fared to Bergthorn's knoll, and told Njal all this talk, and Njal thanked her, and said she had done well, for there would be more wickedness in his falling on me than of all men else. She fared home, but she told this to his sons. There was a carline at Bergthor's knoll, whose name was Savuna. She was wise in many things and foresighted, but she was then very old, and Njal's sons called her an old dotard when she talked so much, but still some things which she said came to pass. It fell one day that she took a cudgel in her hand and went up above the house to a stack of vetches. She beat the stack of vetches with her cudgel and wished it might never thrive, wretch that it was. Skarphedin laughed at her and asked why she was so angry with a vetch stack. This stack of vetches, said the carline, will be taken and lighted with fire when Njal my master is burnt, house and all, and Bergthora my foster child. Take it away to the water, or burn it up as quick as you can. We will not do that, said Skarphedin, for something else will be got to light the fire with, if that were foredoomed, though this stack were not here. The carline babbled the whole summer about the vetch stack, that it should be got indoors, but something always hindered it. When Njal realized that the hour of fate had come and his enemies were upon him, he counselled that his men shut themselves up in the house. The attacks of the leader Flossie fail, and he then plans to set fire to the building. At last Flossie said, We have already gotten great manscathe in our men. Many are wounded, and he slain whom we would choose last of all. It is now clear that we shall never master them with weapons. Many now there be who were not so forward in fight as they boasted, and yet they were those who goaded us on most. I say this most to Grani, Gunnar's son, and Gunnar, Lembi's son, who were the least willing to spare their foes. But still we shall have to take to some other plan for ourselves, and now there are but two choices left, and neither of them good. One is to turn away, and that is our death. The other, to set fire to the house and burn them inside it, and this is a deed which we shall have to answer for heavily before God, since we are Christian men ourselves, but still we must take to that counsel. Now they took fire and made a great pile before the doors. Then Skarphedin said, What, lads, are ye lighting a fire, or are ye taking to cooking? So it shall be, answered Grani, Gunnar's son, and thou shalt not need to be better done. Thou repayest me, said Skarphedin, as one may look for from the man that thou art. I avenged thy father, and thou settest most store by that duty which is farthest from thee. Then the women threw whey on the fire, and quenched it as fast as they lit it. Some, too, brought water. Then Kol, Thorstein's son, said to Flossie, A plan comes into my mind. I have seen a loft over the hall among the cross trees, and we will put the fire in there and light it with a vetch stack that stands just above the house." Then they took the vetch stack and set fire to it, and they who were inside were not aware of it till the whole hall was ablaze over their heads. Then Flosi and his men made a great pile before each of the doors, and then the womenfolk who were inside began to weep and to wail. Njal spoke to them and said, "Keep up your hearts, nor utter shrieks, for this is but a passing storm, and it will be long before ye have another such, and put your faith in God, and believe that he is so merciful that he will not let us burn both in this world and the next." Such words of comfort had he for them all, and others still more strong. Now the whole house began to blaze. Then Njal went to the door and said, "Is Flosi so near that he can hear my voice?" Flosi said that he could hear it. "Wilt thou," said Njal, "take an atonement from my sons, or allow any men to go out?" "I will not," answers Flosi, "take any atonement from thy sons, and now our dealings shall come to an end once for all, and I will not stir from this spot till they are all dead, but I will allow the women and children and housecarls to go out." Then Njal went into the house and said to the folk, "Now all those must go out to whom leave is given, and so go thou out, Thorhalla, Asgrim's daughter, and all the people also with thee who may." Then Thorhalla said, "This is another parting between me and Helgi than I thought of a while ago, but still I will egg on my father and brothers to avenge this manscath which is wrought here." "Go, and good go with thee," said Njal, "for thou art a brave woman." After that she went out, and much folk with her. Then Astri of Deepback said to Helgi, Njal's son, "Come thou out with me, and I will throw a woman's cloak over thee, and tie thy head with a kerchief." He spoke against it at first, but at last he did so at the prayer of others. So Astri wrapped the kerchief around Helgi's head, but Thorhilda, Skarphedin's wife, threw the cloak over him, and he went out between them, and then Thorgerda, Njal's daughter, and Helga her sister, and many other folk went out too. But when Helgi went out, Flosi said, "That is a tall woman, and broad across the shoulders that went yonder. Take her and hold her." But when Helgi heard that, he cast away the cloak. He had got his sword under his arm, and hewed at the man, and the blow fell on his shield, and cut off the point of it, and the man's leg as well. Then Flosi came up and hewed at Helgi's neck, and took off his head at a stroke. Then Flosi went to the door, and called out to Njal, and said he would speak with him and Bergthora. Now Njal does so, and Flosi said, "I will offer thee, Master Njal, leave to go out, for it is unworthy that thou shouldst burn indoors." "I will not go out," said Njal, "for I am an old man, and little fitted to avenge my sons, but I will not live to shame." Then Flosi said to Bergthora, "Come thou out, housewife, for I will for no sake burn thee indoors." "I was given to Njal young," said Bergthora, "and I have promised him this, that we would both share the same fate." After that they both went back into the house. "What counsel shall we now take?" said Bergthora. "We will go to our bed," said Njal, "and lay us down. I have long been eager for rest." Then she said to the boy Thord, Kari's son, "Thee will I take out, and thou shalt not burn in here." "Thou hast promised me this, grandmother," says the boy, "that we should never part so long as I wish to be with thee, but methinks it is much better to die with thee and Njal than to live after you." Then she bore the boy to her bed, and Njal spoke to his steward and said, Now shalt thou see where we lay us down, and how I lay us out, for I mean not to stir an inch hence, whether reek or burning smart me, and so thou wilt be able to guess where to look for our bones. He said he would do so. There had been an ox slaughtered, and the hide lay there. Njal told the steward to spread the hide over them, and he did so. So there they laid them down, both of them, in their bed, and put the boy between them. Then they signed themselves and the boy with a cross, and gave over their souls into God's hand, and that was the last word that men heard them utter. End of section 74. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 75 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappen. Section 75. How the Boy Sigurd Won the Horse Greyfell, by William Morris. The story of the Nibelungs takes different forms in different countries. In Germany it is called the Nibelungenlied, and its hero is Siegfried, who dwells near the Rhine. In the north the hero is Sigurd, the greatest of the Volsungs, but the outline of the story is much the same. The Editor. So is Sigurd now with Regin, and he learns him many things, yea, all save the craft of battle, that men learn the sons of kings, the smithying sword and war coat, the carving runes aright, the tongues of many countries and soft speech for men's delight, the dealing with the harp strings and the winding ways of song. So wise of heart waxed Sigurd, and of body wondrous strong, and he chased the deer of the forest, and many a wood wolf slew, and many a bull of the mountains, and the desert dales he knew, and the heaths that the wind sweeps over, and seaward would he fare, far out from the outer skerries, and alone the sea-whites dare. On a day he sat with Regin amidst the unfashioned gold, and the silver grey from the furnace, and Regin spake and told sweet tales of the days that had been, and the kings of the bold and wise, till the lad's heart swelled with longing, and lit his sun-bright eyes. Then Regin looked upon him. Thou too shalt one day ride, as the Volsung kings went faring through the noble world and wide. For this land is naught and narrow, and kings of the carles are these, and their earls are acre-biters, and their hearts are dull with peace. But Sigurd knit his brows, and in wrathful wise he said, ill words of those thou speakest that my youth have cherished, and the friends that have made me merry, and the land that is fair and good. Then Regin laughed and answered, Nay, well I see by thy mood that wide wilt thou ride in the world like thy kin of the earlier days, and wilt thou be wroth with thy master that he longs for thy winning the praise. And now if the sooth thou sayest that these kingfolk cherish thee well, then let them give thee a gift whereof the world shall tell. Yea, hearken to this my counsel, and crave for a battle steed. Yet wroth was the lad, and answered, I have many a horse to my need, and all that the heart desireth, and what wouldest thou wish me more? Then Regin answered and said, Thy kin of the kings of yore were the noblest men of menfolk, and their hearts would never rest, whatso of good they had gotten, if their hands held not the best. Now do thou my counsel, and crave of thy fosterers here, that thou choose of the horse of Gripir, which so thine heart holds dear. He spake, and his harp was with him, and he smote the strings full sweet, and sang of the host of the Valkyries, how they ride the battle to meet, and the dew from the deer manes drippeth as they ride in the first of the sun, and the tree boughs open to meet it when the wind of the dawning is done, and the deep dales drink its sweetness, and spring into blossoming grass, and the earth groweth fruitful of men, and bringeth their glory to pass. Then the wrath ran off from Sigurd, and he left the smithying stead, while the song yet rang in the doorway. And that eve to the kings he said, Will ye do so much for mine asking as to give me a horse to my will? For belike the day shall come that shall all my heart fulfill, and teach me the deeds of a king. Then answered King Elf and spake, The stalls of the kings are before thee to set aside or to take, and naught we begrudge thee the best. Yet answered Sigurd again, for his heart of the mountains aloft, and the windy drift was fain, Fair seats for the knees of kings, but now do I ask for a gift such as all the world shall be praising, the best of the strong and the swift. Ye shall give me a token for Gripir, and bid him to let me choose from out of the noble stud beasts that run in his meadow loose. But if overmuch I have asked you, forget this prayer of mine, and deem the word unspoken, and get ye to the wine. Then smiled King Elf and answered, A long way wilt thou ride, to where unpeace and troubles and the griefs of the soul abide, yea, unto the death at the last. Yet surely shalt thou win the praise of many a people. So have thy way herein. Forsooth, no more may we hold thee than the hazel copse may hold the sun of the early dawning that turneth all unto gold. Then sweetly Sigurd thanked them, and through the night he lay mid dreams of many a matter till the dawn was on the way. Then he shook the sleep from off him, and that dwelling of kings he left, and wended his way unto Gripir. On a crag from the mountain reft was the house of the old king builded, and a mighty house it was, though few were the sons of man that over its threshold would pass. But the wild urns cried about it, and the vultures toward it flew, and the winds from the heart of the mountain searched every chamber through. And about were meads wide spreading, and many a beast thereon, yea, some that are men folk's terror, their sport and pasture won. So into the hall went Sigurd, and amidst was Gripir set in a chair of the sea beast's tooth, and his sweeping beard nigh met the floor that was green as the ocean, and his gown was of mountain gold. And the kingly staff in his hand was knobbed with the crystal cold. Now the first of the twain spake Gripir, Hail, king, with the eyen bright, naught needest thou show the token, for I know of thy life and thy light, and no need to tell of thy message. It was wafted here on the wind, that thou wouldst be coming today a horse in my meadow to find. And strong must he be for the bearing of those deeds of thine that shall be. Now choose thou of all the waywarers that are running loose in my lee, and be glad as thine heart will have thee, and the fate that leadeth thee on. And I bid thee again come hither when the sword of worth is won, and thy loins are girt for thy going on the road that before thee lies. For a glimmering over its darkness is come before mine eyes. Then again gat Sigurd outward, and adown the steep he ran, and unto the horse-fed meadow. But lo, a grey-clad man, one-eyed and seemingly ancient, there met him by the way. And he spake, Thou hastest, Sigurd, yet tarry till I say a word that shall well bestead thee. For I know of these mountains well, and all the lee of Gripir, and the beasts that thereon dwell. Wouldst thou have red gold for thy tidings? Art thou Gripir's horse-herd then? Nay, sure, for thy face is shining like the battle-eager men my master Regan tells of, and I love thou cloud-grayed gown, and thy visage gleams above it like a thing my dreams have known. Nay, whiles have I heeded the horse kind. Then spake that elder of days, and sooth do the sages say when the beasts of my breeding they praise. There is one thereof in the meadow, and wouldst thou cull him out, thou shalt follow an elder's counsel, who hath brought strange things about, who hath known thy father aforetime, and other kings of thy kin. So Sigurd said, I am ready, what is the deed to win? He said, We shall drive the horses adown to the waterside that cometh forth from the mountains, and note what next shall betide. Then the twain sped on together, and they drave the horses on till they came to a rushing river, a water wide and wan, and the white mews hovered over it, but none might hear their cry, for the rush and the rattle of waters as the down-long flood swept by. So the whole herd took the river and strove the stream to stem. And many a brave steed was there, but the flood o'ermastered them, and some it swept them downward, and some won back to bank. Some, caught by the net of the eddies in the swirling hubbub, sank. But one of all swam over, and they saw his mane of grey toss over the flowery meadows, a bright thing far away. Wide then he wheeled about them, then took the stream again, and with the waves' white horses mingled his cloudy mane. Then spake the elder of days, Hearken now, Sigurd, and hear. Time was when I gave thy father a gift thou shalt yet deem dear. And this horse is a gift of my giving. Heed not where thou mayst ride, for I have seen thy fathers in a shining house abide. And on earth they thought of its threshold and the gifts I had to give, nor prayed for a little longer and a little longer to live. Then forth he strode to the mountains, and fain was Sigurd now to ask him many a matter, but dim did his bright shape grow, as a man from the litten doorway fades into the dusk of night. And the sun in the high noon shone, and the world was exceedingly bright. So Sigurd turned to the river and stood by the wave-wet strand, and the grey horse swims to his feet and lightly leaps a land. And the youngling looks upon him and deems none beside him good. And indeed, as tells the story, he was come of Sleipnir's blood. The tireless horse of Odin, cloud-grey he was of hue, and it seemed as Sigurd backed him that Sigmund's son he knew, so glad he went beneath him. Then the youngling's song arose, as he brushed through the noontide blossoms of Gripir's mighty close. Then he singeth the song of Greyfell, the horse that Odin gave, who swam through the sweeping river and back through the toppling wave. End of section 75. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 76 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra Schmidt. Iceland Part III. Iceland and its people. Historical note. During the 13th century there was civil war, which broke down the power of the chiefs, and the island then fell under Norwegian rule. When Norway came into the hands of Denmark in 1380, Iceland also became subject to Denmark, and so it has remained. In the early part of the 15th century, severe volcanic eruptions destroyed many lives, and before the Icelanders had recovered from this disaster, 2/3 of them were swept away by a visit of the Black Death, a terrible plague that devastated all Europe. What little prosperity remained was broken by severe navigation laws imposed by Denmark, by which a monopoly of the trade with the island was farmed out to the highest bidder. Toward the end of the 18th century, the laws were somewhat improved, but even then nothing but coal and timber could be brought to the island by others than Danes. During the Napoleonic Wars, Iceland was captured by the English, but in 1815 was given back to Denmark. Since 1854, trade has been free, but is chiefly in the hands of Denmark and England. For many years the Icelanders had striven to obtain home rule. In 1874, on the occasion of the 1000th anniversary of the founding of Iceland, partial freedom in the conduct of their affairs was given to them, and in 1903 a new constitution was granted, according to which the Althing, or parliament, is responsible to the Danish king, but through a minister, a native Icelander, who divides the year between Reykjavik and Denmark. Throughout the centuries, the Icelanders have retained their old love for literature, and nowhere else in the world are there in proportion to the number of people so many poets, or so many books printed and sold, as in this barren island. A scattered population of 76,000 supports 12 printing presses, producing about 100 books annually, besides 14 newspapers and 8 periodicals. End of section 76. This recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 77 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by VIII in August 2019. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 77. The Fire Mountains of Iceland, 1783, by Lord Dufferin. In appearance, Hekla differs very little from the innumerable other volcanic hills with which the island is studded. Its cone consists of a pyramid of stone and scoriae rising to the height of about 5,000 feet, and welded together by bands of molten matter which have issued from its sides. From AD 1004 to 1766, there have been 23 eruptions, occurring at intervals which have varied in duration from 6 to 76 years. The one of 1766 was remarkably violent. It commenced on the 5th of April by the appearance of a huge pillar of black sand mounting slowly into the heavens, accompanied by subterranean thunders and all the other symptoms which precede volcanic disturbances. Then a coronet of flame encircled the crater, masses of red rock, pumice, and magnetic stones were flung out with tremendous violence to an incredible distance, and in such continuous multitudes as to resemble a swarm of bees clustering over the mountain. One boulder of pumice, 6 feet in circumference, was pitched 20 miles away. Another, of magnetic iron, fell at a distance of 15. The surface of the earth was covered for a circuit of 150 miles with a layer of sand 4 inches deep. The air was so darkened by it that at a place of 140 miles off, white paper, held up a little distance, could not be distinguished from black. The fishermen could not put out to sea on account of the darkness, and the inhabitants of the Orkney Islands were frightened out of their senses by showers of what they thought must be black snow. On the 9th of April the lava began to overflow and ran for 5 miles in a southwesterly direction, whilst, some days later, in order that no element might be wanting to mingle in this devil's charivari, a vast column of water, like Robin Hood's second arrow, split up through the cinder pillar to the height of several hundred feet, the horror of the spectacle being further enhanced by an accompaniment of subterranean cannonading and dire reports, heard at a distance of 50 miles. Striking as all this must have been, it sinks into comparative tameness and insignificance beside the infinitely more terrible phenomena which attended the eruption of another volcano called Skaptajökull. Of all countries in Europe, Iceland is the one which has been the most minutely mapped, not even excepting the Ordnance Survey of Ireland. The Danish government seems to have had a hobby about it, and the result has been a chart so beautifully executed that every little crevice, each mountain torrent, each flood of lava is laid down with an accuracy perfectly astonishing. One huge blank, however, in the southwest corner of this map of Iceland mars the integrity of its almost microscopic delineations. To every other part of the island the engineer has succeeded in penetrating. One vast space alone of about 400 square miles has defied his investigation. Over the area occupied by the Skaptajökull, amidst its mountain-cradled fields of snow and icy ridges, no human foot has ever wandered. Yet it is from the bosom of this desert district that has descended the most frightful visitation ever known to have desolated the island. This event occurred in the year 1783. The preceding winter and spring had been unusually mild. Toward the end of May, a light bluish fog began to float along the confines of the untrodden tracts of Skapta, accompanied in the beginning of June by a great trembling of the earth. On the 8th of that month, immense pillars of smoke collected over the hill country towards the north, and coming down against the wind in a southerly direction, enveloped the whole district of Sida in darkness. A whirlwind of ashes then swept over the face of the country, and on the 10th innumerable fire-spouts were seen leaping and flaring amid the icy hollows of the mountain, while the river Skapta, one of the largest in the island, having first rolled down to the plain a vast volume of fetid waters mixed with sand, suddenly disappeared. 2 days afterwards a stream of lava issuing from sources to which no one has ever been able to penetrate came sliding down the bed of the dried-up river, and in a little time, though the channel was 600 feet deep and 200 broad, the glowing deluge overflowed its banks, crossed the low country of meadow land, ripping the turf up before it like a tablecloth, and poured into a great lake, whose affrighted waters flew hissing and screaming into the air at the approach of the fiery intruder. Within a few more days the basin of the lake itself was completely filled, and having separated into 2 streams, the unexhausted torrent again recommenced its march, in one direction overflowing some ancient lava fields, in the other re-entering the channel of the Skapta, and leaping down the lofty cataract of Stapafoss. But this was not all. While one lava flood had chosen the Skapta for its bed, another, descending in a different direction, was working like ruin within and on either side the banks of the Hverfisfljót, rushing into the plain, by all accounts with even greater fury and velocity. Whether the 2 issued from the same crater it is impossible to say, as the sources of both were far away within the heart of the unapproachable desert, and even the extent of the lava flow can only be measured from the spot where it entered the inhabited districts. The stream which flowed down Skapta is calculated to be about 50 miles in length by 12 or 15 at its greatest breadth, that which rolled down the Hverfisfljót at 40 miles in length by 7 in breadth. Where it was imprisoned, between the high banks of Skapta, the lava is 500 or 600 feet thick, but as soon as it spread out into the plain, its depth never exceeded 100 feet. The eruption of sand, ashes, pumice, and lava continued till the end of August, when the plutonic drama concluded with a violent earthquake. For a whole year a canopy of cinder-laden cloud hung over the island. Sand and ashes irretrievably overwhelmed thousands of acres of fertile pasturage. The Faroe Island, the Shetlands, and the Orkneys were deluged with volcanic dust, which perceptibly contaminated even the pure skies of England and Holland. Mephitic vapors tainted the atmosphere of the entire islands. Even the grass, which no cinder rain had stifled, completely withered up. The fish perished in the poisoned sea. A murrain broke out among the cattle, and a disease resembling scurvy attacked the inhabitants themselves. Stevenson has calculated that 9,000 men, 28,000 horses, 11,000 cattle, 190,000 sheep died from the effects of this one eruption. The most moderate calculation puts the number of human deaths at upwards of 1,300, and of cattle, etc., at about 156,000. End of section 77.
Section 78 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 78, Climbing Mount Helka, 1854, by Pliny Miles. Hi-ho for Hekla. Thursday, July 29th, was a lofty one in my calendar. The sun had many hours the start of us, getting up she does here at 2 o'clock in the morning. An early hour, though, found us in our saddles. The morning was magnificently bright, the mountain being visible clear to the curling wreath on the summit. Little patches of snow, here and there, near the top, made a break in the broad, black streams of lava that covered every part of the mountain. We provided ourselves with every requisite for a long day's journey. My knapsack was well stored with good things, solids and fluids, and then I had my old Scotch companion, the tartan plaid, to keep the cold away, and each of us had a fine staff, what the Swiss travellers call an alpenstock. But ours were Hecklastocks, Iceland staffs, some 6 feet long and armed with a strong, sharp iron pike. My travelling guide, the farmer of Nofralt, and the reader's most humble servant made up the party. Not quite a princely retinue, but enough. Yes, and there was our dog, Nero. The top of the mountain was distant about 7 miles, of which we could ride nearly 4. Away we galloped through some fine green meadows, till we came to a mountain gorge on our right, down which in numerous cascades poured a small river. Several ducks and water-hens flew away as we approached their mountain home. Passing through this gorge, we came into a circular meadow entirely shut in by mountains, like an immense amphitheatre, and this was the last bit of productive land on our way towards the summit of Hekla. A hut was erected there as a temporary residence for the farmer while gathering his hay. High, precipitous hills of red lava overhung our path on the right, but the ascent for some distance was gradual. For near a mile we galloped our horses over a gently ascending plain of fine volcanic sand. High up the mountain side were several sheep, but scarce a blade of grass could be seen where they stood. Perhaps they went up to enjoy the prospect of the green meadows far in the distance. We soon found our mountain climbing was not going to be play. Our ponies found it so too. Our route was intercepted by a broad and high stream of lava that extended 6 or 7 miles from the summit of the mountain. We turned to the right in a southerly direction, and for 400 or 500 yards found it about as steep as our ponies could climb. We took a zigzag course to relieve the animals, and after half an hour's climbing found ourselves on a level tableland, nearly half a mile across. We were now about 1,000 feet above the lower region, where we left the farmhouse, and here we were obliged to leave our horses. The Icelanders have an ingenious way of fastening their animals so they will not stray. They fasten all their horses in a circle, tying the head of one to the tail of another, and bringing the head of the first round to the tail of the last. If they choose to travel, they can, but like John on his rocking horse, they may gallop all day in one indeterminable circle and not get far. Near where we left the horses, extending away to our right, was a large stream of lava, one that came from the eruption of 1845. And though 7 years had elapsed, it was not yet cool, and the smoke was rising from it in many places. The streams of lava that run from the craters of volcanoes, and which here in Iceland are seen on the plains as well as on the mountains, are usually from 20 to 40 feet deep, from 100 yards to half a mile in breadth, and from 1 to 10 miles long. They are vast ridges of rough, black rocks, of a most forbidding aspect, the largest masses weighing from 1 to 3 to 4 tons. When it flows from the mountain, it is a stream of molten mineral, and its progress generally rather slow, but dependent on the steepness of the mountain and the size and force of the stream. Melted lava often does not move more than from 50 to 100 yards in a day, but in some cases it may run several miles. It soon begins to explode and break up by the expansion and escape of the air within it, and by the force of the steam created by moisture on the surface of the ground beneath. While the lava is breaking up, for several days it keeps up a terrible roaring. Then this rough mass, as black as charcoal, lies unchanged in appearance for centuries. After a long time it begins to turn a little brown, and on its surface appears in minute particles one of the lowest order of mosses. At the height of about 4,000 feet we first struck the snow. This was the first snow I had trod since arriving in Iceland. And as if the whole order of nature must be reversed here, this snow was black. This was not exactly the natural color, but a complexion it had assumed from being so near the mouth of the volcano. Sand, ashes, dust, and smoke had coated and begrimed it so thoroughly that the whole surface was like fine charcoal. A long valley was filled with it. As near I could judge, it was from 5 to 50 feet deep. We passed over several snowbanks that were many hundred yards in breadth, some of which had not lost their white color. From the level country in the distance, these snowbanks looked like mere patches, but here we found some of them nearly a quarter of a mile across. We ascended the mountain from the west, but now we were north of the summit, and where most of the snow lay. Clouds now gathered round us, and we had to grope our way in the fog for some time. The ascent grew more precipitous, and the climbing was exceedingly toilsome. The earth and lava now appeared of a red color. We seemed to be approaching the region of the fire. Sulphurous fumes saluted our nostrils, and weather cleared a little, and suddenly before us yawned a deep crater. What a horrible chasm! Indeed, it seemed like hell itself. Fire and brimstone literally. Dark, curling smoke, yellow sulphur, and red cinders appearing on every side of it. The crater was funnel-shaped, about 150 feet deep, and about the same distance across at the top. This was one of 4 craters where the fire burst out in 1845. After the eruption they had caved in, and remained as we now saw them. In a row above this one, extending towards the top of the mountain, were 3 other craters, all similar in appearance. Our progress now was one of great danger. At our left was the north side of the mountain, and for a long distance it was a perpendicular wall. Dropping off more than 1,000 feet below us, a large stone, overthrown, never sent back an echo. The craters were on our right, and between these and the precipice on our left we threaded a narrow ridge of sand, not wider than a common footpath. A more awful scene or a more dangerous place I hope never to be in. Had it not been for my long staff, I could never have proceeded. The dangers and terrors of the scene were greatly increased by the clouds and cold wind that came up on our left, and the smoke and sulphurous stench that rose from the craters on our right. One moment in danger of falling over the perpendicular side of the mountain on the one hand, and the next of being swallowed up in a burning crater on the other. Our path was exceedingly steep, and for nearly a quarter of a mile we pursued it with slow and cautious steps. Old Nero saw the danger, and set up a dismal howl. A few minutes after he slipped, and came near falling into the fiery pit. In 5 minutes an animal or a man would have been baked to a cinder. Pursuing our way by the 4 craters, our path widened, and half an hour more brought us to the top of the mountain. Our purpose was accomplished. We stood on the summit of Mount Hecla, and a toilsome journey it had been for us. I threw myself on the ground and took a look at the scene before me. The top of the mountain was not a peak, but broad and nearly flat, with here and there a little irregularity of surface. It was about a quarter of a mile across in one direction, from west to east, and some 50 rods the other way. In several places were deep snowbanks, but as yet we saw no crater on the summit. It was now 2 o'clock, it having taken us about 8 hours to make the ascent. Though we saw no crater, we had very direct evidence that we were in close proximity to volcanic fires. Little eminences of lava stood up around us, from which smoke issued, and the ground under our feet felt warm. On removing the earth to the depth of 2 or 3 inches, it felt hot, and on digging down anywhere to the depth of 6 inches, smoke would burst out. 6 inches deeper, and no doubt a man might light a cigar. I went close to a bank of snow, to have something to cool my punch, spread out my tartan plaid on a warm piece of lava, opened my knapsack, sat down, and dined. That was the loftiest dinner I had ever partaken. Nero lay at my feet, the guides were conversing at a little distance, the lava around me was warm, and after a little time the weather cleared up and left a blue sky and clear atmosphere, with a full opportunity to survey the wondrous panorama of nature that lay spread out below and around us. End of section 78. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 79 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in August 2019. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 79. Waiting for the Great Geyser to Spout, 1874, by Bayard Taylor. The presence of so many celebrities was due to the fact that the author's visit was made at the time of the great celebration of Iceland's millennium. The Editor. I slept soundly the night after our arrival at the geysers, but some members of our party were excited and restless. Toward morning there were several mysterious underground thumps, which sent them posting to the great geyser's brim, but only denser steam and a heavier overflow of water followed. The scene in the morning was curious. We took our toilet articles and went, half-dressed, to the hollow between the geyser and the spring, where the surplus overthrow is shallow and lukewarm. It was already occupied. A royal chamberlain was scooping up water in his hands, an admiral was dipping his toothbrush into the stream, a Copenhagen professor was laboriously shaving himself by the aid of a looking-glass stuck in a crack of the crater, and the king, neat and fresh as if at home, stood on the bank and amused himself with the sight. The quality of the water is exquisite. It is like down and velvet to the skin. Soap becomes a finer substance in it, and the refreshment given to the hands and face seems to permeate the whole body. If one could only have a complete bath! A day's labor would make a pool sufficient, therefore, yet the idea has never occurred to a single soul, native or foreign. I did not dare to venture a quarter of a mile away from the geyser during the whole day. We all fell into a condition of nervous expectancy, which could not be escaped, comical as were some of its features. There was a pile of turf, perhaps a cartload, beside the Strokre, which lay just below our tent, and we were told that the cauldron would be compelled to spout for the king as soon as he had finished his breakfast, so we sat down contented to the second plover stew which Mr. Gladstone and Dr. Hayes had provided for us. The farmer from whom we had procured fuel sent us several bottles of delicious cream and a large salmon for dinner. The Strokre is a pit about 5 feet in diameter and 8 feet deep to the ordinary level of the water, which is always in a furious boiling state. Professor Steenstrup assured me that it is not connected with the Great Geyser, as the analysis of the water shows a difference, but the people are equally convinced that it is, and that to provoke its activity diminishes the chances of the former spouting. However this may be, the royal command was given. The pile of turf was pitched into the hole, and all gathered around, at a safe distance, waiting to see what would follow. For 10 minutes we noticed nothing except a diminution of steam. Then the water gushed up to the level of the soil, in a state of violent agitation, subsided, rose again, spouted the full breadth of the hole to a height of 15 or 20 feet, sank back, and finally, after another moment of quiet, shot 100 feet into the air. The boiled turf, reduced to the consistency of gravel, filled the jet and darkened its central shaft, but I did not find that it diminished the beauty of the phenomenon. Jet after jet followed, sending long plume-like tufts from the summit and sides of the main column, around which the snowy drifts of steam whirled and eddied with a grace so swift that the eye could scarcely seize it. At such moments the base was hidden, and the form of the fountain was like a bunch of the pampas grass in blossom, a cluster of feathery panicles of spray. The performance lasted nearly 10 minutes, and was resumed again 2 or 3 times after it seemed to have ceased. 2 or 3 of the last spoutings were the highest, and some estimated them at fully 120 feet. Finally, the indignant cauldron threw out the last of its unclean emetic, and sank to its normal level. The king, who had turned aside to salute our company, was in the act of expressing to me his admiration of the scene, when the little geezer gave sudden signs of action. There was a rush of the whole party. His Majesty turned and ran like a boy, jumping over the gullies and stones with an agility which must have bewildered the heavy officials, who were compelled to follow as they best could. It was a false alarm. The little geezer let off a few sharp discharges of steam, as if merely to test the pressure, and then, as if satisfied, resumed its indolent, smoky habit. The cone of the great geyser is not more than 20 feet high, and appears to have been gradually formed by the deposit of the siliceous particles which the water holds in solution. The top is like a shallow wash-bowl 30 feet in diameter, full to the brim, and slowly overflowing on the eastern side. In the center of this bowl there is a well, indicated by the intense blue-green of the water, and apparently 8 or 10 feet in diameter. It has been sounded, and bottom, or at least a change of direction, reached at a depth of 85 feet. At the edge, where the water is shallow, one can dip his fingers in quickly without being scalded. Small particles placed in the overflow are completely encrusted with transparent silex in a day or 2. Professor Steenstrup informed me that the water has important healing properties. The steam has an odor of sulphuretted hydrogen, but the taste thereof is so soon lost that where the stream becomes cold, we used it for drinking and making coffee. I shall never forget that calm, sublime day at the geysers. After reading many descriptions, I was never less prepared for the reality of the scene. Instead of a dreary, narrow, volcanic valley, here was a landscape bounded on the west by mountains, but to the north, east, and south only to be spanned by a radius of 50 miles. Near us, a quiet, grass-roofed farmstead. Toward the sea, meadows and gleams of rivers. In front, the broad green plain, its enclosing hills and Hekla rising lonely above them. Northward, a church and neighboring byres, a smooth grassy ridge beyond, the snow-streaked pyramid of the Blafjall, Blue Mountain, and far in the distance the luminous, icy peaks of the Arnajökull. From our tent the noise of the boiling waters could not be heard. The steam ascended quickly, soon dissipated in the light wind, and the expression of the scene before me, as I watched it for hours, lying on the soft turf of the hillside, was one of perfect peace and repose. At 1:30 o'clock there came a dull thud, felt rather than heard, then another, and we all rushed towards the great geyser. Before anyone reached it, however, the noises ceased. The water rose a foot or so, giving out dense volumes of steam, but in 5 minutes it became quiet as before. The king and his attendant officials strayed up the hill, and there the former devoted some time to carving the subjoined rune upon one of the rocks. C. 9, 1874. There were various small parties of the native population at the geysers during the day, but fewer than might have been expected, even taking into account the sparse settlement in this part of Iceland. They were coarse, solidly built figures, the bodies much larger than the legs, the hair thick and blond, and the faces broad, weather-beaten, and apparently expressionless. I saw half a dozen, 4 men and 2 women, stand vacantly grinning at the king as he passed them, and even when he politely saluted them, the men hesitated, in awkward shyness, before they even touched their hats. Another, to whom he was speaking in a kindly manner, with his hand upon the man's shoulder, suddenly remembered that some mark of respect was necessary, and snatched off his hat with as much haste as if there had been a hornet inside of it. Among the people were several sick persons, who had made long journeys in the hope of finding a physician in the king's suite. Disappointed in this, they turned to Dr. Hayes and to our jovial Reykjavik friend, Dr. Hjaltalin. The first case was a man suffering from Bright's disease, for which, unfortunately, we had no medicines. But the medicine chest, when it was opened, attracted our visitors with a singular power. Men and women crowded around, gazing with eager interest, and, as it seemed to me, longing upon the bottles of pills and potions. I offered a quinine pill to a woman, and she instantly took and chewed it, without ever asking a question. To confirm a faith so profound, I felt obliged to take 2 of the pills myself. Soon afterwards there came a married couple, the mother carrying a baby, which, as it needed but a glance to see, was almost dying of croup. They had carried the poor child on horseback for 5 hours, in the hope of finding relief. There was no time to be lost. Hot baths and poultices were ordered at the byre near at hand, and in the meantime an opiate was administered. The gasping and writhing of the child was too much for those strong Icelandic men. The mother stood calm and firm, holding it, but Zoega ran away in one direction, and Eyvindur in another, crying like children, and the farmers turned aside their heads to hide their tears. At the byre nothing could exceed the kindness of the farmer's family, in fact, of all who could help. The king's purveyor furnished white bread for a poultice, a hot bath was made ready, and the father stuffed the child's clothes into his bosom to keep them warm for it. All night the people watched with it, and the next morning everybody looked happy on hearing that its condition had somewhat improved. The next case was a boy with hip disease, for whom little could be done, though the doctor constructed a temporary support for his foot. The people invariably asked how much they should pay, and gratefully shook hands when payment was declined. I made an effort to talk with a group of farmers, finding them ready enough, only a little embarrassed at the start. But when I asked, "Do you know Sæmund's Edda?" there was an instant flash and flame in their eyes, and all shyness vanished. The Njal and Völsunga sagas, Snorri Sturleson, with a score of obscurer sagas of which I have never heard, were eagerly mentioned and discussed. It was remarkable to see their full knowledge of Icelandic literature and their vital interest in it. "Do you know who first discovered America?" I asked. "Yes, yes," they all cried in a body. "It was Leif, the son of Erik the Red." "When was it?" "About the year 1000. And there was Thorfinn Karlsefne, who went afterward, and Thorvald. They called the country Finland." "We know it," said I. "I am a Finlander." They silently stretched out their hands and shook mine. An instinct of the true nature of the people arose in me. Within an hour I had seen what tenderness, goodness, knowledge, and desire for knowledge are concealed under their rude, apathetic exteriors. To meet them was like being suddenly pushed back to the 13th century, for all the rich, complex, later developed life of the race has not touched them. More than ever I regretted my ignorance of the language, without knowing which no stranger can possibly understand their character. At 4:30 there came a repetition of geyser thumps, louder and more rapid than the first time, and at 8 o'clock a third manifestation. We fondly hoped that these were signs of increased activity, which would soon bring about an outburst. Our excitement increased to such an extent that, although watches had been set for the king's sake, Messrs. Halstead, Hayes, and Gladstone volunteered to keep independent watch for us. The 2 former passed half the night sitting on the edge of the geyser basin. They were once scared away by a thump which threatened to split the rocky shell under their feet, but nothing followed except a violent overflow of water. I heard the noises twice during the night, and waited vainly for a call. The twilight was so bright that the spectacle would have been visible at any hour, had it come. End of section 79.
Section 80 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonja. How Icelandic Children Get Their Surnames by Mrs Disney Leith. You will have noticed that an Icelander's surname always ends in son. That is very like our English names, but in the case of the Icelander, the name is what is called a patronymic, the name of his father, and may change with every generation. Thus, suppose a man is christened Jon, John, and he calls his son Paul, Paul, the son would be called Paul Jonsson. But if Paul grew up and had a son, he might very likely wish to name him after his father. Thus the child would be Jon Paulsson. Sometimes the son bears his father's Christian name, and then he would be Jonsson. I know a man called Magnus Magnusson, and he told me his ancestors had been Magnus Magnussons for many, many generations. You would think it would be very puzzling to trace their pedigrees, but they do not find it so. Many families can trace their line back quite to the saga times. But what about the girls? They are called Paulsdottir, Paul's daughter, Jonsdottir, as the case may be. Whenever you ask the name of a man or woman, you are given the Christian name only. If you want to know more, you must say where's son, whose son, or where's dottir. Sometimes, when girls go abroad to live, they add the son to their father's name, and use it for a surname, as daughter would seem strange. A married woman in Iceland is usually given her patronymic as well as her husband's name. For instance, Fru, Mrs. Margaret Thordarsdottir Sigurdsson is the daughter of Thord and wife of Sigurdsson. There are one or two old family surnames in Iceland, but they are quite the exception. They have pretty little abbreviations to their names. A girl whose name is Sigrid will be called Sika. Gunnar is used for Gudrun. With men, Toggi stands for Thorgrim, Siggi for Sigurd, Brinki for Brynjulf, and Monkey, which sounds very like monkey, for Magnus. They use all the old historic and heroic names still, and it is funny to see on the shop doors names which you have hitherto associated only with the chieftains and great men of the sagas, now borne by your bootmaker and watchmaker. End of section 80. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 81 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Greenland Part I. Stories from the History of Greenland. Historical Note. The history of Greenland begins in 985, when Eric the Red made a voyage along its coast, and with all the wisdom of an experienced colonizer, gave to the country the attractive name of Greenland. Settlements were made, Christianity was introduced, and Greenland had even a bishop of her own. Those were the palmy days of the island, and then it was in the year 1000 that Leif Erikson made his famous voyage to the south, where he is supposed to have landed on what are now the shores of the United States. In 1260, Greenland became a territory of Norway, and thus came into the union of the Scandinavian countries at the end of the 14th century. Not long after this union, Greenland seems to have vanished from the memory of mankind, and for more than 200 years nothing was known of the colonists. In the heart of one man, however, a Norwegian clergyman named Hans Egede, there was a deep longing to learn what had become of the lost people. He could not bring himself to believe that they had all perished, and ever before him was the picture of the descendants of these pioneers icebound in some corner of the coast, and shut away from all Christian teachings. After most earnest pleading, he aroused some interest in the forsaken people, and in 1721 he set sail for Greenland to search for them, and become their pastor. The colonists had disappeared, but to the native Greenlanders he became so true a friend and so worthy a teacher that he well deserved his title, the Apostle to Greenland. In 1733 the Moravians also sent out missionaries. The inhabited portion of the land, from Egede Fjord on the east to Tesiusak on the west, is under the control of the Danish government. What is known of northern Greenland has come to us entirely from the visits of Arctic explorers, two of whom, Nansen and Peary, have crossed the ice cap which covers the interior of the country. End of section 81. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 82 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Bennett. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 82, How Eric the Red Came to Greenland, 983, by Dr. Isaac I. Hayes. Eric was a high-handed son of a Jarl, Earl, of Jadar, in Norway, who, opposing the encroachments of the king upon his feudal rights, in common with his class, was forced to flee the country. Escaping with his son, he established himself in Iceland, which was then being peopled by such refugees from tyranny and wrong, and a society was being formed, which, for love of liberty and the actual possession of republican freedom, has never been excelled. These Icelanders were then, and they continued to be for centuries afterwards, the most intellectual and refined people of the north of Europe. And this is not surprising, when it is remembered that the best blood of Norway and Denmark went to swell its population. In fact, Iceland gave literature and laws to the whole of Scandinavia. The child was wiser than the parent. Her writers first put in shape the Norse mythology, and many of the most distinguished families of Norway and Denmark are now proud to trace their origin back to the old freedom-loving jarls and sea kings who founded a nation upon a rock which had been forced up by terrestrial fires into an atmosphere so cold and forbidding that the snows gathered upon its lofty summits, while volcanic heat wrestled in the bowels of its mountains. Eric received his surname of Red, or Rotha, from the colour of his hair, and his corresponding disposition doubled the significance of the name, when it was made to signify he of the red hand, as well as of the red head. The truth is, he was, according to all accounts, much addicted to the then popular pastime of cutting people's throats, and for his last offence of this description, he was banished from Iceland for a space of 3 years. The immediate offence was for killing a churlish knave, who would not return a borrowed doorpost, which was always a sacred object, and was preserved with pious care by the Scandinavians. Perhaps if the borrowed article had been a book instead of a doorpost, as in the case of fighting St. Columba, the decree might have been different. Being banished, where should Eric go? He could not return to Norway, and there was no place where he could set the sole of his foot with any safety. So he bethought him of the legendary land of Gunnabjorn, for, according to the Iceland Landnama, or Doomsday Book of Are the Wise, that was the name of the man who had visited the land to the west of Iceland. This land Eric would go in search of, and risk his life and everything upon the hazard. He set sail from Breiðafjord in Iceland sometime during the summer of the year 983 in a small half-decked ship, and in 3 days he sighted land. Not altogether liking the looks of it, he coasted southward until he came to a turning place, or Havarth, now called Cape Farewell. Thence he made his way northward to the present site of Julianasharp, where he passed the 3 years of his forced exile. He liked the country well, as much as he had disliked it before, when he saw it from the other side. Upon the meadowlands, besides the fjord, immense herds of reindeer were browsing on the luxuriant grass. Sparrows chirruped among the branches of the little trees. He thought the place would do to settle in, and named it Greenland. But to be precise, as it is always well to be, I quote from an old Norse saga of the before-mentioned Are the Wise, a saga written in Iceland about the year 1100, the original of which was in existence up to 1651, and a copy of which is still preserved in Copenhagen. Thus runs the tale. The land which is called Greenland was discovered and settled from Iceland. Eric the Red was the man from Bredifjord, who passed thither from hence, Iceland, and took possession of that portion of the country now called Eriksfjord. But the name he gave the whole country was Greenland, for, quoth he, if the land have a good name, it will cause many to come hither. He first colonized the land 14 or 15 winters before Christianity was introduced into Iceland, as was told by Thorkil Gelusen in Greenland, by one who had himself accompanied Eric thither. This Thorkil Gelusen was uncle to Are the Wise, and the historian was pretty likely, therefore, to be accurate in his information. Upon returning to Iceland, Eric was graciously received, and what with the fine name he had given to his new country, and the fine promises he held out, he had no trouble in obtaining all he asked for. That is, 25 ships loaded with adventurous people, and all the appliances for building up a colony. Thus provided, he set sail in the year 985, but only 14 of these ships ever reached their destination. Some of the remaining 11 were lost at sea, others were wrecked upon the eastern coast of Greenland, others put back to Iceland in distress. Eric was resolved to found a nation for himself, and these 14 cargoes of people gave him a sufficient nucleus. He went far up his fjord and began a settlement. A house was also built nearer to the sea, probably a lookout house, for Eric expected other ships, and he, like a prudent man that he was, would set a watch for them. The ruins of this house may still be seen, and are not 5 minutes' walk from the pastor's house at Julianasharp. According to his expectations, other ships arrived, bringing cattle, sheep, and horses. Likewise his wife and sons and daughters. The settlement grew and prospered. Norwegians, Danes, Icelanders, people from the Hebrides, from the British Isles, from Ireland, and even from the south of Europe, came there in ships to trade. Emigrants poured in, new towns were built, new farms were cleared, and ambitious and adventurous men surged up and down the coast for other fields whereon to display their enterprise. How far north the most adventurous went we cannot certainly know, but Ranf places one of their expeditions in latitude 75 degrees, a point to which the stoutest ships of modern times cannot now go without encountering serious risk. And all this was ventured 800 years ago in half-decked ships and open boats. It is positively known that one of their expeditions reached as far as Upernavik, latitude 7250, a stone having been discovered near there in 1824 by Sir Edward Parry, bearing the following inscription in runic characters. Erling Sivitsen and Bjorn Thordarson and Eindrid Oddsen on Saturday before Ascension Week raised these marks and cleared ground. 1135. Think of clearing ground in Greenland up in latitude 72 degrees 50. What kind of ground would now be found to clear? Naked wastes alone, and the desert sands are not more unproductive. But as intimated already, the climate has certainly changed during the 700 years since this event happened, in evidence of which it is not unimportant to observe that in the old chronicles of the voyages of those ancient Northmen, there is very little mention made of ice as a disturbing element in navigation. And this brings us back to where we started, to the growth of glaciers in the Greenland fjords. From these glaciers come the icebergs, and a fjord which receives a glacier is not habitable. There was no glacier in Eric's fjord when Eric went there, and there are none now, but it is surrounded by them. The mountains are of such peculiar formation that they keep back the frozen flood from Eric's fjord itself, and thus it was that this spot of earth was and still is fit for human life, an oasis in a desert, a patch of green in a wilderness of ice. End of section 82. Section 83. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Bennett. The World's Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 83. How the Greenlanders Got a Bishop. 1126. By Dr. Isaac I. Hayes. The introduction of Christianity into Greenland was accomplished by Leif, son of Red Erik, and it was the same man who discovered America. Two grand achievements which rank Leif Erikson as one of the heroes of history. With respect to the former event, an old Icelandic saga thus briefly records the fact. When 14 winters were passed from the time that Erik the Red set forth to Greenland, his son Leif sailed from thence to Norway, and came thither in the autumn that King Olaf Tryggvason arrived in the north from Helfaland. Leif brought up his ship at Nidaros, Trondheim, and went straightway to the king. Olaf declared unto him the true faith, as was his custom, unto all heathens who came before him, and it was not hard for the king to persuade Leif thereto, and he was baptized, and with him all his crew. Nor was it hard for King Olaf to persuade his subjects generally thereto. His Christianity was very new and rather muscular, and under the persuasive influence of the sword, this royal missionary made more proselytes than ever were made before in the same space of time by all the monks and missionaries put together. When Leif came back to Greenland with a new religion and a priest to boot, his father Erik was much incensed, and declared the act pregnant with mischief. But after a while he was prevailed upon to acknowledge the new religion, and at the same time to give his wife Thjodhilda, who had proved a more ready subject for conversion, leave to build a church. Thus runs the saga. Leif straightway began to declare the universal faith throughout the land, and he laid before the people the message of King Olaf, and detailed unto them how much grandeur and great nobleness there was attached to the new belief. Erik was slow to determine to leave his ancient faith, but Thjodhilda, his wife, was quickly persuaded thereto, and she built a kirk, which was called Thjodhilda's Kirk. And from the time she received the faith, she separated from her husband, which did sorely grieve him. And this appears to have been the last, and as the sequel shows, was the most potent argument for his conversion. To get his wife back, he turned Christian and ordered the pagan rites to be discontinued, and the pagan images of Thor and Odin and the rest of them to be broken up and burned. Whether this first Greenland church of Theodhilda's was built at Brattahlid, or Garda, or Kragthortok, cannot now be positively said, but we might perhaps find some reason to conclude it was the latter, from the fact that an old man named Grimar, as the saga states, who lived then at Brattahlid, made complaint, "I get but seldom to the church to hear the words of learned clerks, for it is a very long journey thereto." This much, however, we do know, that the church, wherever it was situated, was begun in the year 1002, and was known far and wide by the name of its pious lady founder. Several churches and 3 monasteries were built afterwards. One of these latter was near a boiling spring, the waters from which, being carried through the building in pipes, gave a pleasant warmth to the good monks who occupied it, and they needed no other heat the year round. The Christian population of Greenland became, in course of time, so numerous that it was necessary for the Bishop of Iceland to come over there frequently to administer the duties of that part of his see, for the diocese of Garda, as it was called, was from the first attached to the See of Iceland. 100 years thus passed away, and both in spiritual and temporal matters the Northmen in Greenland were getting along finely. Their intercourse with Europe was regular, and their export trade, especially in beef, was considerable. Indeed, Greenland beef was for a long time highly prized in Norway, and there was no greater luxury to set before the king. The people were almost wholly independent of the Icelandic government. Under a system of their own devising, which appears to have perfectly satisfied their necessities, they lived quite unmolested by the outside world, and, undisturbed by wars and rumours of wars, the descendants of Eric the Red were as happy as any people need wish to be. They lacked only one thing to complete their scheme of perfect independence. They needed a bishop of their own, which would cut them loose from Iceland altogether. And in truth the Icelanders were such a liberty-loving people that they were in no wise inclined to dispute their claims. But a bishop they could not have without the sanction of the powers that ruled in Norway, for the Pope would not appoint so high an officer for any of the regions, directly or indirectly subject to the control of Norway, except upon the nomination of the king, after consultation with his spiritual advisers. Numerous petitions were accordingly sent over to the king in order to secure his good offices. For a time these efforts were attended with but partial success, since a temporary bishop only was vouchsafed them in the person of Eric, not the Red, who went to Greenland in the year 1120, and without remaining long went home, having, however, visited Vinland in the interval. This Vinland being the America which Columbus thought to be a part of Asia some 4 centuries later. Finding they did not get a bishop of their own according to their deserts, as they estimated them, they grew indignant, and one of their chief men, named Sokka, declared that they must and would have one. Their personal honour and the national pride demanded it. And indeed the Christian faith itself was not in safety otherwise. Accordingly, under the advice of Sokka, a large present of walrus ivory and valuable furs was voted to the King of Norway, and Einar, son of Sokka, was commissioned to carry the petition and the present. The result proved that the inhabitants of Greenland were wise in their day and generation, for whether through the earnestness of their appeals, or the value of their gifts, or through the persuasiveness of the ambassador, or through all combined, they obtained in the year 1126 Bishop Arnold, who forthwith founded his episcopal see at Garda, and there erected a cathedral which was built in the form of a cross. Arnold seems to have been a most excellent and pious leader of these struggling Christians, zealous as the famous monk of Iona. Without the impulsiveness of that great apostle of Scotland, he bound his charge together in the bonds of Christian love, and gave unity and happiness to a prosperous people. He died in the year 1152, and thenceforth, until 1409, the See of Garda, which he had founded, was regularly maintained. According to Baron Halberg, in his History of Denmark, 17 successive bishops administered the ordinances of the church in Greenland, the list terminating with Andreas, who was consecrated in 1406. The See and Andreas expired together, and the last account we have of either was made in 1409. When it is recorded that he officiated at a marriage, from the issue of which men now living are proud to trace their ancestry. This was his last official act, so far as we have record. End of section 83.
Section 84 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick Seaman. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappen. Section 84. The Search for the Lost Colonies of Greenland. 1579 to 1671 by Dr. Henry Rink. After 1409, the Greenland colonies seem to have been, for many years, utterly neglected, if not entirely forgotten. Some people have supposed that pirates, or the Eskimos, called Skraelings, or the Black Death, had swept away the inhabitants. Others believed that the Danish navigation laws caused the decay of the settlements. Whatever may have been the cause, the colonies disappeared, and no remains of them were found until 1721, the time of Hans Egede, the editor. In 1579 and 1581, the first expeditions were dispatched from Denmark for the rediscovery of Greenland, and the resumption of the trade with the inhabitants. It seems to have been a firm belief that people of Norse descent still lived there, but so totally had the knowledge of the colony been neglected that these expeditions only tried to reach the east coast opposite to Iceland. They did not even, like Eric the Red, sail southwards to learn whether the coast might be inhabited there. The pack ice bordering the east coast proved impenetrable. The result of their attempts, consequently, was a total failure, and the rediscovery of the sailing route to the deserted settlements became the achievement of a foreign nation, and the accidental result of explorations undertaken with a very different object in view. It was John Davis who in the year 1585, in search of the Northwest Passage around America, discovered the strait named after him, and following the west coast of Greenland, succeeded in landing there in about 64 degrees north latitude, where he entered a fjord and bartered with the natives. It is a well-known fact that in this and the following voyages he penetrated into Baffin's Bay to upwards the latitude of our present northmost settlement. Surveying the coasts on both sides, these discoveries in Denmark revived the thought of the long-neglected and given-up settlement, and even led to the opposite extreme in giving rise to the most sanguine expectations. With regard to its significance and riches, in 1605, Christian IV of Denmark sent out 3 ships under the command of 2 Englishmen and 1 Dane, named Lindenau, who were accompanied by one James Hall, who, having been in Greenland before, was appointed pilot, or sailing master. Shortly after they had sighted Greenland, the commanders fell out, and the ships separated, Lindenau succeeded in getting through the ice and finding a harbor somewhere about 62 degrees or 63 degrees north latitude. Here they met with a great number of natives and began to barter with them for furs and narwhal horns. The natives proved to be very thievish, snatching away everything they could lay hold on, and the Europeans, per contra, availed themselves for the favorable state of the market by giving a single nail, it is told, for wares worth from 2 to 3 Danish dollars. Having carried on the traffic for a significantly long time, they secured 2 of the native merchants themselves, their skin canoes into the bargain, and threw them into the ship's hold, along with the other articles, going for show to Denmark. The 2 poor wretches fell into a state of fury, so that the crew were obliged to have them tied to the mast, and with gunshots to frighten away their countrymen who were coming out to their rescue. Meanwhile, the other ships had gone much farther north, and landed somewhere south of 67 degrees north latitude. They likewise met with many natives, and commenced bartering with them for skin, whalebone, narwhal horns, and walrus tusks. The commanders of these ships could as little resist the temptation of carrying home some specimens of the human inhabitants, in order to exhibit them on their arrival in Europe. After having killed a good many of them, says the old record, they succeeded in capturing 4 alive, though not without running great risks. The prisoners were so savage and unmanageable that the sailors were obliged to shoot one of them to reduce the others to order. On the voyage, however, they grew quite merry, and the captain trained one of them to jump about at a given sign from him when he nodded at them, and to go aloft with the sailors. When these 3 ships had returned safely to Copenhagen in the same year, they attracted general attention. But of all the wares and curiosities they had carried home with them, nothing created such excitement as some specimens of silver ore, which the voyagers pretended to have discovered at one of the northwest fjords. The king, in the hope of acquiring a lucrative colony, levied a special Greenland tax throughout his dominions, and the next year he equipped no less than 5 ships for an expedition, chiefly with the aim of mining silver ore. The stolen Greenlanders were appointed interpreters to the explorers. The accounts of this enterprise are not very detailed, but it has been reported that they reached the supposed silver mine, found it all right, shipped full cargo of ore, and bartered with the natives, of whom they stole 5, whereas, in retaliation for other offences, one of the ship's crew who had been put on shore as punishment for some crime was torn to pieces by the Greenlanders. In October the same year, the expedition returned, but as it appears, resulting in utter disappointment. The purchases of Greenland articles had only been few, probably on account of the stores having been exhausted in the preceding year. No further mention is made of any silver mine, and it is supposed that it proved to be only the invention of a swindler, and that those who had been duped quietly put aside the mineral cargo, after having ascertained it to be devoid of any metallic contents. The human specimens were exhibited, and their limbs measured and examined, for the purpose of describing this new race. Later on, one of them died of homesickness. Another made a desperate attempt at getting back to Greenland in his kayak, in which he perished. The third of the poor wretches died from being overworked, and compelled to go fishing in winter as well as in summer. The last one tried to make his escape, but was overtaken, and died of grief and vexation. The result of these explorations have been particularly disappointing as regards the rediscovery of the ancient colonies. Desolate and barren rocks have been found instead of farms and green pastures, and the strange people, of whom a few individuals have been brought home and minutely examined, bore no resemblance at all to the reputed settlers. It has taken centuries to discover the real cause of this disappointment, which undoubtedly must be ascribed to an overrating of what Eric the Red considered an inhabitable country. The want of success on the part of the explorers first led to the resumption of the old idea that the abandoned settlements had been situated to the east of Cape Farewell. Thither, the king accordingly, in the following year, 1607, dispatched an expedition, which however soon returned after several perilous and disastrous efforts to penetrate the belt of pack ice encumbering the whole of the coast. With the failure of this expedition, the government temporarily gave up all further attempts, whereas some private expeditions, English as well as Danish, visited Greenland in the same century, until the government again, in 1670 and 1671, sent out 2 ships, probably to the east coast, with what result is, however, unknown. These other voyages, in the meantime, gave rise to several commercial undertakings, fishing being tried in a new branch of the Atlantic discovered by John Davis. They were carried on by English, French, and Dutch vessels, and the whale fishery especially acquired a long-continued importance in Davis Strait, after the whale had become scarce in the Spitzbergen seas. But only the Dutch seem to have carried on any traffic with the inhabitants of the Greenland coast. In connection with the whale fishery, this commerce already flourished in the earliest part of the 18th century. The whalers, on sailing up and down the strait, occasionally dropped in, here and there, anchoring up in the bays, and awaiting the arrival of the natives, who used to bring out the products of their country for sale. Many cairns erected by them, and also many names of places and several traditions indicate that the Dutch have thoroughly searched the coast from Cape Farewell up to 73 degrees north latitude, but there are no signs left that any settlements or temporary fishing establishments have ever existed, or been attempted or intended by them, nor have their explorations in any way added to the general store of geographical knowledge. End of section 84. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 85 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 85. The Apostle to Greenland, 1721 to 1736. By Jacob A. Rees. The Norwegian clergyman Hans Egede could not give up the thought that descendants of the lost colonists of Greenland were still living, shut away from mankind and from the gospel. At length his earnest entreaties prevailed. The King of Denmark appointed him missionary to the Greenlanders and promised him a small salary. In May 1721 he set sail on the ship Hobbit, the Hope, for the unknown shores of the land of ice. The Editor. Early in June they sighted land, but the way to it was barred by impassable ice. A whole month they sailed to and fro, trying vainly for a passage. At last they found an opening and slipped through, only to find themselves shut in, with towering icebergs closing around them. As they looked fearfully out over the rail, their convoy signaled that she had struck, and the captain of Hobbit cried out that all was lost. In the tumult of terror that succeeded, Egede alone remained calm. Praying for succor where there seemed to be none, he remembered the 107th Psalm. He brought them out of darkness and the shadow of death, and brake their bands in sunder. And the morning dawned clear. The ice was moving, and their prison widening. On July 3, Hobbit cleared the last ice reef, and the shore lay open before them. The Eskimos came out in their kayaks, and the boldest climbed aboard the ship. In one boat sat an old man who refused the invitation. He paddled about the vessel, mumbling darkly in a strange tongue. He was an Angakok, one of the native medicine men, of whom presently Egede was to know much more. As he stood upon the deck and looked at these strangers for whose salvation he had risked all, his heart fell, They were not the stalwart Northmen he had looked for, and their jargon had no homelike sound. But a great wave of pity swept over him, and the prayer that rose to his lips was for strength to be their friend and their guide to the light. Not at once did the way open for the coveted friendship with the Eskimos. While they thought the strangers came only to trade, they were hospitable enough, but when they saw them build, clearly intent on staying, they made signs that they had better go. They pointed to the sun that sank lower toward the horizon every day, and shivered as if from extreme cold, and they showed their visitors the icebergs and the snow, making them understand that it would cover the house by and by. When it all availed nothing, and the winter came on, they retired into their huts and cut the acquaintance of the white men. They were afraid that they had come to take revenge for the harm done their people in the olden time. There was nothing for it then but that Egede must go to them, and this he did. They seized their spears when they saw him coming, but he made signs that he was their friend. When he had nothing else to give them, he let them cut the buttons from his coat. Throughout the 15 years he spent in Greenland, Egede never wore furs, as did the natives. The black robe he thought more seemly for a clergyman, to his great discomfort. He tells in his diary and in his letters that often when he returned from his winter travels it could stand alone when he took it off, being frozen stiff. After a while he got upon neighborly terms with the Eskimos, but if anything the discomfort was greater. They housed him at night in their huts, where the filth and the stench were unendurable. They showed their special regard by first licking off the piece of seal they put before him, and if he rejected it, they were hurt. Their housekeeping, of which he got an inside view, was embarrassing in its simplicity. The dish washing was done by the dogs licking the kettle clean. Often, after a night or two in a hut that held half a dozen families, he was compelled to change his clothes to the skin in an open boat or out on the snow. But the alternative was to sleep in a cold that sometimes froze his pillow to the bed and the teacup to the table in his own home. Above all, he must learn their language. It proved a difficult task, for the Eskimo tongue was both very simple and very complex. In all the things pertaining to their daily life, it was exceedingly complex. For instance, to catch one kind of fish was expressed by one word, to catch another kind in quite different terms. They had one word for catching a young seal, another for catching an old one. When it came to matters of moral and spiritual import, the language was poor to desperation. Egede's instruction began when he caught the word kine. What is it? And from that time on he learned every day, but the pronunciation was as varied as the workaday vocabulary, and it was an unending task. It proceeded with many interruptions from the Angakocks, who tried more than once to bewitch him, but finally gave it up, convinced that he was a great medicine man himself, and therefore invulnerable. But before that they tried to foment a regular mutiny, the colony being by that time well under way, and Egede had to arrest and punish the leader. The natives naturally clung to them, and when Egede had mastered their language and tried to make clear that the Angakocks deceived them when they said they went to the other world for advice, they demurred. "Did you ever see them go?" he asked. "Well, have you seen this God of yours of whom you speak so much?" was their reply. When Egede spoke of spiritual gifts, they asked for good health and blubber. "Our Angakocks give us that." Hellfire was much in theological evidence in those days, but among the Eskimos it was a failure as a deterrent. They listened to the account of it eagerly and liked the prospect. When at length they became convinced that Egede knew more than their Angakocks, they came to him with the request that he would abolish winter. Very likely they thought that one who had such knowledge of the hot place ought to have influence enough with the keeper of it to obtain this favor. It was not an easy task from any point of view to which he had put his hands. As that first winter wore away, there were gloomy days and nights, and they were not brightened when, with the return of the sun, no ship arrived from Denmark. The Dutch traders came, and opened their eyes wide when they found Egede and his household safe, and even on friendly terms with the Eskimos. Peless, the natives called the missionary that, as the nearest they could come to the Danish prost, priest. Peless was not there after blubber, they told the Dutchmen, but to teach them about heaven, and of Him up there, who had made them and wanted them home with Him again. So he had not worked altogether in vain. But the brief summer passed, and still no relief ship. The crew of Hobbit clamoured to go home, and Egede had at last to give a reluctant promise that if no ship came in 2 weeks he would break up. His wife alone refused to take a hand in packing. The ship was coming, she insisted, and at the last moment it did come. A boat coming in after dark brought the first word of it. The people ashore heard voices speaking Danish, and flew to Egede, who had gone to bed, with the news. The ship brought good cheer. The government was well disposed. Trading and preaching were to go on together as planned. Joyfully then they built a bigger and a better house, and called their colony God Thob, Good Hope. The work was now fairly under way. Of the energy and the hardships it entailed, even we in our day that has heard so much of Arctic exploration can have but a faint conception. Shut in on the coast of eternal ice and silence, save when in summer the Arctic rivers were alive, and crash after crash announced that the glaciers coming down from the inland mountains were casting their calves, the great icebergs upon the ocean. The colonists counted the days from the one when that year's ship was lost to sight, till the returning spring brought the next one, their only communication with their far-off home. In summer the days were sometimes burning hot, but the nights always bitterly cold. In winter, says Egede, hot water spilled on the table froze as it ran, and the meat they cooked was often frozen at the bone when set on the table. Summer and winter Egede was on his travels between Sundays, sometimes in the trader's boat, more often the only white man with 1 or 2 Eskimo companions, seeking out the people. When night surprised him with no native hut in sight, he pulled the boat on some desert shore, and commending his soul to God, slept under it. Once he and his son found an empty hut, and slept there in the darkness. Not until day came again did they know that they had made their bed on the frozen bodies of dead men who had once been the occupants of the house, and had died they never knew how. Peril was everywhere. Again and again his little craft was wrecked. Once the house blew down over their heads in one of the dreadful winter storms that ravaged those high latitudes. Often he had to sit on the rail of his boat and let his numbed feet hang into the sea to restore feeling in them. On land he sometimes waded waist deep in snow, climbed mountains, and slid down into valleys, having but the haziest notion of where he would land. At home his brave wife sat alone, praying for his safety and listening to every sound that might herald his return. Tremble and doubt they did, Egede owns, but neither ever flinched. Their work was before them, and neither thought of turning back. The natives loved him. There came a day that brought this message from the north: "Say to the speaker to come to us to live, for the other strangers who come here can only talk to us of blubber, 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 and we also would hear of the great Creator." Egede went as far as he could, but was compelled by ice and storms to turn back after weeks of incredible hardships. The disappointment was the more severe to him because he had never quite given up his hope of finding remnants of the ancient Norse settlements. The fact that the record spoke of a West Bidge settlement and an East Bidge had misled many into believing that the desolate east coast had once been colonized. Not until our own day was this shown to be an error, when Danish explorers searched that coast for 100 miles and found no other trace of civilization than a beer bottle left behind by the explorer Nordenskjold. Eged's hope had been that Greenland might be once more colonized by Christian people. When the Danish government, after some years, sent up a handful of soldiers, with a major who took the title of governor, to give the settlement official character as a trading station, they sent with them 20 unofficial Christians, 10 men out of the penitentiary, and as many lewd and drunken women from the treadmill, who were married by lot before setting sail, to give the thing a halfway decent look. They were good enough for the Eskimos. They seem to have thought at Copenhagen. There followed a terrible winter, during which mutiny and murder were threatened. "It is a pity," writes the missionary, "that while we sleep secure among the heathen savages, among so-called Christian people, our lives are not safe." As a matter of fact, they were not, for the soldiers joined in the mutiny against Egede as the cause of their having to live in such a place, and had not sickness and death smitten the malcontents, neither he nor the governor would have come safe through the winter. On the Eskimos this view of the supposed fruits of Christian teaching made its own impression. After seeing a woman scourged on shipboard for misbehaviour, they came innocently enough to Egede and suggested that some of their best Angekocks be sent down to Denmark to teach the people to be sober and decent. There came a breathing spell after 10 years of labour in what had often enough seemed to him the spiritual as well as physical ice barrens of the north, when Egede surveyed a prosperous mission, with trade established, 150 children christened and schooled, and many of their elders asking to be baptized. In the midst of his rejoicing, the summer's ship brought word from Denmark that the king was dead, and orders from his successor to abandon the station. Egede might stay with provisions for 1 year, if there was enough left over after fitting out the ship, but after that he would receive no further help. When the Eskimos heard the news, they brought their little children to the mission. "These will not let you go," they said, and he stayed. His wife, whom hardship and privation, and the lonely waiting for her husband in the long winter nights, had at last broken down, refused to leave him, though she sadly needed the care of a physician. A few of the sailors were persuaded to stay another year. "So now," he wrote in his diary, when on July 31, 1731, he had seen the ship sail away with all his hopes, "I am left alone with my wife and 3 children, 10 sailors, and 8 Eskimos, girls and boys, who have been with us from the start. God, let me live to see the blessed day that brings good news once more from home." His prayer was heard. The next summer brought word that the mission was to be continued, partly because Egede had strained every nerve to send home much blubber and many skins. But it was as a glimpse of the sun from behind dark clouds. His greatest trials trod hard upon the good news. To rouse interest in the mission, Egede had sent home young Eskimos from time to time. 3 of these died of smallpox in Denmark. The 4th came home and brought the contagion, all unknown to his people. It was the summer fishing season, when the natives travel much and far, and wherever he went they flocked about him to hear of the great Lord's land, where the houses were so tall that one could not shoot an arrow over them, and to ask a multitude of questions. Was the king very big? Had he caught many whales? Was he strong and a great Angekok? And much more of the same kind. In a week the disease broke out among the children at the mission, and soon word came from islands and fjords where the Eskimos were fishing, of death and misery unspeakable. It was virgin soil for the plague, and it was terribly virulent, striking down young and old in every tent and hut. More than 2,000 of the natives, 1/4 of the whole population, died that summer. Of 200 families near the mission, only 30 were left alive. A cry of terror and anguish rose throughout the settlements. No one knew what to do. In vain did Egede implore them to keep their sick apart. In fever delirium they ran out in the ice fields or threw themselves into the sea. A wild panic seized the survivors, and they fled to the farthest tribes, carrying the seeds of death with them wherever they went. Whole villages perished, and their dead lay unburied. Utter desolation settled like a pall over the unhappy land. Through it all a single ray of hope shone. The faith that Egede had preached all those years, and the life he had lived with them, bore their fruit. They had struck deeper than he thought. They crowded to him all that could as their one friend. Dying mothers held their suckling babes up to him and died content. In a deserted island camp, a half-grown girl was found alone with 3 little children. Their father was dead. When he knew that for him and the baby there was no help, he went to a cave, and covering himself and the child with skins, lay down to die. His parting words to his daughter were, "Before you have eaten the 2 seals and the fish I have laid away for you, Pallas will come no doubt and take you home. For he loves you and will take care of you." At the mission every nook and cranny was filled with the sick and dying. Egede and his wife nursed them day and night. Childlike, when death approached, they tried to put on their best clothes, or even to have new ones made, that they might please God by coming into his presence looking nice. When Egede had closed their eyes, he carried the dead in his arms to the vestibule, where in the morning the men who dug the graves found them. At the sight of his suffering the scoffers were dumb. What his preaching had not done to win them over, his sorrows did. They were at last won. That dreadful year left Egede a broken man. In his dark moments he reproached himself with having brought only misery to those he had come to help and serve. One thorn, which would think he might have been spared, rankled deep in it all. Some missionaries of a dissenting sect, Egede was Lutheran, had come with the smallpox ship to set up an establishment of their own. At their head was a man full of misdirected zeal and quite devoid of common sense, who engaged Egede in a wordy dispute about justification by faith, and condemned him and his work unsparingly. He had grave doubts whether he was in truth a converted man. It came to an end when they themselves fell ill, and Egede and his wife had the last word, after their own fashion. They nursed the warlike brethren through their illness with loving ministrations, and gave them back to life, let us hope, wiser and better men. At Christmas 1735, Egede's faithful wife, Gertrude, closed her eyes. She had gone out with him from home and kin to a hard and heathen land, and she had been his loyal helpmeet in all his trials. Now it was all over. That winter scurvy laid him upon a bed of pain, and lying there his heart turned to the old home. His son had come from Copenhagen to help, happily yet while his mother lived. To him he would give over the work. In Denmark he could do more for it than in Greenland. Now he was alone. On July 29, 1736, he preached for the last time to his people, and baptized a little Eskimo, to whom they gave his name Hans. The following week he sailed for home, carrying as all his earthly wealth his beloved dead and his motherless children. The Eskimos gathered on the shore and wept as the ship bore their friend away. They never saw him again. He lived in Denmark 18 years, training young men to teach the Eskimos. They gave him the title of bishop, but so little to live on that he was forced in his last days to move from Copenhagen to a country town to make both ends meet. His grave was forgotten by the generation that came after him. No one knows now where it is, but in ice-girt Greenland, where the northern lights on wintry nights flash to the natives their message from the souls that have gone home, his memory will live when that of the North Pole seeker whom the world applauds is long forgotten. Hans Egede was their great man, their hero. He was more. He was their friend. End of section 85. This recording is in the public domain. Section 86 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 86. A Model Parliament, by Dr. Isaac I. Hayes. Now these Greenlanders, or Eskimos, are not prone to be governed. Yet the Danish rule is satisfactory to them, and they submit to it without a murmur, and none the less readily that they have a voice in their own affairs. Each little town or hunting station is at liberty to send up a representative to sit in the Parliament of Juliana Shab. The number of representatives is 12. The names of the most important towns, besides the capital, are Nanortalik, Frederiksdal, Lichtenau. These two latter are missions of the Moravian Brethren, Ingalico and Kroximut. The Parliament House is not an imposing edifice. I should say its dimensions are about 16 by 20 feet. It is 1 story high, is built of boards, lined on the inside and painted blue, and on the outside is plastered over with pitch. It has no lobby for the accommodation of people who come to the capital with axes for the public grindstone, nor committee rooms for the better confusion of the public business. In the center of the one room there stands a long table of plain pine boards, and along either side there is one long bench of the same material, and on each bench sit 6 parliamentarians, dressed in sealskin pantaloons and boots, and Guernsey frocks with broad suspenders across their shoulders. The faces of these parliamentarians are all of a very dusky hue. The color of their hair is very black, and it does not seem to have any greater familiarity with combs and brushes than their faces with soap and towels. However, they are an amiable-looking party. At least they grin and show their fine white teeth when I enter, and are altogether perhaps quite clean enough for ordinary parliamentary work. Every man of them has a pencil in his hand and a piece of paper on the table before him, and each one is as busy taking notes thereon as some of our own honourable members are said to be in taking notes of another description. But I must not neglect to mention one article of the parliamentary costume, for it shines out so conspicuously that it must be noticed. I mean the official cap always worn when the House is in session, which is supplied to each member by royal bounty. This cap is of the brightest kind of scarlet cloth, with a broad gilt band around it. The royal emblems are emblazoned in front, and above these there is a golden polar bear with a crown on his head, standing uncomfortably on his hind legs to typify Greenland. There is a 13th cap at the head of the table, and this 13th cap covers the head of the genial Mr. Anthon, pastor of Juliana Shab, and president of the Juliana Shab Parliament ex officio. The aggregate amount of dignity possessed by this Parliament was quite wonderful, and was in truth as overwhelming as the fishy odour with which it was impregnated. But neither the fishy odour nor the dignity appeared to interfere with the transaction of business. On the contrary, they seemed to be working away like beavers, and indeed they disposed of matters with such an amazing degree of promptness that I fell instantly to wondering whether dignity would not be a good thing to introduce into parliaments, congresses, assemblies, and such like things generally. And as to the fishy atmosphere, I have no doubt that it was quite as wholesome. as the atmosphere of some of our own legislative halls, where lobbyists are so thick about the doors and avenues that all the purity which ever does go in is soon done for. Of the kind of business brought before this dignified tribunal, I will give a few samples. The first was a petition for relief. The petitioner himself stood there in person, looking the very picture of forlorn destitution. He stated that he had lost his canoe, kayak, and he produced evidence enough to show, without any swearing, false or otherwise, that it had been crushed and lost in the ice. The man, who had hardly clothes on his back to cover his nakedness, showed further that he had a wife and family, who had no friends to assist them, and were entirely dependent upon himself for support. I thought it a doubtful support at best, and so appeared to think the Parliament, since they voted an order for a small stipend of food and clothing, as per schedule, to be drawn from the public storehouse, and paid for out of the parliamentary funds. The man was sent to work in the government blubber house at 22 skillings, 11 cents a day. The next case was similar in character, only the petitioner was a well-known young hunter, who had lost his kayak by a fearful accident, which had nearly cost him his life, as well as boat, and from the effects of which he had barely now recovered. All that I could comprehend was that some of his ribs had been stove in. The case being proven, the question before Parliament was whether they should grant him relief, which was unanimously voted in the affirmative. How much? Was the next question. After 13 pencils had ciphered for a minute or so, they made it out $14, 7 American, for material for the kayak, $4 for harpoon, spear, etc., and 6 to pay debts contracted at the government storehouse for necessary comforts during his sickness. A third case was that of an old man who received $1 to buy a spear with. Another was from a man who had a family of girls and no umiak. He received $24, one half of which he was to refund within 2 years. One hunter got a rifle on the same terms. A sick woman obtained some flannel for a shirt. Some orphan children an order for bread. A widow the means to bury her dead husband. These and a number more of similar character were soon disposed of. Some of the cases were represented by proxy, the applicant residing at Nennortalik or other distant outpost, whence to come would be difficult. Others presented their petitions in person. Some appeals were thrown out in part or altogether. But these were very few, for public opinion is strong in Greenland, and a lofty sense of pride prevents begging, except in the last extremity. In the case, however, of the kayak and the umiak, there was presented a prospect of future public advantage, for in encouraging these people by providing them with boats, the public revenues are increased by their adding to the public industry. Thus do we see that as village Hamptons and mute inglorious Miltons may sometimes lie in the village churchyard, so savage legislators and lawgivers may be Solons and Adam Smiths all in one, and they not know anything about it, and the world be none the wiser. And thus we see these Greenland parliaments serve an excellent purpose. They take care of the poor, they render assistance to the unfortunate, they provide certain means of punishing the indolent and guilty, they reward the industrious, and when they have finished with their business, they adjourn and go home to do their talking. And what more do you want with a parliament? Nobody certainly would desire them to vote away millions of acres of the public lands, For although they might very well do so without injury to anybody, there are no dangerous corporations to be benefited thereby, and no public interests to be sacrificed by such procedure, and therefore no motive. End of section 86. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 87 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Avayi. Greenland Part II. Stories of Life in Greenland. Historical Note. Save for the island continent Australia, Greenland is the largest island in the world. 3/5 of the land is covered with ice, which is perhaps 3,000 feet or more in thickness. On the lowlands of the east and west, which border on the sea, the snow is not permanent, as in the interior, and here the inhabitants, some 12,000 in number, make their homes. In the west there is a valuable mine of cryolite, but aside from working this, the chief industries are fishing and hunting. The winter is bitterly cold, but the long days of summer bring enough of sunshine and warmth to produce not only moss and grass and flowering plants, but also trailing shrubs and even trees, 5 to 6 feet in height. To the southern shores, the kindly ocean currents bring quite an amount of driftwood, which is of the greatest value to the natives. End of section 87. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 88 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 88. Greenland Customs of 2 Centuries Ago by Hans Egede. Going whaling. When they go whale catching, they put on their best gear or apparel, as if they were going to a wedding feast, fancying that if they did not come cleanly and neatly dressed, the whale, who cannot bear slovenly and dirty habits, would shun them and fly from them. This is the manner of their expedition. About 50 persons, men and women, set out together in one of the large boats, called cone boats. The women carry along with them their sewing tackles, consisting of needles and thread, to sew and mend their husbands' spring coats or jackets, if they should be torn or pierced through, as also to mend the boat, in case it should receive any damage. The men go in search of the whale, and when they have found him, they strike him with their harpoons, to which are fastened lines or straps, 2 or 3 fathoms long, made of sealskin, at the end of which they tie a bag of a whole sealskin, filled with air like a bladder, in order that the whale, when he finds himself wounded, and runs away with the harpoon, may the sooner be tired, the air hindering him from keeping long under water. When he grows tired and loses strength, they attack him again with their spears and lances till he is killed, and then they put on their spring coats made of dressed sealskin, all of one piece, with boots, gloves, and caps, sewed and laced so tight together that no water can penetrate them. In this garb they jump into the sea, and begin to slice the fat of him all round the body, even under the water, for in these coats they cannot sink, as they are always full of air, so that they can, like the seals, stand upright in the sea. Nay, they are sometimes so daring that they will get upon the whale's back, while there is yet life in him, to make an end of him, and cut away his fat. The houses of the Greenlanders. As to their houses or dwelling places, they have one for the winter season, and another for the summer. Their winter habitation is a low hut built with stone and turf, 2 or 3 yards high, with a flat roof. In this hut the windows are on one side, made of the bowels of seals dressed and sewed together, or of the maws of halibut, and are white and transparent. On the other side their beds are placed, which consist of shelves or benches made up of deal boards, raised half a yard from the ground. Their bedding is made of seal and reindeer skins. Several families live together in one of these houses or huts, each family occupying a room by itself, separated from the rest by a wooden post, by which also the roof is supported, before which there is a hearth or fireplace, in which is placed a great lamp in the form of a half moon seated on a trivet. Over this are hung their kettles of brass, copper, or marble, in which they boil their victuals. Under the roof, just above the lamp, they have a sort of rack or shelf to put their wet clothes upon to dry. The fore door or entry of the house is very low, so that they must stoop and must creep in upon all fours to get in at it, which is so contrived to keep the cold air out as much as possible. The inside of the houses is covered or lined with old skins, which before have served for the covering of their boats. Some of these houses are so large that they can harbor 7 or 8 families. Upon the benches or shelves where their beds are placed is the ordinary seat of the women, attending their work of sewing and making up the clothing. The men with their sons occupy the foremost parts of the benches, turning their back to the women. On the opposite side, under the windows, the men belonging to the family or strangers take their seats upon the benches there placed. I cannot forbear taking notice that although in one of these houses there be 10 or 20 train lamps, one does not perceive the steam or smoke thereof to fill these small cottages. The reason, I imagine, is the care they take in trimming those lamps, viz., they take dry moss, rubbed very small, which they lay on one side of the lamp, which being lighted burns softly and does not cause any smoke, if they do not lay it on too thick or in lumps. This fire gives such a heat that it not only serves to boil their victuals, but also heats the room to that degree that it is as hot as a bath-house. But for those who are not used to this way of firing, the smell is very disagreeable, as well by the number of burning lamps, all fed with train oil, as on account of divers sorts of raw meat, fishes, and fat, which they heap up in their habitations. These winter habitations they begin to dwell in immediately after Michaelmas, and leave them again at the approach of the spring, which commonly is at the latter end of March, and then for the summer season lodge in tents, which are their summer habitations. These tents are made of rafts or long poles, set in a circular form, bending at the top, and resembling a sugar loaf, and covered with a double cover, of which the innermost is of seal or reindeer skins, with the hairy side inward, if they be rich, and the outermost also of the same sort of skins, without hair, dressed with fat, that the rain may not pierce them. In these tents they have their beds and lamps to dress their meat with, also a curtain made of the guts or bowels of seals sewed together, through which they receive the daylight instead of windows. Every master of a family has got such a tent, and a great woman's boat, to transport their tents and luggage from place to place, where their business calls them. Games of the Greenland boys. The boys and lads have also their pastimes and plays. When they meet in the evening, they take a small piece of wood with a hole in it at one end, to which they tie a little pointed stick with a thread of string, and throwing the piece with the hole in it up into the air, they strive to catch it upon the pointed stick through the hole. He that does it 20 times successively, and without failing, gains the match or party, and he that misses gets a black stroke on his forehead for every time he misses. Another boys' play is a game of chance, like cards or dice. They have a piece of wood pointed at one end with a pin or peg in the midst, upon which it turns. When the boys are seated around, and every one laid down what they play for, one of them turns the pointed piece of wood with his finger, that it wheels about like a mariner's compass, and when it has done, he that the point aims at wins all that was laid down. Ball playing is their most common diversion, which they play 2 different ways. They divide themselves into 2 parties. The first party throws the ball to each other, while those of the second party endeavor to get it from them, and so by turns. The second manner is like our playing at football. They mark out 2 barriers at 300 or 400 paces distant, one from the other. Then being divided into 2 parties as before, they meet at the starting place, which is at the midway between the 2 barriers, and the ball being thrown upon the ground, they strive who first shall get at it, and kick it with the foot, each party towards their barrier. He that is the most nimble-footed and dexterous at it, kicking the ball before him and getting first to the barrier, has won the match. Thus they will tell you the deceased play at football in heaven, with the head of a moose when it lightens, or the north light or aurora borealis appears, which they fancy to be the souls of the deceased. When their acquaintance from abroad come to see them, they spend whole days and nights in singing and dancing, and as they love to pass for men of courage and valor, they will try forces together in wrestling, struggling, and playing hook and crook, which is to grapple with the arms and fingers made crooked and entangled like hooks. Whoever can pull the other from his place thinks himself a man of worth and valor. The women's, or rather the maidens' plays consist in dancing around, holding one another by the hand, forming a circle, and singing of songs. End of section 88. This recording is in the public domain. Section 89 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 89. How to Build a Woman's Boat by Dr. Isaac I. Hayes. A woman's boat, or umiak, is rowed by women. A man will sometimes take the steering oar, but he would feel humiliated at rowing in a craft requiring so little skill. The kayak is a man's boat. The Editor. You will first obtain 5 round sticks of wood 36 feet long, more or less, according to the length you desire to make the boat. These must be as light as possible and not over 2 inches in diameter. Since the country produces no wood, you will of course have to go to the governor for the materials which he keeps in his storehouses, replenishing the stock each year by shipments from Denmark. But since you will not find a stick 36 feet long, you will have to procure several, which you lash together until you have obtained the requisite length. Having done this, you place 3 of them on the ground, parallel with each other, the outer ones being 6 feet apart. Then across them at the middle you lash, with firm thongs of raw seal hide, a piece of inch plank 3 inches wide and 6 feet long. Then you bring the ends of the 3 long sticks together, lashing them firmly. Next you lash other pieces of board across at intervals of 2 feet. Of course, these are of different lengths. Thus you have obtained the bottom of your umiak. This done, you proceed to erect the skeleton, fastening the stem and stern posts firmly with lashings, also the ribs. The ribs in their place you secure along the inside of them, at about 16 inches above the floor, a strip of plank. On this you place the thwarts, the middle one being 6 feet long, the others shorter as you approach either end. 10 thwarts is the proper number. This completes the skeleton, all but the placing of the rails or gunwales, which are the 2 remaining 36-foot sticks. These being fastened with thongs to the ribs and to the stem and stern posts, your skeleton is finished, and it is exceedingly light, strong, and elastic. But now, instead of covering this novel sort of boat skeleton with planking, you stretch over it a coat of seal hide. It can scarcely be called leather. It has been, however, tanned and dried, and afterwards thoroughly saturated with oil until it is as impervious to water as a plate of iron. A number of skins are necessarily required, and these the women will sew together for you so firmly with sinew thread that not a drop of water can find its way through the seams. This skin coat, being cut and fashioned to fit the skeleton as neatly as a slipper to the foot, is drawn on and firmly tied. It is very soft when you draw it on, but when it dries it is as tight and hard as a drum head, and when the skin becomes a little old, the light will come through it as through parchment. When afloat in the umiak, you can always discover how much water you are drawing by looking through the side of it. This is not a pleasant operation, however, for a nervous person, since one can hardly resist the impression that he is in a very treacherous sort of craft. This light and elastic boat is propelled with short oars, having broad blades, which are tied to the gunwale instead of being thrust out through rowlocks. These oars are shod with bone to protect them from the ice. A single mast is erected in the bow, upon which is run up a square sail when the wind is fair. If the owner of the boat is rich enough, he gets the material for his sail from the governor, but if not, he makes it out of seal skins. I have observed that he gets the wood from the governor's stores. Not all of it, however, for the obliging sea brings him an occasional tree that has floated with the ocean current from the forests of Siberia, or a plank, perhaps, that has fallen overboard from a passing vessel, or a spar, or other portion of a wreck. Thus, before the Danes came here, did the Eskimos obtain all the wood they used. From this source they also procured their iron in the shape of spikes, nails, bands, and bars attached to these waifs of the sea. Thus do the ocean currents, which carry heat and cold to the uppermost parts of the earth, scatter also blessings to mankind. End of section 89. This recording is in the public domain. Section 90 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 90, The Eskimos and Their Ways, from the Cornhill Magazine. Everybody knows what manner of creature an Eskimo is. The strange infidel, the like of whom was never seen, read, nor heard tell of, as stout Martin Frobisher describes him. From morning to night, under my window in Jakobshavn Kirk, in nearly 70 degrees north latitude, there stands a group of the queer little folks, fur-clad from head to foot, good-naturedly grinning at our small witticisms in very bad Greenlandish, until the dirt cracks into huge asterisks on their brown, globose, good-humored cheeks. All the children have their hair in their eyes, and their hands in the pockets of their ragged, mangy-looking skin breeches. It is summer-time, and their toes protrude through their seal-skin boots without fear of frostbite. No sooner do they devour their rather more than modicum of the blubbery seal which their father has killed in his skin kayak, than they hurry over the bleak, lichen-covered rocks with flowers and ferns and creeping things on the chance of a skilling or a biscuit from the Nalagak Tuluit, the big Englishman, and they will scramble amid the snow and slush with merry shouts for the smallest coin thrown out to them. Kayanke, Kayanke, thank you, the fortunate one shouts, the last syllable echoing from behind the rocks, for young Greenland is off to Herr Mersch's, the trader, to buy lump sugar. Then there are the women, some of them good-looking enough when clean and tidy. As for the old ones, they are so hideous that I do not at all wonder at some of old Frobisher's sailors pulling the boots off one of them to see if her foot was not cloven, after the fashion ascribed to the evil one. There is now very little pure Eskimo blood in Danish Greenland. Fair hair and blue eyes are just about as common as black hair and black eyes. Everybody, however, dresses a la Eskimoiska, man, woman, and child, blonde or brunette. The woman's dress is not at all inelegant, and is much more suited to the climate than would be European garments. In the winter all is fur, but in summer time a little lighter and more varied raiment is ventured on. The round hooded jacket is made of checked calico, tartan silk, or even blue velvet, fur lined, made rather short to show the white chemise beneath. It would no doubt be warmer to have it a little larger, but then fashion sways as much in Greenland as in Europe, and the Arctic belles would rather shiver and catch cold than disobey its dictates. Then the trousers are of sealskin, striped with eider ducks' necks, or ornamented with little strips of the curious skin embroidery so much affected among these people. The boots are the grandest of all the articles of wardrobe, and are made of dyed sealskin leather. Some of them have regular tops like a pair of hunting boots, and between the foot of the boot and the top is a piece of white calico, often embroidered, so that the general effect of red and green boots and calico embroidery, when collected in a mass on some rocky point as you sail in a Greenland fjord, is sufficiently striking. A white nun-like scarf is sedately folded round the neck and over the breast, and the hair is twisted into a top knot, doubled upon itself, and tied with a piece of colored ribbon. Now this constant pulling up of the hair to the top of the crown is apt to result in a circlet of baldness. To conceal this defect, the Greenland coquette, from 8 to 80, folds a handkerchief, generally of black silk, round her head, finishing off with a fancy knot in front. This knot is pinned on, and like the ladies' chignon in Europe, is a hollow sham lined with all sorts of rubbish, such as old rags and clippings of seal skins. The color of the ribbon with which the knot is tied denotes the condition of life of the wearer. When unmarried, it is pink; when married, blue; if a widow in service, it is green with gold; if a widow at home, black. The description of seal used for dress is also of importance, the smooth modeled cassagiac, phoca vetulina, being most highly valued for this purpose. When a Greenland pyramus would grow in favor with his Thisbe, instead of bijouterie, he presents her with what she values rather more, albeit she is not insensible to the charms of trinkets, a dappled sealskin, to make her a pair of trousers. Some of the young fellows are stalwart, handsome fellows, and the admixture of Danish blood shows itself in the features, the nose especially, that organ in the regular Eskimo being merely a flattened tubercle, meandering on either side of his cheeks in an expanse of nostril. Let us look in on what the English voyagers jocularly call the lieutenant governor. His duties are really more those of a country shopkeeper's assistant than anything else. Herr Assistant he is called in the settlement. In the books of the government he is styled a volunteer, though why he should be so called it is hard to say, as he receives pay, though certainly that is small enough. He is at present in the shop of the settlement, very busy, but yet with leisure enough to smoke the biggest of big pipes. Merchanting, he assures us, is strong work. He has absolutely toiled 3 hours today. He has just sold 3 skillings worth of soft soap to an old woman, and 6 skillings worth of coffee to a small boy, and is now putting up some eiderdown for Herr Pastor, the new missionary who has just arrived with the Havalsfisk. Every officer and missionary coming out for the first time is entitled to 48 pounds of uncleaned eiderdown at 6 shillings per pound, and 2 bear skins for a sleeping bag, at the country trade price of 5 rigsdaler. Troops of little boys and women drop in and out, for the shop is only open so many hours a day, and there is no opposition. If you are not pleased with your purchase, you will be, always most politely, told to go to the next shop, which is in Reykjavik in Iceland, or possibly Moose Factory in Hudson's Straits. Kavit, or coffee, notwithstanding its high price, seems to be the article chiefly in demand. Whatever else may be wanted, kavit must be had, and to procure this a woman will allow her children to go about like half-skinned seals, and her husband to want the most common necessaries. No spirits being allowed to be sold, the natives take coffee instead, and to such an extent that it has been not inaptly styled the curse of Greenland. For a family to consume 1½ pounds per diem is no uncommon extravagance, and the polite little trader turns to his books and shows me that some families When in luck, the father, having killed a white whale or many seals, will use as much as 5 pounds of coffee daily. Half of this is wasted in the preparation. The green beans are roasted in a pot or on a flat stone until they are charred black. They are then smashed up with a stone in an old leather mitten without fingers until they are roughly bruised, when they are thrown by the handful into water and boiled for some time. The result is a liquid, black enough in all conscience, with half beans floating about in it, and very bitter. But it is strong, and that is the main thing. A bit of candied sugar is taken into the mouth, and the coffee is sipped, the sugar meantime dissolving and imparting a certain degree of sweetness to the bitter liquid. This is drinking coffee à la Groenlandese, but practice is required to accomplish it satisfactorily, for the sugar will slip down without the coffee, and the coffee without receiving its proper saccharine addition. Herr Assistant asks a hulking-looking Greenlander, standing at the door with his hands in his pockets, why he is not out seal hunting, for independently of his regard for the welfare of the natives, Herr Kolonebestirer is directly interested in the produce of the hunt. He gives a growl and replies, "I've had no kavet today," and then, as if correcting himself, "Besides, there is a hole in my kayak, and my boy is not well, but the real truth was no kavet." Just as I am talking to him, a little boy, who is working for me, begs a few skillings on account, as he is out of kavet, and finds it impossible to get along without his accustomed beverage. Then arrive 2 brothers from a distant settlement with blubber and skins, which net nearly 2 pounds. What do they buy? Some bread, some butter, some tobacco, a little powder, and shot. The rest all goes in coffee and sugar. The butter is, of course, quite in their way. My friend the schoolmaster of Christianshavn is rather fond of fenks, or the refuse of the blubber and butter, a rather greasy dish. However, the traditional blubber eating of the natives is, so far as Danish Greenland is concerned, rather mythical. Blubber is too precious for winter light and heat to be rashly expended as food, and accordingly we find that they use it but rarely, and only as we would use fat to lean meat. The shop itself is about as dirty a little shop as could be imagined, containing everything which could possibly be required for use either among the Danes or Eskimo, all heaped up in confusion. They, the Greenlanders, are a very humorous people, fond of little rough jokes, and most communicative and pleasant with those whom they like and trust, but they are very little to be depended on, and are curiously vacillating and fickle. However, if they once decide not to go anywhere with a person whom they despise or dislike, no bribe will tempt them to change their determination. Though, on the other hand, even if you are a favorite, it is not altogether certain that they will really go with you until you are fairly outside of the place. The only way to secure them is to advance a little of their pay beforehand. They are never known to break a contract of this nature, but then they must have their own way, and to pass a trading post without sleeping and drinking kavet would be an innovation unheard of in Greenland. On all sides you would be told that it was impossible. They are fond of ridiculing the Europeans. Indeed, this forms their principal amusement in the winter. Any little peculiarity in person, manner, or conduct will be instantly noted within a day of your arrival. The result is that no European in the country is known by anything but some sobriquet, sometimes not over complimentary. One of the governors, who has a remarkably prominent nose, is called Kringalik, the nose, another Tolgak, the raven, from his dark complexion, the third, pitted with the smallpox, is known as Cheese Rind. Ball, the naturalist, was known by a word which signifies the diligent catcher, the name being applied in derision of his entomological and botanical researches, and not in admiration of his ability to catch seals, of which indeed he caught none. One of our party, being a little stout man, was called at one place Appelir Soak, the little auk or Rotji, and at another settlement he used to be known as the peddler, Herr A, being a collector of all sorts of Eskimo curiosities, while another foreigner, who did not impress the people much with his wisdom, is remembered as Pitlokiak, the weak-minded man or fool. The present writer was first called Usuk, the bearded seal, and finally settled down, as being the tallest man of the party, into Nerker Sok, great muscle, Nerke flesh, Sok great. They are very fond of a name, which by a slight twist of the tongue can be converted into a double entendre, as many Eskimo words can be, several only differing slightly in the sound, though with an entirely different meaning. Of course you are the last man to know of your own name. Among themselves they are not a whit better. Ask a native his name, and he will hesitate to tell you. If it is very good, his modesty will keep him from mentioning it, but if it is the contrary, his shame will equally act as a barrier to your acquiring the desired information. In reality, very vain and great braggarts, they are affectedly modest when speaking of themselves or their property. Would you lend me, they would say, your fine large kayak, as my miserable thing has got a hole in it? In every district or two the government appoints a parson, and all the natives are nominally Christians, and are baptized, married, and buried after the Lutheran fashion. The priest comes round when he has time, and marries them in batches, a certain dispensation being allowed in the meantime, and a refusal to complete his engagement being perfectly unknown on the side of the male lover. The Lutheran missionaries are supported by the government, and come out for a term of years, Greenland falling to the lot generally of the least brilliant of the theological licentiates of Copenhagen University. The Moravians, the celebrated Unitas Fratrum of Herrnhut in Germany, also have missions in South Greenland, but they are not allowed to stretch farther north than 65 degrees, and it is only recently that they were allowed to baptize and marry. They are a self-denying set of men and women, but much too austere for the Greenlanders' temporal welfare. Round a Moravian settlement, the natives are generally a miserable, ragged set of wretches. Attendance at church 3 times a day, allowing of little time to attend to seal catching. The Danes, though they bring out stores to them, yet do not like them. The proverbial professional hatred, not being starved even out of Greenland, and moreover the Hernhutians are Germans. There is not now a real healthy pagan in Danish Greenland. Hans Hendrik's Smithsound wife, so celebrated in Dr. Hayes's narrative, being the last, but Shanghu's pretty daughter, whose love episode poor Cain has told us all about, is now settled down at Proven, a regularly christened woman. Occasionally a wandering savage or two comes round Cape Farewell from the east coast, from unknown lands. Only a few years ago some came to Piamluk, declaring that it was 2 years since they had left their homes in the far north, somewhere near the pole, doubtless. Such windfalls are, however, soon pounced upon by the nearest parson, and baptized nolens volens under the name of Peter or Jens or Hans, and a most gushing description of his conversion instantly dispatched by the next ship to the Danska Missionaire Tidskrift. The last real pagan, however, was an old fellow who lived up at Upernavik in 70 degrees north latitude. When asked to be a Christian, he would slap his broad chest and shout in a voice as if from a drum, "Why should I be baptized? I can provide for my family. I don't hang on the whites like the baptized Greenlanders." And so a pagan lived and died, this representative man. Every Sunday there is service in the little wooden church, the men sitting on one side and the women on the other. The priest is a sight for gods and men, clad in his sealskin trousers and boots, with a dogskin jacket, the collar of which peeps up above his high Lutheran ruff. Service is in Eskimo, as are also the sweetly sung hymns. An Eskimo plays the organ very well indeed, while the congregation intone out some such hymn as the following: Sker besar meta tanko upkautigagut, sorpok inner lunga lor merput, etc. On a summer morning, when it is in session, there issues through the cracks in the church door an unmistakable odor of ancient seal. The church wall seems to be a regular place for hanging up all sorts of implements of the chase. For instance, there is a musket or two hanging in the corner, some paddles, harpoons, and seal lines, all on the outside. It seems as if some of old Pliny's Hyperboreae had hung up their arms on the walls of the Temple of Neptune in gratitude for their escape from shipwreck. End of section 90. This recording is in the public domain. Section 91 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 91. The farewell of the Greenlanders from the Cornhill Magazine. The time comes when we must leave, and all is packing up and goodbye with Heron Englander. Every day little deputations arrive to ask us to drink coffee before some hospitable threshold, or to take some little farewell dinner. One of these kindly acts of Hyperborean, though by no means frigid, hospitality seems worthy of being recorded in these notes, as being one of the last of the many acts of goodwill and warm-heartedness received from a people whom I can scarcely hope ever to see again. Samuel was one of the most respectable of the mixed race of Greenlanders about our neighborhood, a skillful hunter, artificer, and maker of many curiosities, for which he had found a customer in me. He insisted that I should, Danish fashion, take Cobbett with him, as I saw that the invitation was intended as a special mark of favor, and that the refusal would be a mortal affront. I complied most gracefully, though I had drunk so much black coffee that day as to give me little hope of sleeping at night. His house was the ordinary turf mansion, situated in a little valley, and entered by the usual tunnel. The interior was in no way much different from the others, except that it boasted a greater variety of knickknacks, a Dutch clock, a cupboard, and several glaring prints of the Emperor of the French, his Empress, and a fierce red-faced gentleman, whom I had some difficulty in discovering to be intended for Albert Edward, Prins of Wales og Hertog of Cornwall. I was here introduced to Samuel's wife and daughter, the latter with the softest brown eyes and auburn hair I ever saw, both of whom were busily manufacturing articles of household attire on the brex, or general platform, which occupies one side of the house, and serves the purposes of bed, table, and chair. The house is very warm, and I am begged to take off my coat, following in this fashion the rest of the family, most of whom are in a state of semi-nudity. There are many other folks there, but they are of the commonalty, and beneath the tallewit's attention. I, however, notice them patronizingly, and they grin from ear to ear by way of reply. While the rather lengthy operation of preparing the coffee goes on, the family produce their penates to entertain me, while the women examine the texture of my coat and scarlet shirt most knowingly. Samuel shows me his tools and how he uses them, his spears and harpoons and alonachs, and the workbox he made for his wife, which does him much credit, and some patterns for slippers painted in colors by his little boy, who was once one of my particular henchmen, but is now dead. He himself has just recovered from a long sickness, and is very pale. He plays a tune on the fiddle, and the younger members of his family, who have been out gathering blueberries, dance most joyfully to it. He has likewise an accordion. He apologizes for it being a little out of tune, but he had to open it to show the children where the sound came from. And then the wife, who has been a handsome blue-eyed woman in her day, for they are of course all of a mixed breed, with a woman's curiosity, questions me in broken Danish and English and Eskimo all about my condition in life, if I am married, and how many children, and so on and so on, and all the gossips are delighted. They, to my astonishment, inquire if I do not come from Scotland, and on my expressing astonishment at their knowledge of geography, Samuel produces an ancient map and points out the land of my nativity. All this is done leisurely, as the Cobbett boils, and as I sip it in the cleanest of cups, they pour in the soft unction of Hyperborean flattery, and assure me with an air which means even more than the words would seem to express, "Eflette Ienlach to Luit." You are the good Englishman. All the Inuit Eskimo will miss you when you are gone, and the little boys will have no one to throw skillings to them now. All of us will have sick hearts when you go away. To all of which an ancient dame on the farther side of the brex, whom I had hitherto thought only a bundle of sealskins echoes in a voice as if it came out of a mattress. Yes, especially the Neviar Suik girls, and the house echoes with laughter, as the joke is apparently thought a good one. I grin like the rest as it is explained to me, though Samuel's daughter blushes crimson, for she is apparently the butt of it. Be it known, however, that the daughter of Samuel bears a highly proper reputation in Etlumia, and is, I am told in a stage whisper, at which she again blushes, to be the spouse of Peter Zacharias Brugh, when that young gentleman has finished his new kayak, and Pastor Nielsen has time to unite them in the bonds of wedlock. After we have finished our coffee, we have blueberries and a glass of schnapps, which last is produced with the air of smuggled whiskey, and when we consider how dearly they all like this beverage, the extent of the favor may be imagined. When all is over and the autumn sun is getting low, I am escorted to the door by the whole family, with many good-byes, and hopes to see me again next year, and take my departure homeward. We have a long way yet to go before we meet the stout ship which is to take us to Denmark. We have to share some snowy nights, the hospitality of an Eskimo hut, but savory and very warm, and to pass miserable days and nights, enow, in dreary Akajaroa. Snow is falling fast as we leave Greenland behind. All have some little regrets at leaving it. One thinks of the eider ducks and the reindeer, another of the glorious glaciers and icebergs, like silver castles floating in the summer sunlight on an emerald sea. Everybody joins in one regret that the free and easy life, so novel and so wild, is at an end, that behind lies life in its wildest aspect, before us in its most civilized, but also most artificial form. End of section 91. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 92 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avayi in September 2019. The World's Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 92. What is an iceberg? By Dr. Isaac I. Hayes. Observe the little bit of ice that clinks in your tumbler at dinner time. Observe it closely, and you will perceive how very small a part of it floats above the surface of the water. That part is about 1/10, but it floats in fresh water. Change it to sea water, and the part above would be 1/8. Now this little bit of ice is an iceberg in miniature, an iceberg in every essential feature, except that it did not, in all human probability, come from Greenland. In form, in general transparency, in the play of light upon it, in its prismatic character, in the shape of its projecting tongues which lie beneath the surface of the waves, in the delicate mist which plays around it in the warm air, it is the very image, on a small scale, of those great monoliths of the Arctic frost which come sailing down Baffin's Bay with the polar current in all their stately grandeur and magnificence. It is difficult for the imagination to conceive of the great magnitude of some of these Greenland icebergs, and yet they are but comparatively trifling pieces, torn by the sea from glaciers. The iceberg is indeed as the paring of a finger-nail to the whole body, when compared to the quantity of ice in the reservoir from which it came. Magnify the bit of ice in your tumbler until it becomes to your imagination 1/2 mile in diameter each way, and you have a mass that is far from uncommon. Add to this a mile, 2 miles of length, and you have what may be sometimes seen. I have sailed alongside of an iceberg 2 miles and a quarter before coming to the end of it. Yet this is not greater, in proportion to the entire Greenland accumulation, then the little bit of ice in your tumbler is to the immense stores which the ice monopolists have in their storehouses when they stand ready to avow, and do avow, that the stock is nearly exhausted, and that they propose to double their charges on you just when the hottest weather oppresses the city. The name iceberg signifies ice mountain, and mountainous it truly is in size. Lift it out of the water, and it becomes a mountain 500, 1,000, 2,000, or 3,000 feet high. In dimensions it is as if the city of New York were turned adrift in the Atlantic, or the Central Park were cut out and launched in the same place. And an iceberg of the dimensions of Central Park is far from unusual. In general outline of surface, the resemblance is often equally good. It is undulating like the park, and craggy, and is crossed by ravines and dotted with lakes, the waters of which are formed from the melting snows of the late winter, which have fallen upon it, and also of the ice itself, after the snows have disappeared before the rays of the summer's sun. In such a lake I have even once bathed, although, I am glad to say, but once, and that was in the days of other years, when the youthful impulse was strong to say, "I have done it," a disease which I believe to be amenable to that treatment popularly known as sad experience. Skating on an iceberg lake is more satisfactory and sensible, though it is just as well to give an iceberg as wide a berth as possible, and have as little to do with it as you can at all times, for it is liable to go to pieces, though this rarely happens in winter, when you are least expecting it. I have often climbed them, however, and with different motives, sometimes to aid in watering the ship, for the lakes upon them are of the best and purest water, sometimes to obtain a distant view, at other times for the mere purpose of curiosity and adventure. Ordinarily, a slope may be found by which the ascent can be made without difficulty, but sometimes spikes in the heels and a boat hook in the hand become necessary. Frequently, however, the sides are quite vertical all around, and it cannot be scaled at all. On one occasion, I measured an iceberg that presented on one of its sides a vertical wall that rose 315 feet above the level of the sea. Another one that I saw in the upper part of Baffin's Bay, and measured carefully, I will describe minutely. The sea was quite smooth and the day calm, so that I enjoyed a most excellent opportunity, such a one as I never had before, and probably shall never have again. This iceberg was not only remarkable for its size, but for its great variety of feature. I rowed all the way around it, and measured it as carefully as possible. One of its sides was nearly straight and regular, having the appearance of being recently broken from the glacier. When facing the sun, it glistened marvellously. This side was 6,500 feet long, about 1.25 miles. At one end it was 240 feet high, rising separately from the sea. At the center the height was less, being only 160 feet. At the other end it was 190. These measurements were made with as much accuracy as was attainable under the circumstances, and are quite reliable within small limits. The log line and chronometer, the one to measure distance, the other to note time, were of necessity the means of obtaining the length. For the height, I dropped the chip at the base of the iceberg, and then, rowing out 100 fathoms, I had a tolerably good baseline for obtaining the altitude, a pocket sextant giving me the necessary angles. Say that I made a mistake of 25 feet, it is yet near enough for all practical purposes. It was big enough in all conscience, anyway. In measuring my lengths, I was not so liable to error, and in the same manner as before, I found one end of the berg to be 1,800 feet across. Here it terminated in a rounded bluff that was 120 feet high. Turning at the base of this rounded bluff, I came upon a side wholly different from the one I had before measured. It had evidently been for a long time the front of the glacier, perhaps for a period of 15 or 20 years, or even more. It was everywhere irregular. In places it was cliff-like, as was the other, but for the most part it was worn into all sorts of irregular shapes. This had been done partly by the washings of the sea, partly by the sun, and partly by the streams of water which poured from the glacier while this iceberg was a part of it. There were bays in the side of it large enough to float a frigate. The Panther might have gone in and turned around upon her heel without fear of striking. In another place there was a considerable bay, with 2 ice islands in it that were very peculiar. To this bay they were as Governor's Island and Ellis Island to the Bay of New York, and they had as firm a foundation, but the bottom upon which they rested was ice. They were mere hummocks, and the water on the berg was quite shoal. Yet we went in at least 100 yards before we reached the shore of it, all the while being really on the iceberg, for the ice projected away out beneath us, and as I looked over the side of the boat down through the clear bright water, which we were shoaling constantly, I thought I had never seen a more perfectly graduated tint than that from the deep water when we first came over the ice to the margin of the bay. It was as if we sailed through liquid emerald. I landed upon the shore of this bay and climbed the iceberg. It was not an easy climb, even with the aid of steel spikes in my heels and a boat hook in my hand. In places the ascent was very steep, and had I lost my footing, I should have slid down at a fearful pace into the sea. Upon reaching the surface I found it to be rolling and much broken. There were 2 conspicuous hills upon it, one of which was 290, the other 270 feet above the sea level. At least, this was the record of my barometer. Between these hills, and among others less conspicuous, I discovered a lake a quarter of a mile long. Its course was winding like the lake of Central Park, which it resembled in size. I followed along its shore until I found the outlet, and there, through a narrow gorge, the overflow of the lake was rushing over a crystal bed in a rapid torrent, until coming at length to the side of the berg the pure cold stream leaped wildly down into the ocean, roaring like a youthful Niagara, and breaking into spray. On every side there were indeed streams, most of them quite small, so that the whole iceberg was shedding water on every side, and the constant sound of innumerable cascades charmed the ear with their ceaseless roar. From the lake I wandered among the icy hills until I grew bewildered, and I found my way back to the place of ascent not without embarrassment. The cause of this was partially explained. The iceberg was revolving, and as I steered my course back by the sun, I naturally mistook the direction until I had discovered what was wrong, when I began to look for the 2 hills first mentioned, by which I recovered my bearings and was soon on the right track again. Upon climbing these ice hills I obtained a grand view. The whole sea was studded with icebergs. Hundreds of them there must have been, of every conceivable shape, from the great wall-sided mass that looked like a floating huge castle, to the colossal effigy of some winged monster floating upon the sea. Although on an iceberg, I was not without life to keep me company. A flock of kittiwake gulls flew about my head, and, perching upon a hill, set up their noisy chatter, and one old burgomaster gull, who had caught a fish, came there to swallow it in peace. But, to his evident surprise and sad disgust, he was suddenly pounced upon by a predatory jager, who had seemingly been hovering round for just such a chance, and, with an angry scream, the burgomaster, who had started off when he saw his enemy, gave up his prize, which the jager quickly caught in mid-air. It was altogether a strange sensation, afloat at so great an elevation on an ice mountain in the sea. Yet my footstool was warm and solid as the eternal hills. Had time and circumstances permitted, I should gladly have carried up my camp fixtures and remained there for a day or so, watching the grand panorama of the hills and sea, while the sun, like a golden wheel in the blue sky, rolled around me, changing from hour to hour the aspect of every object within the range of vision, now silvering an iceberg, now colouring it, while it floated sometimes in a sea of blue, and again of green, now blazing with red the rugged cliffs of the fjord, now throwing them in shadow, as if they were the gloomy walls encompassing the abyss of Dante's giants, now gilding the distant mountains, now robing them in purple, now silvering the far-off Mer de Glace, then melting it into a sea of rubies, or blending it with the blue skies. For such scenes I have often witnessed in the Arctic seas, though not from the summit of an iceberg. But this camp on the iceberg was not possible, so when I had found my way, I descended from my lofty elevation to the boat, and then, pulling on around the berg, completed my survey of it. The scenery was much varied as we passed along. At one time we were beneath a dismantled tower, at another time a ruined spire, then a deep cleft of blue, or a dark cavern of green, in which the slow-moving billows were caught and confined, until, as if tired of their imprisonment, their hollow voices came gurgling out like the loud breathing of some mighty monster of the deep, exhausted with his efforts to move the mountain from his path. The side along which we were now passing proved to be 6,000 feet in length. The end beyond was 3,500. Thus, in making the complete circuit of the iceberg, we had pulled almost 3½ miles. The altitude of the berg I averaged at 180 feet above the sea level, which would give a total average depth of 1,440 feet, or more than a quarter of a mile. Multiply these figures, and we obtain a local cubical contents of 23,850,000,000 feet. Convert this into tons, and all the carrying capacity of all the ships in the world are as nothing to it. Freight them all with ice cut from it, and an impression would hardly be made upon it. It is only by such figuring that we can form anything like an adequate idea of the enormous magnitude of this huge vagrant of the Arctic seas. Its beauties are not defined so readily. Solid and mighty, it is yet a subtle object. The light plays through it as through the opal. Flashes of every color come from it. Here we see the emerald, there chalcedony, and again transparent quartz or sapphire, the topaz or the ruby, as the sun's rays dart through its sharp angles, or the tintings of the clouds are reflected from its sides. More than this I cannot say of the floating ice mountain. Words fail utterly in the description of such a mighty work of nature, fail us completely as do the pigments of the painter. Who could paint or who describe the leap of Niagara, or the roar that rises from the great abyss? At best, the effort of the artist gives but a vague idea of the truth. The iceberg, in its birth, growth, and immensity, on the varying phases which it presents at different times, the subtle quality of the light and color which play around it, is utterly beyond the reach of art. And who could paint, or who describe its age? Nothing but actual observation will even so much as suggest the long period occupied in its formation. Close inspection will reveal an infinite number of lines of stratification, which, like the multiplied rings of the old forest oak, mark the years of its increase, and tell of the untold ages during which it was growing in the parent glacier, but there is nothing in it or about it to fix the period when the hardened snowflakes which compose it were first dropped upon the Greenland hills, nothing to show its steady growth through the recurring cycles of time. End of section 92. Section 93 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abai, in September 2019. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 93, Escaping from a Glacier, by Dr. Isaac I. Hayes. During the absence of the captain and myself from the vessel, the artists had not been idle. They had landed near the glacier, and with brush and camera had begun their work. The day was warm, the mercury rising to 68 degrees in the shade, and the sun, coming around to the south, blazed upon the cold, icy wall. This must have produced some difference of temperature between the ice touched by the solar rays and that of the interior, which was in all probability several degrees below the freezing point, for towards noon there was an incessant crackling along the entire front of ice. Small pieces were split off with explosive violence, and, falling to the sea, produced a fine effect as the spray and water spurted from the spot where they struck. Scarcely an instant passed without a disturbance occurring of this kind. It was like a fusillade of artillery. Now and then a mass of considerable size would break loose, producing an impression both upon the eye and ear that was very startling. By 1 o'clock everybody had come on board to dinner, and for a while we all stood on deck watching the spectacle and noting the changes that took place with interest. It was observed, among other curious phenomena, that when the ice broke off, the fractured surface was deep blue, and that if any ice, as sometimes happened, came up from beneath the water, it bore the same color, but after a short exposure to the sun, the surface changed, and became almost pure white, with the satin glitter before described. Our situation for a view could not have been better chosen, and it is not likely that such an opportunity was ever enjoyed before by explorers, since it is not probable that a vessel ever rode before at her anchor so near a glacier. After dinner the work was to be resumed. The photographers hastened ashore, hoping to catch an instantaneous view of some tumbling fragment, which, if they could have done, would certainly have exceeded in interest any other view they had secured. The question of moving our anchorage was deferred to the captain, who decided to go over to the other side when the artists had been put ashore with their tools. Steam was indeed already up. The boat had reached the shore for this purpose, and had shoved off for the ship, leaving the artists on the beach, and the order had been given by the captain to up anchor, when loud reports were heard one after another in quick succession. A number of large pieces had broken off, and their fall disturbed the sea to such an extent that the vessel began to roll quite perceptibly, and waves broke with considerable force upon the shore. Then, without a moment's warning, there was a report louder than any we had yet heard. It was evident that some unusual event was about to happen, and a feeling of alarm was generally experienced. Casting my eyes in the direction from which the sound proceeded, the cause of it was at once explained. The very center or extreme point of the glacier was in a state of apparent disintegration. Here the ice was peculiarly picturesque, and we had never ceased to admire it and sketch and photograph it. A perfect forest of Gothic spires, more or less symmetrical, gave it the appearance of a vast cathedral, fashioned by the hands of man. The origin of these spires will be readily understood to be in consequence, first, of the formation of crevasses far up on the glacier, and secondly, by the spaces between them widening and sharpening and rounding off by the action of the sun as the glacier steadily approaches the sea. At the base of these spires there were several pointed arches, some of them almost perfect in form, which still further strengthened the illusion that they might be of human and not of natural creation. At the extreme point there was one spire that stood out quite detached, almost from the water's edge to its summit. This could not have been much less than 200 feet high. I had passed very near this while crossing over in the boat, and the front of it appeared to extend vertically down to the bottom. In the clear green water, for the muddy water of the southern side did not reach over so far, I could trace it a long way into the sea. I had little idea then how treacherous an object it was, or I would not have ventured so near, for I was not more than a boat's length from it. The last and loudest report, as above mentioned, came from this wonderful spire, which was sinking down. It seemed, indeed, as if the foundations of the earth were giving way, and that the spire was descending into the yawning depths below. The effect was magnificent. It did not topple over and fall headlong, but went down bodily, and in doing so crumbled into numberless pieces. The process was not instantaneous, but lasted for the space of at least a quarter of a minute. It broke up as if it were composed of scales, the fastenings of which had given way, layer after layer, until the very core was reached, and there was nothing left of it. But we could not witness this process of disintegration in detail after the first few moments, for the whole glacier almost to its summit became enveloped in spray, a semi-transparent cloud through which the crumbling of the ice could be faintly seen. Shouts of admiration and astonishment burst from the ship's company. The greatest danger would scarcely have been sufficient to withdraw the eye from the fascinating spectacle. But when the summit of the spire began to sink away amidst the great white mass of foam and mist into which it finally disappeared, the enthusiasm was unbounded. By this time, however, other portions of the glacier were undergoing a similar transformation, influenced, no doubt, by the shock which had been communicated by this first disruption. Other spires, less perfect in their form, disappeared in the same manner, and great scales peeling from the glacier in various places fell into the sea with a prolonged crash, and followed by a loud hissing and crackling sound. Then, in the general confusion, all particular reports were swallowed up in one universal roar, which woke the echoes of the hills and spread consternation to the people on the Panther's deck. This consternation increased with every moment, for the roar of the falling and crumbling ice was drowned in a peal, compared to which the loudest thunder of the heavens would be but a feeble sound. It seemed as if the foundations of the earth, which had given way to admit the sinking ice, were now rent asunder, and the world seemed to tremble. From the commencement of the crumbling to this moment, the increase of sound was steady and uninterrupted. It was like the wind, which, moaning through the trees before a storm, elevates its voice with its multiplying strength, and lays the forest low in the crash of the tempest. The whole glacier about the place where these disturbances were occurring was enveloped in a cloud, which rose up over the glacier as one sees the mist rising from the abyss below Niagara, and, receiving the rays of the sun, hold a rainbow fluttering above the vortex. While the fearful sound was pealing forth, I saw a blue mass rising through the cloud, at first slowly, then with a bound, and now, from out the foam and mist, a wave of vast proportions rolled away in a widening semicircle. I could watch the glacier no more. The instinct of self-preservation drove me to seize the first firm object I could lay my hands upon, and grasp it with all my strength. The wave came down upon us with the speed of the wind. The swell occasioned by an earthquake can alone compare with it in magnitude. It rolled beneath the Panther, lifted her upon its crest, and swept her towards the rocks. An instant more, and I was flat upon the deck, borne down by the stroke of falling water. The wave had broken on the abrupt shore, and, after touching the rocks with its crest 100 feet above our heads, had curled backward, and, striking the ship with terrific force, had deluged the decks. A second wave followed before the shock of the first had fairly ceased, and broke over us in like manner. Another and another came after in quick succession, but each was smaller than the one preceding it. The panther was driven within 2 fathoms of the shore, but she did not strike. Thank heaven our anchor held, or our ship would have been knocked to pieces, or landed high and dry with the first great wave that rolled under us. When it became evident that we were safe, our thoughts naturally flew to our comrades on the shore. To our great joy, they too were safe, but they had not had time to clamber up the steep acclivity before the first wave had buried them. Flinging themselves flat upon the ground when they discovered that escape was hopeless, and clinging to each other and to the rocks, they prevented themselves from being carried off or seriously hurt. One had been lifted from his feet and hurled with much force against a rock, but, excepting a few bruises, he was not injured, and with much fervour thanked heaven that it was no worse. He had, indeed, abundant cause. Had the party not been favoured by the rocks, which were of such formation that they could readily spring up from ledge to ledge, they must have all perished. The wave, before it reached them, had expended much of its force. If they had been upon the beach and received the full force of the blow, they would inevitably have been killed outright or drowned in the undertow. Their implements, bottles, plates, everything, were either gone or were a perfect wreck. Fortunately, their cameras were upon the hillside, and beyond the reach of the wave, where they had used them in the morning. The boat also was safe. She had been hauled out some distance from the shore, and by putting her head to the waves, she rode in security. The agitation of the sea continued for half an hour after the first wave broke upon us. This was partly a prolongation of the first disturbance, but proceeded mainly from the original cause still operating. The iceberg had been born amidst the great confusion, and as it was the rolling up of the vast mass which sent that first wave away in a widening semicircle, so it was the rocking to and fro of the monster that continued the agitation of the sea, for this newborn child of the Arctic frosts seemed loath to come to rest in its watery cradle. And what an azure gem it was! Glittering while it moved there in the bright sunshine like a mammoth lapis lazuli set in a sea of chased silver, for the waters all around were but one mass of foam. I measured this iceberg afterwards and found its height above the surface of the water to be 140 feet, which, supposing the same proportions to continue all the way down, would give a total depth of 1120 feet, since the proportion of ice below to that above is as 7:1. Its circumference was almost a mile. No wonder that its birth was attended with such fearful consequences. The part which had been the top of the glacier had become the bottom of the iceberg. The fragment, when it broke off, had performed an entire half-revolution. Hence it was that no part of it was white. But as the day wore on, the delicate hue which it first showed vanished, and before the berg finally disappeared down the fjord, it wore the usual opaque white, which distinguishes its older brothers who have drifted in Baffin's Bay for perhaps a score of years. As may well be supposed, we did not wait for another iceberg to catch us in such a defenceless situation. Our jolly captain was now quite content to own that he held glaciers in profound respect, and lost no time, therefore, in picking up his anchor. Then, as soon as our bruised and thoroughly drenched artists were brought aboard, the Panther wheeled upon her heel and steamed over to the opposite side, where, at a more respectful distance, anchorage was found which promised safety if the glacier should take upon itself once more to perform such fantastic freaks as the one of which we had like to have been victims, and we had no mind now for another such dangerous encounter. End of section 93.
Section 94 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org. The Search for the Poles, Part I. Adventures in the Frozen North. Historical Note. Lord Dufferin thus describes the intense cold of the north. Quote, "No description can give an adequate idea of the intense rigor of the 6 months' winter in this part of the world. Stones crack with the noise of thunder. In a crowded hut, the breath of its occupants will fall in flakes of snow. Wine and spirits turn to ice. The snow burns like caustic. If iron touches the flesh, it brings the skin away with it. The soles of your stockings may be burnt off your feet before you feel the slightest warmth from the fire. Linen taken out of boiling water instantly stiffens to the consistency of a wooden board, and heated stones will not prevent the sheets of the bed from freezing. If these are the effects of the climate within an air-tight, fire-warmed, crowded hut, what must they be among the dark, storm-lashed mountain peaks outside?" Unquote. In Arctic exploration there is danger of freezing, of starvation, of death by a score of different accidents, and yet there is a lure of the North so strong and so fascinating that those who have once felt it are rarely satisfied without making a second trial of its beauties and its perils. End of section 94. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 95 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 95. Spitsbergen, the Island That Belongs to No One, by Lord Dufferin. In the Icelandic Sagas, it is written that in 1194 land was discovered a 4 days' sail to the northeast of Iceland. This land was undoubtedly Spitsbergen. The Editor. It was at 1 o'clock in the morning on the 6th of August, 1856, that after having been 11 days at sea, we came to an anchor in the silent haven of English Bay, Spitsbergen. And now, how shall I give you an idea of the wonderful panorama in the midst of which we found ourselves? I think, perhaps, its most striking feature was the stillness and deadness and impassibility of this new world. Ice and rock and water surrounded us. Not a sound of any kind interrupted the silence. The sea did not break upon the shore, no bird or any living thing was visible. The midnight sun, by this time muffled in a transparent mist, shed an awful mysterious luster on glacier and mountain. No atom of vegetation gave token of the earth's vitality. An universal numbness and dumbness seemed to pervade the solitude. I suppose in scarcely any other part of the world is the appearance of deadness so strikingly exhibited. On the stillest summer day in England there is always perceptible an undertone of life thrilling through the atmosphere, and though no breeze should stir a single leaf, yet, in default of motion, there is always a sense of growth. But here not so much as a blade of grass was to be seen. On the sides of the bald, excoriated hills, primeval rocks and eternal ice constitute the landscape. The anchorage where we had brought up is the best to be found, with the exception perhaps of Magdalena Bay, along the whole west coast of Spitsbergen. Indeed, it is almost the only one where you are not liable to have the ice set in upon you at a moment's notice. Ice Sound, Bell Sound, Horn Sound, the other harbors along the west coast, are all liable to be beset by drift ice during the course of a single night, even though no vestige of it may have been in sight 24 hours before. And many a good ship has been inextricably imprisoned in the very harbor to which she had fled for refuge. This bay is completely landlocked, being protected on its open side by Prince Charles Foreland, a long island lying parallel with the mainland. Down towards either horn run 2 ranges of shinstose rocks, about 1,500 feet high, their sides almost precipitous, and the topmost ridge as sharp as a knife and jagged as a saw. The intervening space is entirely filled up by an enormous glacier, which, descending with one continuous incline from the head of a valley on the right, and sweeping like a torrent round the roots of an isolated clump of hills in the center, rolls at last into the sea. The length of the glacier river, from the spot where it apparently first originated, could not have been less than 30 or 35 miles, or its greatest breadth less than 9 or 10. But so completely did it fill up the higher end of the valley that it was as much as you could do to distinguish the farther mountains peeping up over its surface. The height of the precipice where it fell into the sea I should judge to have been about 120 feet. On the left, a still more extraordinary sight presented itself. A kind of baby glacier actually hung half suspended halfway on the hillside, like a tear in the act of rolling down the furrowed cheek of the mountain. I have tried to convey to you a notion of the following impetus impressed on the surface of the Jan Mayen ice rivers, but in this case so unaccountable did it seem that the overhanging mass of ice should not continue to thunder down upon its course, that one's natural impulse was to shrink from crossing the path along which a breath, a sound, might precipitate the suspended avalanche into the valley. Nothing is more dangerous than to approach these cliffs of ice. Every now and then huge masses detach themselves from the face of the crystal steep and topple over into the water, and woe be to the unfortunate ship which might happen to be passing below. Scoresby himself actually witnessed a mass of ice, the size of a cathedral, thunder down into the sea from a height of 400 feet. Frequently during our stay at Spitzbergen, we ourselves observed specimens of these ice avalanches, and scarcely an hour passed without the solemn silence of the bay being disturbed by the thunderous boom resulting from similar catastrophes occurring in adjacent valleys. As soon as we had thoroughly taken in the strange features of the scene around us, we all turned in for a night's rest. I was dog-tired, as much with anxiety as want of sleep. For in continuing to push on to the northward in spite of the ice, I naturally could not help feeling that if any accident occurred, the responsibility would rest with me. And although I do not believe that we were at any time in any real danger, yet from our inexperience in the peculiarities of Arctic navigation, I think the coolest judgment would have been liable to occasional misgivings as to what might arise from possible contingencies. Now, however, all was right. The result had justified our anticipations. We had reached the so longed-for goal, and as I stowed myself snugly away in the hollow of my cot, I could not help heartily congratulating myself that, for that night at all events, there was no danger of the ship knocking a hole in her bottom against some hummock which the lookout had been too sleepy to observe, and that Wilson could not come in the next morning and announce, "Ice all around! All around!" In a quarter of an hour afterwards, all was still on board the Foam, and the lonely little ship lay floating on the glassy bosom of the sea, apparently as inanimate as the landscape. Immediately after breakfast, we pulled to the shore, carrying in the gig with us the photographic apparatus, tents, guns, ammunition, and the goat. Poor old thing! She had suffered dreadfully from seasickness, and I thought a run ashore might do her good. On the left-hand side of the bay, between the foot of the mountain and the sea, there ran a low flat belt of black moss, about half a mile broad, and as this appeared the only point in the neighborhood likely to offer any attraction to reindeer, it was on this side that I determined to land. My chief reason for having run into English Bay rather than Magdalena Bay was because we had been told at Hammerfest that it was the more likely place of the two for deer, and as we were sadly in want of fresh meat, this advantage quite decided us in our choice. As soon, therefore, as we had superintended the erection of the tent and set Wilson hard at work, cleaning the glasses for the photographs, we slung our rifles on our backs and set off in search of deer. But in vain did I peer through my telescope across the dingy flat in front. Not a vestige of a horn was to be seen, although in several places we came upon impressions of their track. At last our confidence in the reports of their great plenty became considerably diminished. Still, the walk was very refreshing after our confinement on board, and although the thermometer was below freezing, the cold only made the exercise more pleasant. A little to the northward I observed, lying on the seashore, innumerable logs of driftwood. This wood is floated all the way from America by the Gulf Stream, and as I walked from one huge bowl to another, I could not help wondering in what primeval forest each had grown. What chance had originally cast them on the waters, and piloted them to this desert shore? Mingled with the fringe of unhewn timber that lined the beach, lay waifs and strays of a more sinister kind. Pieces of broken spars, an oar, a boat's flagstaff, and a few shattered fragments of some long-lost vessel's planking. Here and there, too, we would come upon skulls of walrus, ribs and shoulder blades of bears, brought possibly by the ice in winter. Turning again from the sea, we resumed our search for deer. But 2 or 3 hours more very stiff walking produced no better luck. Suddenly a cry from Fitz, who had wandered a little to the right, brought us helter-skelter to the spot where he was standing. But it was not a stag he called us to come and look upon. Half embedded in the black moss at his feet, there lay a grey deal coffin, falling almost to pieces with age. The lid was gone, blown off probably by the wind, and within were stretched the bleaching bones of a human skeleton. A rude cross at the head of the grave still stood partially upright, and a half-obliterated Dutch inscription preserved a record of the dead man's name and age. Van der Schelling, Coman, Jacob Moore, O.B. 2 June 1758, AET 44. It was evidently some poor whaler of the last century, to whom his companions had given the only burial possible in this frost-hardened earth, which even the summer sun has no force to penetrate beyond a couple of inches, and which will not afford to man the shallowest grave. A bleak resting place for that 100 years' slumber, I thought, as I gazed on the dead mariner's remains. On another part of the coast we found 2 other corpses, yet more scantily sepulchred, without so much as a cross to mark their resting place. Even in the palmy days of the whale fisheries, it was the practice of the Dutch and English sailors to leave the wooden coffins in which they had placed their comrades' remains exposed upon the shore, and I have been told by an eye-witness that in Magdalena Bay there were to be seen even to this day the bodies of men who died upwards of 250 years ago, in such complete preservation that when you pour hot water on the icy covering which encases them, you can actually see the unchanged features of the dead through the transparent incrustation. As soon as Fitz had gathered a few of the little flowering mosses that grew inside the coffin, we proceeded on our way, leaving poor Jacob Moore, like his great namesake, alone in his glory. Turning to the right, we scrambled up the spur of one of the mountains on the eastern side of the plain, and thence dived down among the lateral valleys that run up between them. Although by this means we opened up quite a new system of hills and basins and gullies, the general scenery did not change its characteristics. All vegetation, if the black moss deserves such a name, ceases when you ascend 20 feet above the level of the sea, and the sides of the mountains become nothing but steep slopes of schist, split and crumbled into an even surface by the frost. Every step we took unfolded a fresh succession of these jagged spikes and breakneck acclivities, in an unending variety of quaint configuration. Mountain climbing has never been a hobby of mine, so I was not tempted to play the part of Excelsior on any of these hillsides, but for those who love such exercise a fairer or a more dangerous opportunity of distinguishing themselves could not be imagined. The supercargo or owner of the very first Dutch ship that ever came to Spitzbergen broke his neck in attempting to climb a hill in Prince Charles's Foreland. Barentz very nearly lost several of his men under similar circumstances, and when Scoresby succeeded in making the ascent of another hill near Horn Sound, it was owing to his having taken the precaution of marking each upward step in chalk that he was ever able to get down again. During the whole period of our stay in Spitzbergen, we had enjoyed unclouded sunshine. The nights were even brighter than the days and afforded Fitz an opportunity of taking some photographic views by the light of a midnight sun. The cold was never very intense, though the thermometer remained below freezing, but about 4 o'clock every evening the salt-water bay in which the schooner lay was veneered over with a pellicle of ice 1/8 of an inch in thickness, and so elastic that even when the sea beneath was considerably agitated, its surface remained unbroken, the smooth round waves taking the appearance of billows of oil. If such is the effect produced by the slightest modification of the sun's power in the month of August, you can imagine what must be the result of his total disappearance beneath the horizon. The winter is, in fact, unendurable. Even in the height of summer, the moisture inherent in the atmosphere is often frozen into innumerable particles, so minute as to assume the appearance of an impalpable mist. Occasionally persons have wintered on the island, but unless the greatest precautions have been taken for their preservation, the consequences have been almost invariably fatal. About the same period as when the party of Dutch sailors were left at Jan Mayen, a similar experiment was tried at Spitzbergen. At the former place it was scurvy rather than cold which destroyed the poor wretches left there to fight it out with winter. At Spitzbergen, as well as could be gathered from their journal, it appeared that they had perished from the intolerable severity of the climate, and the contorted attitudes in which their bodies were found lying too plainly indicated the amount of agony they had suffered. Summer excursions to Spitzbergen by steamer are now arranged for the accommodation of tourists. The Editor. End of section 95. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 96 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva March TAPPAN, Section 96, 1500 Miles of Floating Ice, 1871 to 1872, by Hans Hendrik. Hans Hendrik, the author of the following narrative, was a native Greenlander. He became a member of 4 Arctic expeditions, under Kane, Hayes, Hall, and Nares, respectively. It was during the expedition under Hall that the events occurred which are here narrated. Before the Polaris had been at sea 5 months, Captain Hall died. Soon the ship was caught in the ice, and so terribly shattered by a storm that all expected her to go to the bottom at the next split. The only thing to do was to put as much of the stores as possible on the ice floe, in the hope that it would hold together until its occupants could be rescued. When 19 persons were on the ice, a sudden split came, and they were separated from the ship. Then occurred the marvelous voyage of 1500 miles, which is so graphically described by the Greenlander. Contrary to the expectation of all, the men on the Polaris managed to keep her afloat, and finally to bring her near the shore. During the winter they succeeded in making 2 boats with timber from the vessel. When summer had come, they sailed away in these towards the south, and were rescued by a whaler. The Editor. After 2 days we stuck in the pack, and were brought down with it towards the south. While thus we were blocked, my comrade and I caught seals every day, and then began collecting a store of unskinned seals. At the same time, while the ship rested immovable, they put up a tent on the ice and filled it with bread. When we were off Cap Alikisat, a gale sprang up from the south. It was a pitch-dark night when the ice began moving northward, and the floes were jammed and pushed over each other. At last our ship began to crack terribly from their pressure. I thought she would be crushed.
On perceiving this, we brought our wives and children down upon the ice, and hurried to fetch all our little luggage, and remove the whole to a short distance from the ship. Then the ice broke up close to the vessel, and her cables broke, but in the awful darkness we could only just hear the voices on board, and when the craft was going adrift, we believed she was on the point of sinking. Here we were left, 10 men, our wives and children, and the Tuluks, English or Americans, making 19 in all, and having 2 boats, no boat remaining with the ship. When the others drifted from us, we thought they had gone to the bottom, while we ourselves were in the most miserable state of sadness and tears. But especially I pitied my poor little wife and her children in the terrible snowstorm. I began thinking, have I searched for this myself, brought this upon myself by travelling to the north? But no, we have a merciful Providence to watch over us. At length our children fell asleep, while we covered them with ox hides in the frightful snowdrift. At dawn our commander Tasta said he would make for the land with the men as soon as their meal was done. When they had cooked and got their breakfasts, they set off towards an island called Pikulek, but before they could reach the shore they were stopped by new ice. About this time we sighted the ship, which was approaching us to our great joy. They steamed on, and I believed they would have observed us, but suddenly they turned, a heavy squall from the north coming on at the same time. When our Tuluk companions were going to make for the land, they asked us to follow them, but my comrade and I preferred to stay behind, knowing that they could not get to shore. The cook also kept us company, saying that he found it pitiful to abandon us. Those who tried to land returned after a while, not having succeeded. The north wind blew furiously, and the heavy seas threw us towards the westland. Suddenly the ice on which we dwelt parted, and we were separated from the tent which contained our store of bread. When the ice touched the westland it stopped, and packed together all round us. Here we made a snow hut. My comrade went out sledging, and how lucky he caught sight of the tent. Directly we started dragging a boat to fetch some bread. At the tent we filled the boat with bread and drew it over the ice to our camping place. When we left our wives and children I was afraid a bear would devour them. Now I was consoled to see them unhurt, and after our arrival we had a good meal. Since we left the ship, this was the first time we ate sufficiently. The following day we deliberated whether we should remove to the floe where stood the tent, as it was very large and might serve us for an island during the winter. We resolved to proceed, and first brought thither one of the boats loaded with bread and luggage, whereupon we filled the other in the same way. My wife and daughter loaded the sledge with our little properties and pulled it, my wife carrying the baby in her hood. Our son was 7 years of age, our youngest daughter 4, and these poor things walked over the rough ice, my wife and daughter pulling the sledge, and I assisting those who dragged the boat, a sad sight. When they were going to be left behind, I told my wife I should return to her. When we had brought the boat to our new camping place, I went back, followed by one of the sailors, and finding my little daughter Sophie Elizabeth very tired, we placed her on the sledge, and more men came to help us. When we had finished our removal, we turned the boat over, I and my family going to sleep under it, while the Tuluks were lodged in the tent, and the Westlanders made a snow hut for themselves. The next day we built a snow hut in the middle of the ice floe. Fancy, this was to be our settlement for the whole winter. One day we rested, then my comrade and I went out sledging towards the land. On approaching it, we fell in with new ice. I remained to look for breathing holes, while my comrade proceeded towards the shore. I found some holes and heard the sound of breathing, but as the ice was covered with snow, I could not get at the seals, which were scared by the noise. My comrade had been on shore and told me he had seen footprints of hares and foxes. When we returned, we made up our minds to remove to the land the following day. We also drove in another direction, but without discovering anything. Next morning we tried to go shorewards, but our island, the ice floe, began moving. It drifted seawards, consequently we turned back, and now we continued to be carried off incessantly in a southern direction throughout the winter. After some time we caught sight of land, and by lost it again. Every day my dear comrade, the Westlander John, and I went out hunting. In this way once we succeeded in getting a seal. What a joy when we had a meal of flesh, and our lamps became supplied with blubber. Afterwards I again got a seal, a small one. I killed it at one shot. Wonderful indeed that we were so blessed with seals for our support, and that we so continued the whole winter. Once, when we were out shooting, I fell through, having both legs under water. My comrade asked, "Art thou wet?" I answered, "No, I did not get wet." When we had tried shooting, we returned, but quite near to our encampment, a strong northern gale suddenly overtook us, and made both of us lose our way. The snow drifted terribly. As I was tired with walking, I stopped. Looking up towards the sky, I perceived many stars. Thereupon I proceeded, but came to a broad crack, and on going back I fell in with the open sea. Now I thought my last day was come. I considered the miserable position of my dear wife and children on a piece of ice in mid-ocean. Then I pronounced my prayer. "Jesu, lead me by the hand, while I am here below, forsake me not. If thou dost not abide with me, I shall fall, but near to thee I am safe." When I had finished these words, I ascended a heap of ice blocks, and discovered a star rising a little above the surface of the ice. But it was my comrade who had lighted a torch, and pointed it all round from the highest part of the uneven ice. I went down in the direction of what I saw, but on my road I again fell in with a fissure, turned and went on, but again discovered something like a light. I moved forward examining it, but was again stopped by the break. While here some people were heard approaching, and when they came close they shouted, "Art thou Hans?" I answered, "Yes." Whereupon they said, "We had nearly fired at thee, believing it was a bear." I answered, "Never more I had reason to be thankful to anybody than to you, as I was quite unable to make out whither I had to go." When we came home, I found my wife and children had been most sorrowful, but I thanked the merciful Providence on high. While we drifted in this way throughout the winter, my comrade and I frequently got a seal. Our lamps were never out for want of oil. When sometimes our supply was almost consumed, one of us used to catch. Just before Christmas, each of us took a seal, Christmas. During Jule we finished all the provisions we had except the bread, but we were consoled by knowing that daylight was near. When the sun reappeared, we fell in with a great many black guillemots. Of course we also availed ourselves of them, as we were well off for guns. I had 4 myself, namely 3 rifles and 1 double-barreled fowling piece, and we had plenty of shot. These articles I and my comrade John had taken care to provide ourselves with when we left the ship. At first we only threw them down upon ice, then we brought them some distance from the ship. We could therefore afford to shoot guillemots. Although the sun again shone, no land could be seen, and it was truly appalling to think that our Tuluk companions and our wives and children would probably starve. However, we were taken care of by Providence, and the whole winter were supplied with seals. While still we lived on our island of ice, we fell in with bladder nose and saddleback seals, and they gave us a good supply of food. As we advanced far south, we had a heavy swell, and in a pitch-dark night the floe, our refuge, split in two. At length the whole of it was broken up all round our snow huts. When we rose in the morning and I went outside, the sea had gone down, and the ice upon which stood our house had dwindled down to a little round piece, Wonderful, there must be an all-merciful Father. Some days after, when we had gone to sleep, we heard a gun fired. I went out and saw that a bear had been hit and had fallen. My comrade exclaimed, "We have got a big bear, how cheerful! We shall now have bear's flesh." When we came still farther south, the ice appeared more dispersed, and at last we made up our minds to go in search of land, although none at all was in sight. At the same time we again met the heavy swell. We started in the boat, which was heavily laden. For some days we pushed on pretty well. When the seas came rolling they looked as if they were going to swallow us up, for which reason at intervals we landed on ice floes. At length we made out land. Again we rested upon a piece of ice. During the night a heavy sea came on. We slept with our children in the boat, while the others used the tent. As the sea rose still higher, it began washing over our place of sojourn. They were obliged to remove the tent, placing it upon the top of an ice hillock, whereupon all of us had to keep hold of the boat. The children were placed in it, the women assisted us. When the sea began to move the boat, we all kept hold of the gunwales. The breakers looked as if they would engulf us. We exerted ourselves to the utmost each time, when the sea began lifting us, whereas when it retired we pushed the boat to remove it to windward, because there was a danger of our being washed down into the sea to leeward. We did not stop until we had brought the skiff close to the edge of the ice. But now the sea reached the tent which was placed on the hillock. To be sure, it was awful. Whenever the waves washed over us, we were in water up to the waist, while at the same time we clung to the gunwale, and all the while one heard nothing but exclamations, "Now use all your strength." Towards morning the sea had abated, and when it grew light, we discovered that some smaller floes were less exposed to the swell. I spoke with my comrade about removing to one of these, and our commander Tarsta agreed. We put the boat into the water, loaded it, and went to a smaller ice floe, which we found much better, as it was not washed over. As the sea grew calmer, we pushed on. Seals were plentiful. We had no want of meat, and we used to take our rest on the floes. One night it happened that the ice which served us for our camping place parted between the boat on which I slept and the tent. I jumped out to the other side, while that piece on which the boat was placed moved off quickly with Mr. Mage, who was seated in the boat, and we were separated from it by the water. Our master asked the sailors to make a boat, raft, out of a piece of ice and try to reach it, but they refused. We never had felt so distressed as at this moment when we had lost our boat. At last I said to my comrade, "However, we must try to get at it." Each of us then formed an umjardluk, literally a bad boat, out of a piece of ice, and in this way we passed to other fragment. As now we were 3 men, we could manage to put the boat into the water, but when, on doing so, it sank forward, Mr. Mage fell into the sea. My comrade jumped into the boat at the same moment and pulled him up. I, being unable to follow, remained standing on the ice. When they had taken me along with them, we proceeded towards the others, but meanwhile the ice had screwed together and we stood still. We 3 men alone then hauled up the boat. At this time night fell, and our companions who had been in the sea and now was lying in the boat was like to freeze to death. I said to my comrade that if he remained so he would really die. If he could walk about it would be better. I had witnessed such a case before. When I had spoken thus, we asked him to rise, saying that if he remained he would perish. The first time he rose he tumbled down, but after having walked for a long time he recovered. At daybreak we discovered our friends close by, and the ice joined together. When first they had examined the road, they came to us and assisted us to drag the boat over to them. When we had started from this place, we were soon stopped by the pack, and no live thing was to be seen. We began to be in need of provisions. We had no seal flesh left, and the next day our small stock of bread was to be shared out. In the night I had just fallen asleep, as I was to have my turn of the watch, when I was wakened by hearing people speaking about a bear. Rising up, I saw a bear walking towards us. I said to the others that they must lie down near the boat, imitating seals, while my comrade and I went towards the bear, who alternately sank and reappeared behind the ice hillocks. We waited until he came close up to us, whereupon my comrade gave him a shot, and I finished him off. Thereupon the others joined us to drag him to the boat. How wonderfully did Providence bring us through the winter and give us supplies! At length we were off the remotest part of the Westland, whither the ice had brought us since last year. We left the ship in the far north. We were now near the country of the Tuluks, without having suffered any real misfortune. Before we had finished the last of our bear's flesh, the field opened, and we began catching seals, and sighted land, and when we proceeded towards it we fell in with a ship. Once in the afternoon, while still making for the land, we discovered a vessel steaming northwards. We tried to follow it, but night fell, and we stopped at the ice. At the same time, there rose a dense mist. During the night we showed 2 lights near the boat, making them pretty large, that people on board might observe us. After midnight I went to sleep when the others had risen. Towards morning I was awakened by hearing them talking about a ship, and when I got up I saw it emerging from the fog. I directly set off in my kayak, and when I came to them they questioned me, "Who are ye?" I answered, "North Pole and Mut Polaris Bebelis, peoples." Then furthermore they asked, "How do you do?" I answered, Captain Hall died, whereupon they said, "Where's the ship?" I answered, "Last year we left it." On hearing this they said to me, "Just follow a little alongside the ship, we will soon stop her." When we had come up to my companions, they lay to take them on board. I was the first who set foot on deck, then followed the others, and when all had come on board it was as if we were ashore. The master of the ship and the crew altogether were exceedingly kind to us, and pitied us, who had spent the whole winter with our little children on a piece of ice. They gave us tobacco and pipes, and before all, a good meal. Their master, from mere kindness, was like a kinsman to us. End of section 96.